can with precision form a conclusion as to the makeup of its ideas. But this is not the case, because the ideologies of every particular age are always most closely connected, whether positively or negatively, with the ideologies of the preceding age. The state of minds of any given age can be understood only in connection with the state of the minds of the previous epoch. Of course, not a single class will find itself captivated by ideas which contradict its aspirations. Every class excellently, even though unconsciously, always adapts its ideals to its economic needs. But this adaptation can take place in various ways, and why it takes place in this way, not in that, is explained not by the situation of the given class taken in isolation, but by all the particular features of the relations between this class and its antagonist, or antagonists. With the appearance of classes, contradiction becomes not only a motive force, but also a formative principle. One, the individual and his ideals. But what then is the role of the individual in the history of ideology? Brunetière attributes to the individual a vast importance, irrespective of his environment. Guillot asserts that a genius always creates something new. One, we shall say that in the sphere of social ideas a genius outdistances his contemporaries, in the sense that he grasps earlier than they do the meaning of new social relations which are coming into existence. Consequently, it is impossible in this case even to speak of the genius being independent of his environment. In the sphere of natural science a genius discovers laws the operation of which does not, of course, depend upon social relations. But the role of the social environment in the history of any great discovery tells, first of all, in the accumulation of that store of knowledge without which not a single genius will do anything at all, and, secondly, in turning the attention of the genius in this or that direction. 2. In the sphere of art the genius gives the best possible expression of the prevailing aesthetic tendencies of the given society, or given class in society. Lastly, in all these three spheres the influence of social environment shows itself in the affording of a lesser or greater possibility of development for the genius and capacities of individual persons. Of course we shall never be able to explain all the individuality of a genius by the influence of his environment, but this does not prove anything by itself. Ballistics can explain the movement of a shell fired from a gun. It can foresee its motion. But it will never be able to tell you exactly into how many pieces the given shell will burst, and where precisely each separate fragment will fly. However, this does not in any way weaken the authenticity of the conclusions at which ballistics arrive. We do not need to take up an idealist, or eclectic, point of view in ballistics. Mechanical explanations are key enough for us, although who can deny that these explanations do leave in obscurity for us the individual destinies, size and form of the particular fragments? A strange irony of fate. That same principle of contradiction against which our subjectivists go to war with such fire, as an empty invention of the metaphysician Hegel, seems to be bringing us closer to our dear friends the enemy. If Hume denies the inner value of money for the sake of contradicting the mercantilists, if the Romantics created their drama only in order to do the opposite to what the Classics did, then there is no objective truth, there is only that which is true for me, for Mr. Mikhailovsky, for Prince Meshchersky and so forth. Truth is subjective, all is true that satisfies our need of cognition. No, that is not so. The principle of contradiction does not destroy objective truth, but only leads us to it. Of course, the path along which it forces mankind to move is not at all a straight line. But in mechanics, too, cases are known when what is lost in distance is gained in speed. A body moving along a cycloid sometimes moves more quickly from one point to another, lying below it, than if it had moved along a straight line. Contradiction appears where, and only where, there is struggle, where there is movement, and where there is movement, thought goes forward, even though by roundabout ways. Contradiction to the mercantilists brought Hume to a mistaken view of money. But the movement of social life, and consequently of human thought also, did not stop at the point which it reached at the time of Hume. It placed us in a state of contradiction to Hume, and this contradiction produced as a result a correct view of money. And this correct view, being the result of the examination of reality from all sides, is now objective truth, which no further contradictions will eliminate. It was the author of the footnotes to Mill 1 who said with enthusiasm, "What life once has taken fate cannot snatch from us." In its application to knowledge, this is unquestionably true. No fate is now strong enough to take from us the discoveries of Copernicus, or the discovery of the transformation of energy, or the discovery of the mutability of species, or the discoveries of the genius Marx. Social relations change, and with them change scientific theories. As a result of these changes there appears, finally, the examination of reality from all sides, and consequently objective truth. Xenophon had economic views which were different from those of Jean-Baptiste Say. The views of Say would certainly have seemed rubbish to Xenophon. Say proclaimed the views of Xenophon to be rubbish. But we know now whence came the views of Xenophon, whence came the views of Say, whence came their one-sidedness. And this knowledge is now objective truth, and no fate will move us any more from this correct point of view, discovered at last. But human thought, surely, is not going to stop at what you call the discovery of the discoveries of Marx. Of course not, gentlemen. It will make new discoveries, which will supplement and confirm this theory of Marx, just as new discoveries in astronomy have supplemented and confirmed the discovery of Copernicus. The subjective method in sociology is the greatest nonsense. But every nonsense has its sufficient cause, and we, the modest followers of a great man, can say not without pride that we know the sufficient cause of that nonsense. Here it is. The subjective method was first discovered not by Mr. Mikhailovsky and not even by the angel of the school, i.e. not by the author of the historical letters. It was followed by Bruno Bauer and his followers, that same Bruno Bauer who gave birth to the author of the historical letters, that same author who gave birth to Mr. Mikhailovsky and his brethren. The objectivity of the historian is, like every objectivity, nothing more than mere chatter. And not at all in the sense that objectivity is an unattainable ideal. To objectivity, i.e. to the view characteristic of the majority, to the world outlook of the mass, the historian can only lower himself, and once he does this, he ceases to be a creator, he is working for peace rate, he is becoming the hireling of his time too. These lines belong to Zeliga, who was a fanatical follower of Bruno Bauer, and whom Marx and Engels held up to such biting ridicule in their book The Holy Family. Substitute sociologist for historian in these lines, substitute for the artistic creation of history the creation of social ideals, and you will get the subjective method in sociology. Try and imagine the psychology of the idealist. For him the opinions of men are the fundamental, ultimate cause of social phenomena. It seems to him that, according to the evidence of history, very frequently the most stupid opinions were put into effect in social relations. Why then, he meditates, should not my opinion too be realized, since, thank God, it is far from being stupid? Once a definite ideal exists, there exists, at all events, the possibility of social transformations which are desirable from the standpoint of that ideal. As for testing that ideal by means of some objective standard, it is impossible, because such a standard does not exist. After all, the opinions of the majority cannot serve as a measure of the truth. And so there is a possibility of certain transformations because my ideals call for them, because I consider these transformations useful. And I consider them useful because I want to do so. Once I exclude the objective standard, I have no other criterion than my own desires. Don't interfere with my will, that is the ultimate argument of subjectivism. The subjective method is the reductio ad absurdum of idealism, and incidentally of eclecticism, as all the mistakes of the respectable gentlemen of philosophy, eaten out of hearth and home by that parasite, fall on the latter's head. From the point of view of Marx it is impossible to contrapose the subjective views of the individual to the views of the mob, the majority, etc., as to something objective. The mob consists of men, and the views of men are always subjective, since views of one kind or another are one of the qualities of the subject. What are objective are not the views of the mob but the relations, in nature or in society, which are expressed in those views. The criterion of truth lies not in me, but in the relations which exist outside me. Those views are true which correctly present those relations, those views are mistaken which distort them. That theory of natural science is true which correctly grasps the mutual relations between the phenomena of nature, that historical description is true which correctly depicts the social relations existing in the epoch described. Where the historian has to describe the struggle of opposite social forces, he will inevitably sympathize with one or another, if only he himself has not become a dry pedant. In this respect he will be subjective, independently of whether he sympathizes with the minority or the majority. But such subjectivism will not prevent him from being a quite objective historian if only he does not begin distorting those real economic relations on the basis of which there grew up the struggling social forces. The follower of the subjective method, however, forgets these real relations, and therefore he can produce nothing but his precious sympathy or his terrible antipathy, and therefore he makes a big noise, reproaching his opponents for insulting morality, every time he is told that that's not enough. He feels that he cannot penetrate into the secret of real social relations, and therefore every allusion to their objective force seems to him an insult, a taunt at his own impotence. He strives to drown these relations in the waters of his own moral indignation. From the point of view of Marx it turns out, consequently, that ideals are of all kinds, base and lofty, true and false. That ideal is true which corresponds to economic reality. The subjectivists who hear this will say that if I begin adapting my ideals to reality, I shall become a miserable lickspittle of those who triumph. But they will say this only because, in their capacity of metaphysicians, they don't understand the dual, antagonistic character of all reality. Those who triumph are relying on reality which is already passing away, under which is being born a new reality, the reality of the future, to serve which means to promote the triumph of the great cause of love. The reader now sees whether that conception of the Marxists, according to which they attribute no importance to ideals, corresponds to reality. This picture of them proves to be the exact opposite of reality. If one is to speak in the sense of ideals, one must say that the theory of Marx is the most idealistic theory which has ever existed in the history of human thought. And this is equally true in respect both of its purely scientific tasks and of its practical aims. 222v. What would you have us do, if Mr. Marx does not understand the significance of consciousness of self and its strength? What would you have us do, if he values so low the recognized truth of self-consciousness? These words were written as long ago as 1847 by one of the followers of Bruno Bauer, and although nowadays they do not speak in the language of the 40s, the gentry who reproach Marx with ignoring the element of thought and feeling in history have even yet not gone further than Opitz. All of them are still convinced that Marx values very low the force of human self-consciousness, all of them in various ways assert one and the same thing. 2. In reality Marx considered the explanation of human self-consciousness to be the most important task of social science. He said, the chief defect of all hitherto existing materialism, that of Feuerbach included, is that the object, reality, sensuousness, is conceived only in the form of the object or contemplation, but not as human sensuous activity, practice, not subjectively. Thus it happened that the active side, in opposition to materialism, was developed by idealism but only abstractly, since, of course, idealism does not know real sensuous activity as such. 3. Have you tried to understand, gentlemen, the meaning of these words of Marx? We shall tell you what they mean. Holbach, Helvetius, and their followers bent all their efforts to proving the possibility of a materialist explanation of nature. Even the denial of innate ideas did not lead these materialists further than the examination of man as a member of the animal kingdom, as sensuous matter. They did not attempt to explain the history of man from their point of view, and if they did, Helvetius, their attempts ended in failure. But man becomes a subject only in history, because only in the latter is his self-consciousness developed. To confine oneself to examining man as a member of the animal kingdom means to confine oneself to examining him as an object, to leave out of account his historical development, his social practice, concrete human activity. But to leave all this out of account means to make materialism dry, gloomy, melancholy, Goethe. More than that, it means making materialism, as we have already shown earlier, fatalistic, condemning man to complete subordination to blind matter. Marx noticed this failing of French materialism, and even of Feuerbach's, and set himself the task of correcting it. His economic materialism is the reply to the question of how the sensuous activity of man develops, how in virtue of it there develops his self-consciousness, how the subjective side of history comes about. When this question is answered even in part, materialism will cease to be dry, gloomy, melancholy, and it will cease to yield idealism first place in explaining the active side of human existence. Then it will free itself of its characteristic fatalism. Sensitive but weak-headed people are indignant with the theory of Marx because they take its first word to be its last. Marx says, in explaining the subject, let us see in what mutual relations people enter under the influence of objective necessity. Once these relations are known, it will be possible to ascertain how human self-consciousness develops under their influence. Objective reality will help us to clarify the subjective side of history. And this is the point at which the sensitive but weak-headed people usually interrupt Marx. It is here that is usually repeated something astonishingly like the conversation between Chatsky and Famyusov. 1. In the social production which men carry on they enter into definite relations that are indispensable and independent of their will, these relations of production. Oh, good heavens, he's a fatalist. On the economic foundation rises ideological superstructures. What is he saying? And he talks as he writes. He simply does not recognize the role of the individual in history. But hear me out, if only for once. From what I said earlier, it follows that I won't listen. Send him for trial. Send him for moral trial by actively progressive personalities, under open observation by subjective sociology. Chatsky was rescued, as you know, by the appearance of Skolozov. In the arguments between the Russian followers of Marx and their strict subjective judges, matters have hitherto taken another turn. Skolozov gagged the mouth of the Chatskys, and then the Famyusovs of subjective sociology took the fingers out of their ears and said, with a full consciousness of their superiority, there you are, they've only said 2 words. Their views have remained completely unclarified. It was Hegel who said that any philosophy may be reduced to empty formalism, if one confines oneself to the simple repetition of its fundamental principles. But Marx is not guilty of that sin either. He did not confine himself to repeating that the development of the productive forces lies at the basis of the entire historical progress of mankind. Rarely has a thinker done so much as he to develop his fundamental propositions. Marx and Darwin, but where precisely? Where did he develop his views? The subjectivist gentry sing, howl, appeal and thunder in various voices. Look at Darwin, now, he's got a book. But Marx hasn't even got a book, and one has to reconstruct his views. Undoubtedly, reconstruction is an unpleasant and difficult business, particularly for those who have no subjective gifts of correctly understanding, and therefore of reconstructing other people's ideas. But there's no need to reconstruct, and the book of which the subjectivists lament the absence has long ago been in existence. There are even several books, one explaining better than another the historical theory of Marx. The first book is the History of Philosophy and Social Science, beginning with the end of the 18th century. Study that interesting book. Of course, it won't be enough to read Lewis, it will show you why there appeared, why there had to appear, the theory of Marx, to what previously unanswered and unanswerable questions it provided the replies, and consequently what is its true sense. The second book is Capital, that same Capital which you have all read, with which you are all in agreement, but which not one of you, dear sirs, has understood. The third book is the history of European events beginning with 1848, i.e. with the appearance of a certain manifesto. Give yourselves the trouble of penetrating into the contents of that vast and instructive book and tell us, putting your hand on your heart, if only there is impartiality in your subjective heart, did not the theory of Marx provide him with an astounding, previously unknown, capacity to foresee events? What has now become of the utopians of reaction, stagnation, or progress who were his contemporaries? Into what putty has gone the dust into which their ideals were transformed at their first contact with reality? Not a trace has been left even of the dust, while what Marx said has come into effect naturally, in broad outlines every day, and will invariably come into effect until, at last, his ideals are fully realized. Is not the evidence of these three books sufficient? And it seems to us that you cannot deny the existence of any of them. You will say, of course, that we are reading from them what is not written in them. Very well, say it and prove it. We await your proofs wjth impatience, and in order that you should not be too muddled in them, we shall for a beginning explain to you the meaning of the second book. You recognize the economic views of Marx while denying his historical theory, you say. One must admit that this says a very great deal, namely, that you understand neither his historical theory nor his economic views. What does the first volume of Capital discuss? It speaks, for example, of value. It says that value is a social relation of production. Do you agree with this? If not, then you are denying your own words about agreement with the economic theory of Marx. If you do, then you are admitting his historical theory, although evidently you don't understand it. Once you recognize that men's own relations in production, existing independently of their will, acting behind their back, are reflected in their heads in the shape of various categories of political economy, in the shape of value, in the shape of money, in the shape of capital, and so forth, you thereby admit that on a certain economic basis there invariably arise certain ideological superstructures which correspond to its character. In that event the cause of your conversion is already 3 parts 1, for all you have to do is to apply your own view, i.e. borrowed from Marx, to the analysis of ideological categories of the higher order, law, justice, morality, equality, and so forth. Or perhaps you are in agreement with Marx only in regard to the second volume of his Capital. For there are people who recognize Marx only to the extent that he wrote the so-called letter to Mr. Mikhailovsky. You don't recognize the historical theory of Marx. Consequently, in your opinion, he was mistaken in his assessment, for example, of the events of FREJ 12-5/O-.LF from R848 to R851 in his newspaper, the Javorinsk Zeitung, and in the other periodicals of that time, and also in his book The 18th Brumaire of Louis Bonaparte. What a pity that you have not troubled to show where he was mistaken, what a pity that your views remained undeveloped, and that it is impossible even to reconstruct them for insufficiency of data. You don't recognize Marx's historical theory? Therefore in your opinion he was MFR taken in his view, for example, of the importance of the philosophical teachings of the French materialists of the 18th century. It is a pity that you have not refuted Marx in this case either. Or perhaps you don't even know where he discussed that subject. Well, in that event, we don't want to help you out of your difficulty. After all, you must know the literature of the subject on which you undertook to argue. After all, many of you, to use the language of Mr. Mikhailovsky, bear the title of ordinary and extraordinary bellmen of science. True, that title did not prevent you from concerning yourselves mainly with private sciences, subjective sociology, subjective historiosophy, etc. But why did not Marx write a book in which would have been set forth, from his point of view, the entire history of mankind from ancient times to our day, and in which would have been examined all spheres of development, economic, juridical, religious, philosophical, and so forth? The first characteristic of any cultivated mind consists in the ability to put questions, and in knowing what replies can and what cannot be required of modern science. But among the opponents of Marx this characteristic seems to be conspicuous by its absence, in spite of their extraordinary, and sometimes even ordinary quality, or maybe, by the way, just because of it? Do you really suppose that in biological literature there exists a book which has already set forth the entire history of the animal and vegetable kingdom from the point of view of Darwin? Have a talk about this with any botanist or zoologist, and he, after first having a hearty laugh at your childish simplicity, will let you know that to present all the long history of species from the point of view of Darwin is the ideal of modern science, and we do not know when it will attain that ideal. What we have discovered today is the point of view from which alone can be understood the history of species. One matters st and d in exactly the same way in modern historical science. What is all the work of Darwin? Asks Mr. Mikhailovsky. A few generalizing ideas, most intimately interconnected, which crown a whole Mont Blanc of factual material. Where is the corresponding work of Marx? It does not exist. And not only is there no such work of Marx, but there is no such work in all Marxist literature, in spite of all its extensiveness and wide distribution. The very foundations of economic materialism, repeated as axioms innumerable times, still remain unconnected among themselves and untested by facts, which particularly deserves attention in a theory which in principle relies upon material and tangible facts, and which arrogates to itself the title of being particularly scientific. 1. That the very foundations of the theory of economic materialism remain unconnected among themselves is sheer untruth. One need only read the preface to the Critique of Political Economy, to see how intimately and harmoniously they are interconnected. That these propositions have not been tested is also untrue. They have been tested with the help of an analysis of social phenomena, both in the 18th Brumaire and in Capital, and moreover not at all particularly in the chapter on primitive accumulation, as Mr. Mikhailovsky thinks, but absolutely in all the chapters, from the first to the last. If nevertheless this theory has not once been set forth in connection with a whole Mont Blanc of factual material, which in Mr. Mikhailovsky's opinion distinguishes it to its disadvantage from Darwin's theory, there's again a misunderstanding here. With the help of the factual material making up, for example, the origin of species, it is chiefly the variation of species that is demonstrated. Darwin touches on the history of a few separate species only in passing, and only hypothetically. History might have gone this way or might have gone that, but one thing was certain, that there had been a history, and that species had varied. Now we shall ask Mr. Mikhailovsky, was it necessary for Marx to prove that mankind doesn't stand still, that social forms change, that the views of men replace one another? In a word, was it necessary to prove the variation of this kind of phenomena? Of course it was not, although in order to prove it, it would have been easy to pile up a dozen Mont Blancs of factual material. What did Marx have to do? The preceding history of social science and philosophy had piled up a whole Mont Blanc of contradictions, which urgently demanded solution. Marx did precisely solve them with the help of a theory which, like Darwin's theory, consists of a few generalizing ideas, most intimately connected among themselves. When these ideas appeared, it turned out that, with their help, all the contradictions which threw previous thinkers into confusion could be resolved. Marx required, not to accumulate mountains of factual material which had been collected by his predecessors, but to take advantage of this material, among other matter, and to begin the study of the real history of mankind from the new point of view. And this is what Marx did, turning to the study of the history of the capitalist epoch, as a result of which there appeared Capital, not to speak of monographs such as the 18th Brumaire. But in Capital, Mr. Mikhailovsky remarks, only one historical period is discussed, and even within those limits the subject, of course, is not even approximately exhausted. That is true. But we shall again remind Mr. Mikhailovsky that the first sign of a cultivated mind is knowledge of what demands can be made of men of learning. Marx simply could not in his research cover all historical periods, just as Darwin could not write the history of all animal and vegetable species. Even in respect of one historical period the subject is not exhausted, even approximately. No, Mr. Mikhailovsky, it is not exhausted even approximately. But, in the first place, tell us what subject has been exhausted in Darwin, even approximately. And secondly, we shall explain to you now, how it is and why it is that the subject is not exhausted in Capital. According to the new theory, the historical progress of humanity is determined by the development of the productive forces, leading to changes in economic relations. Therefore, any historical research has to begin with studying the condition of the productive forces and the economic relations of the given country. But naturally, research must not stop at this point. It has to show how the dry skeleton of economy is covered with the living flesh of social and political forms, and this is the most interesting and most fascinating side of the problem of human ideas, feelings, aspirations and ideals. The investigator receives into his hands, one may say, dead matter. Here the reader will see that we have even begun to talk partly in the style of Mr. Karayev, but an organism full of life has to emerge from his hands. Marx succeeded in exhausting and that, of course, only approximately solely questions which referred in the main to the material conditions of the period he had selected. Marx died not a very old man. But if he had lived another 20 years, he would probably still have continued, apart again from, perhaps, individual monographs, to exhaust the questions of the material conditions of the same period. And this is what makes Mr. Mikhailovsky angry. With his arms akimbo, he begins lecturing the famous thinker, "How now, brother? Only one period, and that not fully. No, I can't approve of it, I simply can't. Why didn't you follow Darwin's example?" To all this subjective harangue the poor author of Capital only replies with a deep sigh and a sad admission, "Art is long and time is fleeting." Mr. Mikhailovsky rapidly and sternly turns to the crowd of followers of Marx. "In that case, what have you been doing? Why didn't you support the old man? Why haven't you exhausted all the periods?" We hadn't the time, Mr. Subjective Hero, reply the followers, bowing from the waist, and cap in hand. We had other things to think about. We were fighting against those conditions of production which lie like a crushing yoke on modern humanity. Don't be hard on us. But, by the way, we have done something, all the same, and if you only give us time we will do still more. Mr. Mikhailovsky is a little mollified, so you yourselves now see that it wasn't fully exhausted. Of course, how couldn't we but see? And it's not fully exhausted even among the Darwinists, and not even in subjective sociology, and that's quite another opera. Mention of the Darwinists arouses a new attack of irritation in our author. "What do you come pestering me with Darwin for?" he shouts. Darwin was the passion of decent people, many professors approved of him, but who are the followers of Marx? Only workmen, and a few private bellmen of science, without diplomas from anybody. Mikhailovsky on economic materialism. The dressing down is assuming such an interesting character that willy-nilly we continue to take notice of it. In his book on the origin of family, Engels says in passing that Marx' Capital was hushed up by the professional German economists, and in his book Ludwig Feuerbach remarks that the theoreticians of economic materialism from the outset addressed themselves by preference to the working class, and here found the response which they neither sought nor expected from officially recognized science. To what extent are these facts correct, and what is their significance? First of all, to hush up anything valuable for a long time is hardly possible even here in Russia, with all the weakness and pettiness of our scientific and literary life. All the more is it impossible in Germany with its numerous universities, its general literacy, its innumerable newspapers and sheets of every possible tendency, with the importance of the part played there not only by the printed but also the spoken word. And if a certain number of the official high priests of science in Germany did meet Capital at first in silence, this can hardly be explained by the desire to hush up the work of Marx. It would be more true to suppose that the motive for the silence was failure to understand it, by the side of which there rapidly grew up both warm opposition and complete respect, as a result of which the theoretical part of Capital very rapidly took an unquestionably high place in generally recognized science. Quite different has been the fate of economic materialism as a historical theory, including also those prospects in the direction of the future which are contained in Capital. Economic materialism, in spite of its half-century of existence, has not exercised up to the present any noticeable influence in the sphere of learning, but is really spreading very rapidly in the working class. And so, after a short silence, there rapidly grew up an opposition. That is so. To such an extent is it a warm opposition, that not a single lecturer will receive the title of professor if he declares that even the economic theory of Marx is correct. To such an extent is it a warm opposition that any crammer, even the least talented, can reckon on rapid advancement if he only succeeds in inventing even a couple of objections to capital which will be forgotten by everybody the next day. Yes, it must be admitted, a very warm opposition. And complete respect. That's true also, Mr. Mikhailovsky, it is really respect. Exactly the same kind of respect with which the Chinese must now be looking at the Japanese army. They fight well, and it's most unpleasant to come under their blows. With such respect for the author of Capital the German professors were and still remain filled, up to the present day. And the cleverer the professor, the more knowledge he has, the more respect he has, because all the more clearly does he realize that he stands no chance of refuting Capital. That is why not a single one of the leading lights of official science ventures to attack Capital. The leading lights prefer to send into battle the young, inexperienced private bellmen who want advancement. No use to waste a clever lad, you just send along Reed and I'll wait and see. Well, what can you say? Great is respect of that kind. But of any other kind of respect we haven't heard, and there can be none in any professor, because they don't make a man a professor in Germany who is filled with it. But what does this respect show? It shows the following. The field of research covered by Capital is precisely that which has already been worked over from the new point of view, from the point of view of the historical theory of Marx. That's why adversaries don't dare to attack that field, they respect it. And that, of course, is very sensible of the adversaries. But one needs to have all the simplicity of a subjective sociologist to ask with surprise why these adversaries don't up to this day set about cultivating the neighboring fields with their own forces, in the spirit of Marx. That's a tall order, my dear hero. Even the one field worked over in this spirit gives us no rest. Even with that we don't know where to turn for trouble, and you want us to cultivate the neighboring fields as well in the same system? Mr. Mikhailovsky is a bad judge of the inner essence of things, and therefore he doesn't understand the destinies of economic materialism as a historical theory, or the attitude of the German professors to prospects of the future either. They haven't time to think about the future, sir, when the present is slipping from under their feet. But after all, surely not all the professors in Germany are to such an extent saturated with the spirit of class struggle and scientific discipline? Surely there must be specialists who think of nothing else but science. Of course there must be, and there are naturally such men, and not only in Germany. But these specialists, precisely because they are specialists, are entirely absorbed in their subject. They are cultivating their own little plot in the scientific field, and take no interest in any general philosophical and historical theories. Of Marx such specialists rarely have any idea, and if they have, it's usually of some unpleasant person who worried someone, somewhere. How do you expect them to write in the spirit of Marx? Their monographs usually contain absolutely no spirit of philosophy. But here there takes place something similar to those cases when stones cry out, if men are silent. The specialist research workers themselves know nothing about the theory of Marx, but the results they have secured shout loudly in its favor. And there is not a single serious specialist piece of research in the history of political relations, or in the history of culture, which does not confirm that theory in one way or another. There are a number of astonishing examples which demonstrate to what extent the whole spirit of modern social science obliges the specialist unconsciously to adopt the point of view of the historical theory of Marx, precisely the historical theory, Mr. Mikhailovsky. The reader saw earlier two examples of this kind, Oscar Peskel and Giroux Toulon. Now let us give a third. In his work, La Cite Antique, the famous Fustel de Coulanges expressed the idea that religious views lay at the bottom of all the social institutions of antiquity. It would seem that he ought to have kept to this idea in studying individual questions of the history of Greece and Rome. But Fustel de Coulanges had to touch on the question of the fall of Sparta, and it turned out that, according to him, the reason for the fall was purely economic. He had occasion to touch on the question of the fall of the Roman Republic, and once again he turned to economics. Consequently, what conclusion can we draw? In particular cases a man confirms the theory of Marx, but if you were to call him a Marxist, he would probably begin waving both his arms in protest, which would have given untold pleasure to Mr. Karayev. But what would you have, if not everybody is consistent to the bitter end? But, interrupts Mr. Mikhailovsky, allow me also to quote some examples. Turning to the work of Blows, we see that this is a very worthy work which, however, bears no special signs of a radical revolution in historical science. From what Blows says about the class struggle and economic conditions, comparatively very little. It does not yet follow that he builds his history on the self-development of the forms of production and exchange. It would be even difficult to avoid mentioning economic conditions in telling the story of the events of 1848. Strike out of the book of Blows his panegyrics of Marx, as the creator of a revolution in historical science, and a few hackneyed phrases in Marxist terminology, and you would not even imagine that you were dealing with a follower of economic materialism. Individual good pages of historical content in the works of Engels, Koski and some others could also do without the label of economic materialism, as in practice they take into account the whole totality of social life, even though the economic string may prevail in this chord. Mr. Mikhailovsky evidently keeps firmly before him the proverb, "You called yourself a mushroom, now get into the basket." He argues in this way, if you are an economic materialist, that means that you must keep your eyes fixed on the economic, and not deal with the whole totality of social life, even though the economic string may prevail in this chord. But we have already reported to Mr. Mikhailovsky that the scientific task of the Marxist lies precisely in this, having begun with the string, to explain the whole totality of social life. How can he expect them, in that case, at one and the same time to renounce this task and to remain Marxists? Of course, Mr. Mikhailovsky has never wanted to think seriously about the meaning of the task in question, but naturally that is not the fault of the historical theory of Marx. We quite understand that, so long as we don't renounce that task, Mr. Mikhailovsky will often fall into a very difficult position. Often, when reading a good page of historical content, he will be very far from thinking, you wouldn't even imagine, that it has been written by an economic materialist. That's just the situation of which people say, it's worse than a governor's. But is it the fault of Marx that Mr. Mikhailovsky will find himself so placed? The Achilles of the subjective school imagines that economic materialists must only talk about the self-development of the forms of production and exchange. What sort of a thing is that self-development, O profound Mr. Mikhailovsky? If you imagine that, in the opinion of Marx, the forms of production can develop of themselves, you are cruelly mistaken. What are the social relations of production? They are relations between men. How can they develop, then, without men? If there were no men, surely there would be no relations of production. The chemist says, matter consists of atoms which group themselves in molecules, and the molecules group themselves in more complex combinations. All chemical processes take place according to definite laws. From this you unexpectedly conclude that, in the chemist's opinion, it's all a question of laws, that matter atoms and molecules needn't move at all, and that this wouldn't in the least prevent the self-development of chemical combinations. Everyone would see the stupidity of such a conclusion. Unfortunately, not everyone yet sees the stupidity of an exactly similar, so far as its internal value is concerned, contrasting of individuals to the laws of social life, and of the activity of men to the internal logic of the forms in which they live together. We repeat, Mr. Mikhailovsky, that the task of the new historical theory consists in explaining the whole totality of social life by what you call the economic string, i.e. in reality the development of productive forces. The string is in a certain sense the basis. We have already explained in what particular sense, but in vain does Mr. Mikhailovsky think that the Marxist breathes only with the string, like one of the characters in G. I. Uspensky's Budka. It's a difficult job to explain the entire historical process, keeping consistently to one principle. But what would you have? Science generally is not an easy job, providing only it's not subjective science, in that, all questions are explained with amazing ease. And as we have mentioned it, we shall tell Mr. Mikhailovsky that possibly, in questions affecting the development of ideology, even those best acquainted with the string will sometimes prove powerless if they don't possess a certain particular gift, namely of artistic feeling. Psychology adapts itself to economy. But this adaptation is a complex process, and in order to understand its whole course, in order vividly to represent it to oneself and to others as it actually takes place, more than once the talent of the artist will be needed. For example, Balzac has already done a great deal to explain the psychology of various classes in society in which he lived. We can learn a lot from Ibsen too, and from not a few more. Let's hope that in time there will appear many such artists, who will understand on the one hand the iron laws of movement of the strjng, and on the other will be able to understand and to show how, on the string and precisely thanks to its movement, there grows up the garment of life of ideology. You will say that where poetical fantasy has crept in there cannot but occur the whim of the artist, the guesswork of fantasy. Of course, that is so, that will happen too. And Marx knew it very well. That is just why he says that we have strictly to distinguish between the economic condition of a given epoch, which can be determined with the exactness of natural science, and the condition of its ideas. Much, very much is still obscure for us in this sphere. But there is even more that is obscure for the idealists, and yet more for eclectics, who however never understand the significance of the difficulties they encounter, imagining that they will always be able to settle any question with the help of their notorious interaction. In reality, they never settle anything, but only hide behind the back of the difficulties they encounter. Hitherto, in the words of one Arx, concrete human activity has been explained solely from the idealist point of view. Well, and what happened? Did they find many satisfactory explanations? Our judgments on the activity of the human spirit, in their lack of firm foundation, remind one of the judgments of the ancient Greek philosophers on nature. At best we have hypotheses of genius, sometimes merely ingenious guesses, which it is impossible to confirm or prove, for lack of any fulcrum of scientific proof. Something was achieved only in those cases where they were forced to connect social psychology with the string. And yet, when Marx noticed this, and recommended that the attempts which had begun should not be abandoned, and said that we must always be guided by the string, he was accustomed of one-sidedness and narrow-mindedness. If there is any justice in this, it is only the subjective sociologist, possibly, who knows where it is. Yes, you can talk, Mr. Mikhailovsky sarcastically continues, your new discovery was made 50 years ago. Yes, Mr. Mikhailovsky, about that time. And all the more regrettable that you have still failed to understand it. Are there not many such discoveries in science, made tens and hundreds of years ago, but still remaining unknown to millions of personalities carefree in respect of science? Imagine that you have met a Hottentot and are trying to convince him that the earth revolves around the sun. The Hottentot has his own original theory, both about the sun and about the earth. It is difficult for him to part with his theory. And so he begins to be sarcastic. You come to me with your new discoveries, and yet you yourself say that it's several hundred years old. What will the Hottentot's sarcasm prove? Only that the Hottentot is a Hottentot. But then that did not need to be proved. However, Mr. Mikhailovsky's sarcasm proves a great deal more than would be proved by the sarcasm of a Hottentot. It proves that our sociologist belongs to the category of people who forget their relations. His subjective point of view has been inherited from Bruno Bauer, Zeliga and other predecessors of Marx in the chronological sense. Consequently, Mr. Mikhailovsky's discovery is in any case a bit older than ours, even chronologically, while in its internal content it is much older, because the historical idealism of Bruno Bauer was a return to the views of the materialists of last century. One Mr. Mikhailovsky is very worried because the book of the American Morgan on Ancient Society appeared many years after Marx and Engels had proclaimed the foundations of economic materialism, and quite independently of it. To this we shall observe, in the first place, that Morgan's book is independent of so-called economic materialism for the simple reason that Morgan himself adopts that viewpoint, as Mr. Mikhailovsky will easily convince himself if he reads the book to which he refers. True, Morgan arrived at the viewpoint of economic materialism independently of Marx and Engels, but that's all the better for their theory. Secondly, where's the misfortune if the theory of Marx and Engels was many years later confirmed by the discoveries of Morgan? We are convinced that there will yet be very many discoveries which confirm that theory. But now about Mr. Mikhailovsky, on the other hand, we are convinced of the contrary. Not a single discovery will justify the subjective point of view, either in 5 years or in 5,000. From one of Engels' prefaces Mr. Mikhailovsky has learned that the knowledge of the author of the condition of the working class in England, and of his friend Marx, in the sphere of economic history was in the 40s inadequate, the expression of Engels himself. Mr. Mikhailovsky skips and jumps on this subject, so you see, all the theory of economic materialism, which arose precisely in the 40s, was built on an inadequate foundation. This is a conclusion worthy of a witty fourth-form schoolboy. A grown-up person would understand that, in their application to scientific knowledge as to everything else, the expressions adequate, inadequate, little, big, must be taken in their relative sense. After the essential principles of the new historical theory had been proclaimed, Marx and Engels went on living for several decades. They zealously studied economic history, and achieved vast successes in that sphere, which is particularly easy to understand in view of their unusual capacity. Thanks to these successes, their former information must have seemed to them inadequate, but this does not yet prove that their theory was unfounded. Darwin's book on the origin of species appeared in 1859. One can say with certainty that, 10 years later, Darwin already thought inadequate the knowledge which he possessed when his book was published. But what does that matter? Mr. Mikhailovsky displays not a little irony also on the theme that for the theory which claimed to throw light on world history, 40 years after it had been enunciated, i.e. allegedly up to the appearance of Morgan's book, ancient Greek and German history remained an unsolved problem. This irony is only founded on a misunderstanding. That the class struggle underlay Greek and Roman history could not have become known to Marx and Engels at the end of the 40s, if only for the simple reason that it had already been known to the Greek and Roman writers. Read Thucydides, Xenophon, Aristotle, read the Roman historians, even though it be Livy, who in his description of events too often passes, by the way, to a subjective point of view, and in each of them you will find the firm conviction that economic relations, and the struggle of classes which they aroused, were the foundation of the internal history of the societies of that day. This conviction took in them the direct form of the simple recording of a simple, well-known everyday fact, although in Polybius there is already something in the nature of a philosophy of history, based on recognition of this fact. However that may be, the fact was recognized by all, and does Mr. Mikhailovsky really think that Marx and Engels had not read the ancients? What remained unsolved problems for Marx and Engels, as for all men of learning, were questions concerning the forms of prehistoric life in Greece and Rome and among the German tribes, as Mr. Mikhailovsky himself says elsewhere. These were the questions answered by Morgan's book. But does our author by any chance imagine that no unsolved questions in biology existed for Darwin at the time he wrote his famous book? Man's conquest of necessity. The category of necessity, continues Mr. Mikhailovsky, is so universal and unchallengeable that it embraces even the most fantastic hopes and the most senseless apprehensions, with which it apparently has been called upon to fight. From its point of view, the hope of breaking through a wall by striking it with one's forehead is not stupidity but necessity, just as Quasimodo was not a hunchback but necessity. Cain and Judas were not criminals but necessity. In brief, if we are guided in practical life only by necessity, we come into some fantastic, limitless expanse where there are no ideas and things, no phenomena, but only monotonous shadows of ideas and things. Just so, Mr. Mikhailovsky, even deformities of all kinds represent just as much a product of necessity as the most normal phenomena, although it does not at all follow from this that Judas was not a criminal, since it is absurd to contrast the conception of criminal with the conception of necessity. But if, my dear sir, you are aspiring to the rank of hero, and every subjective thinker is a hero, so to speak, by profession, then try and prove that you are not a mad hero, that your hopes are not fantastic, that your apprehensions are not senseless, that you are not a Quasimodo in thought, that you are not inviting the crowd to break through a wall with its forehead. In order to prove all this, we should have to turn to the category of necessity, but you don't know how to operate with it. Your subjective point of view excludes the very possibility of such operations. Thanks to this category, reality for you becomes the kingdom of shades. Now that's just where you get into your blind alley. It's at this point you sign the testimonium paupertatis for your sociology. It's just here that you begin asserting that the category of necessity proves nothing, because allegedly it proves too much. A certificate of theoretical poverty is the only document with which you supply your followers, searching for higher things. It's not very much, Mr. Mikhailovsky. A tomtit asserts that it is a heroic bird and, in that capacity, it would think nothing of setting fire to the sea. When it is invited to explain on what physical or chemical laws is founded its plan for setting fire to the sea, it finds itself in difficulties and, in order to get out of them somehow, begins muttering in a melancholy and scarce, audible whisper that laws is only a manner of speaking, but in reality laws explain nothing, and one can't found any plans on them, that one must hope for a lucky accident, since it has long been known that at a pinch you can shoot with a stick too, but that generally speaking la raison finit toujours par avoir raison. What a thoughtless and unpleasant bird. Let us compare with this indistinct muttering of the tomtit the courageous, astonishingly harmonious, historical philosophy of Marx. Our anthropogate ancestors, like all other animals, were in complete subjection to nature. All their development was that completely unconscious development which was conditioned by adaptation to their environment, by means of natural selection in the struggle for existence. This was the dark kingdom of physical necessity. At that time even the dawn of consciousness, and therefore of freedom, was not breaking. But physical necessity brought man to a stage of development at which he began, little by little, to separate himself from the remaining animal world. He became a tool-making animal. The tool is an organ with the help of which man acts on nature to achieve his ends. It is an organ which subjects necessity to the human consciousness, although at first only to a very weak degree, by fits and starts, if one can put it that way. The degree of development of the productive forces determines the measure of the authority of man over nature. The development of the productive forces is itself determined by the qualities of the geographical environment surrounding man. In this way nature itself gives man the means for its own subjection. But man is not alone in his struggle with nature. The struggle with her is carried on, in the expression of Marx, by social man, der Gesellschaftsmensch, i.e. a more or less considerable social union. The characteristics of social man are determined at every given time by the degree of development of the productive forces, because on the degree of the development of those forces depends the entire structure of the social union. Thus this structure is determined in the long run by the characteristics of the geographical environment, which affords men a greater or lesser possibility of developing their productive forces. But once definite social relations have arisen, their further development takes place according to its own inner laws, the operation of which accelerates or retards the development of the productive forces which conditions the historical progress of man. The dependence of man on his geographical environment is transformed from direct to indirect. The geographical environment influences man through the social environment. But thanks to this, the relationship of man with his geographical environment becomes extremely changeable. At every new stage of development of the productive forces it proves to be different from what it was before. The geographical environment influenced the Britons of Caesar's time quite otherwise than it influences the present inhabitants of Great Britain. That is how modern dialectical materialism resolves the contradictions with which the writers of the Enlightenment of the 18th century could not cope at all. 1. The development of the social environment is subjected to its own laws. This means that its characteristics depend just as little on the will and consciousness of men as the characteristics of the geographical environment. The productive action of man on nature gives rise to a new form of dependence of man, a new variety of his slavery, economic necessity. And the greater grows man's authority over nature, the more his productive forces develop, the more stable becomes this new slavery. With the development of the productive forces there become more complex the mutual relations of men in the social process of production, the course of that process completely slips from under their control, the producer proves to be the slave of his own creation, as an example, the capitalist anarchy of production. But just as the nature surrounding man itself gave him the first opportunity to develop his productive forces, and, consequently, gradually to emancipate himself from nature's yoke, so the relations of production, social relations, by the very logic of their development bring man to realization of the causes of his enslavement by economic necessity. This provides the opportunity for a new and final triumph of consciousness over necessity, of reason over blind law. Having realized that the cause of his enslavement by his own creation lies in the anarchy of production, the producer, social man, organizes that production and thereby subjects it to his will. Then terminates the kingdom of necessity, and there begins the reign of freedom, which itself proves necessary. The prologue of human history has been played out, history begins. 1. Thus dialectical materialism not only does not strive, as its opponents attribute to it, to convince man that it is absurd to revolt against economic necessity, but it is the first to point out how to overcome the latter. Thus is eliminated the inevitably fatalist character inherent in metaphysical materialism. And in exactly the same way is eliminated every foundation for that pessimism to which, as we saw, consistent idealist thinking leads of necessity. The individual personality is only foam on the crest of the wave. Men are subjected to an iron law which can only be discovered, but which cannot be subjected to the human will, said George Buchner. No, replies Marx, once we have discovered that iron law, it depends on us to overthrow its yoke, it depends on us to make necessity the obedient slave of reason. I am a worm, says the idealist. I am a worm while I am ignorant, retorts the dialectical materialist, but I am a god when I know. Tantum possumus, quantum simus, we can do as much as we know. And it is against this theory, which for the first time established the rights of human reason on firm foundations, which was the first that began examining reason, not as the impotent plaything of accident but as a great and invincible force, that they revolt in the name of the rights of that same reason which it is alleged to be treading underfoot, in the name of ideals which it is alleged to despise. And this theory they dare to accuse of quietism, of striving to reconcile itself with its environment and almost of ingratiating itself with the environment, as Malcolm ingratiated himself with all who were superior to him in rank. Truly one may say that here is a case of laying one's own fault at another man's door. Dialectical materialism. 2. Says that human reason could not be the demiurge of history, because it is itself the product of history. But once that product has appeared, it must not, and in its nature it cannot be obedient to the reality handed down as a heritage by previous history. Of necessity it strives to transform that reality after its own likeness and image, to make it more reasonable. Dialectical materialism says, like Goethe's Faust, In the beginning was the deed. Action, the activity of men in conformity to law in the social process of production, explains to the dialectical materialist the historical development of the reason of social man. 1. It is to action also that is reduced all his practical philosophy. Dialectical materialism is the philosophy of action. When the subjective thinker says my ideal, he thereby says, the triumph of blind necessity. The subjective thinker is unable to found his ideal upon the process of development of reality, and therefore immediately beyond the walls of the tiny little garden of his ideal there begins the boundless field of chance and consequently, of blind necessity. Dialectical materialism points out the methods with the help of which all that boundless field can be transformed into the flourishing garden of the ideal. It only adds that the means for this transformation are buried in the heart of that same field, that one only must discover them and be able to use them. Dialectical materialism does not limit the rights of human reason, like subjectivism. It knows that the rights of reason are as boundless and unlimited as its powers. It says that all that is reasonable in the human head, i.e. all that represents not an illusion but the true knowledge of reality, will unquestionably pass into that reality, and will unquestionably bring into it its own share of reason. Hence can be seen what constitutes, in the opinion of dialectical materialists, the role of the individual in history. Far from reducing the role to zero, they put before the individual a task which to make use of the customary though incorrect term one must recognize as completely and exceptionally idealistic. As human reason can triumph over blind necessity only by becoming aware of the latter's peculiar inner laws, only by beating it with its own strength, the development of knowledge, the development of human consciousness, is the greatest and most noble task of the thinking personality. Light, more light. That is what is most of all needed. But if it has long ago been said that no one lights a candle in order to leave it under a bushel, the dialectical materialist adds that one should not leave the candle in the narrow study of the intellectual. While there exist heroes who imagine that it is sufficient for them to enlighten their own heads to be able to lead the crowd wherever they please, and to mold it, like clay, into anything that comes into their heads, the kingdom of reason remains a pretty phrase or a noble dream. It begins to approach us with 7 league strides only when the crowd itself becomes the hero of historical action, and when in it, in that grey crowd, there develops the appropriate consciousness of self. Develop human consciousness, we said. Develop the self-consciousness of the producers, we now add. Subjective philosophy seems to us harmful just because it prevents the intelligentsia from helping in the development of that self-consciousness, setting up heroes over against the crowd, and imagining that the crowd is no more than a totality of ciphers, the significance of which depends only on the ideals of the hero who gives them the lead. If there's only a marsh, there'll be devils enough, says the popular proverb in its coarse way. If there are only heroes, there'll be a crowd for them, says the subjectivists, and these heroes are we ourselves, the subjective intelligentsia. To this we reply, your contrasting of heroes to the crowd is mere conceit and therefore self-deception. And you will remain mere talkers, until you understand that for the triumph of your own ideals you must eliminate the very possibility of such a contraposition, you must awaken in the crowd the heroic consciousness of self. One opinions govern the world, said the French materialists, we are the representatives of opinion, therefore we are the demiurges of history, we are the heroes, and for the crowd it remains only to follow us. This narrowness of views corresponded to the exceptional position of the French writers of the Enlightenment. They were representatives of the bourgeoisie. Modern dialectical materialism strives for the elimination of classes. It appeared, in fact, when that elimination became an historical necessity. Therefore it turns to the producers, who have to become the heroes of the historical period lying immediately ahead. Therefore, for the first time since our world has existed and the earth has been revolving around the sun, there is taking place the coming together of science and workers. Science hastens to the aid of the toiling mass, and the toiling mass relies on the conclusions of science in its conscious movement. If all this is no more than metaphysics, we really don't know what our opponents call metaphysics. Marxism, prophecy or science. But all you say refers only to the realm of prophecy. It's all mere guesswork, which assumes a somewhat symmetrical form only because of the tricks of Hegelian dialectics. That's why we call you metaphysicians, reply the subjectivists. We have already shown that to drag the triad into our dispute is possible only when one has not the least conception of it. We have already shown that with Hegel himself it never played the part of an argument, and that it was not at all a distinguishing feature of his philosophy. We have also shown, we venture to think, that it is not references to the triad but scientific investigation of the historical process that represents the strength of historical materialism. Therefore we might now pay no attention to this retort. But we think it will not be useless for the reader to recall the following interesting fact in the history of Russian literature in the 70s. When examining Capital, Mr. Wysokovsky remarked that the author in his guesses, as people now say, relies only on formal considerations, and that his line of argument represents only an unconscious play upon notions. This is what the late N. Sieber replied to this charge. We remain convinced that the investigation of the material problem everywhere in Marx precedes the formal side of his work. We believe that, if Mr. Zhukovsky had read Marx's book more attentively and more dispassionately, he would himself have agreed with us in this. He would then undoubtedly have seen that it is precisely by investigating the material conditions of the period of capitalist development in which we are living that the author of Capital proves that mankind sets itself only such tasks as it can solve. Marx step by step leads his readers through the labyrinth of capitalist production and, analyzing all its component elements, makes us understand its provisional character. 1. Let us take factory industry, continues N. Sieber, with its uninterrupted changing from hand to hand at every operation, with its feverish motion which throws workmen almost every day from one factory to another. Do not its material conditions represent a preparatory environment for new forms of social order, of social cooperation? Does not the operation of periodically repeated economic crises move in the same direction? Is it not to the same end that hasten the narrowing of markets, the reduction of the working day, the rivalry of various countries in the general market, the victory of large-scale capital over capital of insignificant dimensions? Pointing out also the incredibly rapid growth of the productive forces in the process of development of capitalism, N. Sieber again asks, or are all these not material, but purely formal transformations? Is not a real contradiction of capitalist production, for example, the circumstance that periodically it floods the world market with goods, and forces millions to starve at a time when there are too many articles of consumption? Is it not a real contradiction of capitalism, furthermore one which, be it said in passing, the owners of capital themselves willingly admit that at one and the same time it sets free a great number from work and complains of lack of working hands? Is it not a real contradiction that the means for reducing physical labor, such as mechanical and other improvements and betterments, are transformed by it into means for lengthening the working day? Is it not a real contradiction that, while proclaiming the inviolability of property, capitalism deprives the majority of the peasants of land, and keeps the vast majority of the population on a mere pittance? Is all this, and much else, mere metaphysics, without any existence in reality? But it is sufficient to take up any issue of the English economist to become immediately convinced of the contrary. And so the investigator of present social and economic conditions does not require artificially to adapt capitalist production to preconceived formal and dialectical contradictions, he has more than enough real contradictions to last him his lifetime. Sieber's reply, convincing in its content, was mild in its form. Very different was the character of the reply to the same Mr. Zhukovsky which followed from Mr. Mikhailovsky. Our worthy subjectivist even up to the present day understands the work which he then defended extremely narrowly, not to say one-sidedly, and even tries to convince others that his one-sided understanding is the proper assessment of the book. Naturally, such a person cannot be a reliable defender of capital, and his reply was therefore filled with the most childish curiosities. Here, for example, is one of them. The charge against Marx of formalism and of abusing Hegelian dialectics was supported by Mr. Zhukovsky with a quotation, among other things, from a passage in the preface to the Critique of Political Economy. Mr. Mikhailovsky found that Marx's opponent rightly saw a reflection of Hegelian philosophy in this preface, and that if Marx had only written this preface to the critique, Mr. Zhukovsky would have been quite right, i.e. it would have been proved that Marx was only a formalist and Hegelian. Here Mr. Mikhailovsky so successfully put his finger on the wrong spot, and to such a degree exhausted the act of such putting of fingers, that willy-nilly one asks oneself, had our then hopeful young author read the preface he was quoting? One might refer to several other similar curiosities, one of them will be mentioned later on, but they are not the question at issue here. However badly Mr. Mikhailovsky understood Marx, he nevertheless saw immediately that Mr. Zhukovsky had talked nonsense about formalism, and had nevertheless realized that such nonsense is the simple product of unceremoniousness. If Marx had said, Mr. Mikhailovsky justly observed, that the law of development of modern society is such that it spontaneously negates its previous condition, and then negates this negation, reconciling the contradictions of the stages gone through in the unity of individual and communal property, if he had said this and only this, albeit in many pages, he would have been a pure Hegelian, building laws out of the depths of his spirit, and resting on principles that were purely formal, i.e. independent of content. But everyone who has read Capital knows that he said more than this. In the words of Mr. Mikhailovsky, the Hegelian formula can just as easily be removed from the economic content allegedly forced into it by Marx as a glove from the hand or a hat from the head. Regarding the stages of economic development passed through, there cannot even be any doubts. Just as indubitable is the further course of the process, the concentration of the means of production more and more in a smaller number of hands. As regards the future, there can, of course, be doubts. Marx considers that as the concentration of capital is accompanied by the socialization of labor, the latter is what will constitute the economic and moral basis. How can socialization of labor constitute the moral basis? And what about the self-development of forms, GP, on which the new legal and political order will grow up? Mr. Zhukovsky was fully entitled to call this guesswork, but had no right, moral right, of course, to pass by in complete silence the significance which Marx attributes to the process of socialization. 1. The whole of Capital, Mr. Mikhailovsky rightly remarks, is devoted to the study of how a social form, once it has arisen, constantly develops, intensifies its typical features, subordinating to itself and assimilating discoveries, inventions, improvements in the means of production, new markets, science itself, forcing them to work for it, and how finally the given form cannot withstand further changes of the material conditions. 1. With Marx it is precisely the analysis of the relations between the social form, i.e. of capitalism, Mr. Mikhailovsky, isn't that so? And the material conditions of its existence, i.e. the productive forces which make the existence of the capitalist form of production more and more unstable, isn't that so, Mr. Mikhailovsky? That will always remain a monument of logical system and vast erudition. Mr. Zhukovsky has the moral courage to assert that this is the question which Marx evades. There's nothing more one can do here. It remains only to watch with amazement the further puzzling exercises of the critic, performing his somersaults for the amusement of the public, part of which undoubtedly will understand at once that a courageous acrobat is performing before it, while another part may perchance attribute quite a different meaning to this amazing spectacle. To summa summarum, if Mr. Zhukovsky accused Marx of formalism, this charge, in the words of Mr. Mikhailovsky, represented one big lie composed of a number of little lies. Severe is the sentence, but absolutely just. And if it was just in respect of Zhukovsky, it is just also in relation to all those who now repeat that the guesses of Marx are based only on the Hegelian triad. And if that sentence is just in respect of all such people, then, have the goodness to read the following extract. He remarks to such an extent filled the empty dialectical scheme with the content of fact that it could be removed from that content, as a cover from a cup, without changing anything, without harming anything except for one point true, of enormous importance. Namely, regarding the future, the immanent laws of society are formulated only dialectically. For the orthodox Hegelian it is sufficient to say that negation must be followed by the negation of negation, but those who are not privy to the Hegelian wisdom cannot be satisfied with that. For them a dialectical deduction is not a proof, and a non-Hegelian who has believed it must know that he has only believed it, not been convinced by it. One Mr. Mikhailovsky has pronounced his own sentence. Mr. Mikhailovsky knows himself that he is now repeating the words of Mr. Wyszakowski regarding the formal character of Marx's arguments in favor of his guesses. He has not forgotten his ar6 Klee Karl Marx before the judgment of Mr. Wyszakowski, and even fears lest his reader might recall it at some untimely moment. Therefore he begins by making it appear that he is saying the same now as he said in the 70s. With this object he repeats that the dialectical scheme may be removed like a cover, etc. Then there follows only one point in relation to which Mr. Mikhailovsky, unbeknown to his reader, is completely at one with Mr. Wyszakowski. But this one point is that same point of vast importance which served as a pretext for exposing Mr. Zhukovsky as an acrobat. In I-877 Mr. Mikhailovsky said that Marx in relation to the future also, i.e. precisely in relation to one point of vast importance, did not confine himself to a reference to Hegel. Now it appears from Mr. Mikhailovsky that he did so confine himself. In I-877 Mr. Mikhailovsky said that Marx with astonishing logical force, with vast erudition, demonstrated how the given form, i.e. capitalism, cannot withstand further changes in the material conditions of its existence. That referred precisely to one point of vast importance. Now Mr. Mikhailovsky has forgotten how much that was convincing Marx had said about this point, and how much logical strength and vast erudition he had displayed in doing so. In I-877 Mr. Mikhailovsky wondered at the moral courage with which Mr. Zhukovsky had passed over in silence the fact that Marx, in confirmation of his guesses, had referred to the socialization of labor which was already taking place in capitalist society. This also had reference to one point of vast importance. At the present day Mr. Mikhailovsky assures his readers that Marx on this point is guessing purely dialectically. In I-877 everyone who has read Capital knew that Marx said more than this. Now it turns out that he said only this, and that the conviction of his followers as to the future holds exclusively by the end of a Hegelian three-tailed chain. What a turn, with God's help. Mr. Mikhailovsky has pronounced his own sentence, and knows that he has pronounced it. But what made Mr. Mikhailovsky bring himself under the operation of the ruthless sentence he himself had pronounced? Did this man who so passionately, once upon a time, exposed literary acrobats, in his old age himself feel an inclination to the acrobatic art? Are such transformations really possible? All transformations are possible, O reader. And people with whom such transformations occur are worthy of every condemnation. It is not we who will justify them. But even they should be treated as human creatures, as people say. Remember the profoundly humane words of the author of the footnotes to Mill: when a man behaves badly, it is often not so much his fault as his misfortune. Remember what the same author said about the literary activity of N.A. Polavoy. N.A. Polavoy was a follower of Cousin, whom he considered to be the solver of all riddles and the greatest philosopher in the world. The follower of Cousin could not reconcile himself to the Hegelian philosophy, and when the Hegelian philosophy penetrated into Russian literature, the pupils of Cousin turned out to be backward people, and there was nothing morally criminal on their part in the fact that they defended their convictions, and called stupid that which was said by people who had outdistanced them in intellectual progress. One cannot accuse a man because others, gifted with fresher forces and greater resolution, have outpaced him. They are right because they are nearer to the truth, but it is not his fault, he is only mistaken. 2. Mr. Mikhailovsky all his life has been an eclectic. He could not reconcile himself to the historical philosophy of Marx by the very make-up of his mind, by the whole character of his previous philosophical education, if one can use such an expression in connection with Mr. Mikhailovsky. When the ideas of Marx began to penetrate into Russia, he tried at first to defend them, and even then did not do so, naturally, without numerous reservations and very considerable failures to understand. He thought then that he would be able to grind down these ideas, too, in his eclectical mill, and thereby introduce still greater variety into his intellectual diet. Then he saw that the ideas of Marx are not at all suitable as decorations for those mosaics which are called world outlook in the case of eclectics, and that their diffusion threatens to destroy the mosaic he loves so well. So he declared war against these ideas. Of course he immediately turned out to be lagging behind intellectual progress in doing so, but really it seems to us that it is not his fault, that he is only making a mistake. But then all that does not justify acrobatics. And we are not attempting to justify them, we are only pointing out extenuating circumstances. Quite without noticing it, Mr. Mikhailovsky, owing to the development of Russian social thought, has fallen into a state from which one can only get out by means of acrobatics. There is, true, another way out, but only a man filled with genuine heroism would choose it. That way out is to lay down the arms of eclecticism. Conclusion. Up to this point, in setting forth the ideas of Marx, we have been principally examining those objections which are put forward against him from the theoretical point of view. Now it is useful for us to become acquainted also with the practical reason of at any rate a certain part of his opponents. In doing so we shall use the method of comparative history. In other words, we shall first see how the practical reason of the German utopians met the ideas of Marx, and will thereafter turn to the reason of our dear and respected fellow countrymen. At the end of the 40s, Marx and Engels had an interesting dispute with the well-known Karl Heinzen. The dispute at once assumed a very warm character. Karl Heinzen tried to laugh out of court, as they call it, the ideas of HJ's opponents, and displayed a skill in this occupation which in no way was inferior to the skill of Mr. Mikhailovsky. Marx and Engels, naturally, did not remain in his debt. The affair did not pass off without some sharp speaking. Heinzen called Engels a thoughtless and insolent urchin, Marx called Heinzen a representative of the literature of boorishness, and Engels called him the most ignorant man of the century. But what did the argument turn about? What views did Heinzen attribute to Marx and Engels? They were these. Heinzen assured his readers that from the point of view of Marx there was nothing to be done in Germany of that day by anyone filled with the least generous intentions. According to Marx, said Heinzen, there must first arrive the supremacy of the bourgeoisie, which must manufacture the factory proletariat, which only then will begin acting on its own. One Marx and Engels did not take into account that proletariat which has been created by the 34 German vampires, i.e. the whole German people, with the exception of the factory workers. The word proletariat means on the lips of Heinzen only the miserable condition of that people. This numerous proletariat had not, in Marx's opinion, he alleged, any right to demand a better future, because it bore on itself only the brand of oppression, and not the stamp of the factory. It must patiently starve and die of hunger, hungern und verhungern, until Germany has become England. The factory is the school which the people must go through beforehand in order to have the right of setting about improving its position. Anyone who knows even a little of the history of Germany knows nowadays how absurd were these charges by Heinzen. Everyone knows whether Marx and Engels closed their eyes to the miserable condition of the German people. Everyone understands whether it was right to attribute to them the idea that there was nothing for a man of generous character to do in Germany so long as it had not become England. It would seem that these men did something even without waiting for such a transformation of their country. But why did Heinzen attribute to them all this nonsense? Was it really because of his bad faith? No, we shall say again that this was not so much his fault as his misfortune. He simply did not understand the views of Marx and Engels, and therefore they seemed to him harmful, and as he passionately loved his country, he went to war against these views which were seemingly harmful to his country. But lack of comprehension is a bad advisor, and a very unreliable assistant in an argument. That was why Heinzen landed in the most absurd situation. He was a very witty person, but wit alone without understanding will not take one very far, and now the last laugh is not on his side. As the reader sees, one has to look at Heinzen through the same spectacles as we have to put on nowadays in regard to the quite similar argument, for example, with Mr. Mikhailovsky. And is it only Mr. J1 Mikhailovsky? Do not all those who attribute to the followers the aspiration to enter the service of the Kolyapayevs and Razovayevs too, and their name is legion, do not they all repeat the mistake of Heinzen? Not one of them has invented a single argument against the economic materialists which did not already figure, nearly 50 years ago, in the arguments of Heinzen. If they have anything original, it is only this, their naive ignorance of how unoriginal they really are. They are constantly trying to find new paths for Russia, and owing to their ignorance poor Russian thought only stumbles across tracks of European thought, full of ruts and long ago abandoned. It is strange, but quite comprehensible if we apply to the explanation of this seemingly strange phenomenon the category of necessity. At a certain stage of the economic development of account 1y, certain well-meaning stupidities necessarily arise in the heads of its intellectuals. How comical was the position of Heinzen in his argument with Marx will be shown by the following example. He pestered his opponents with a demand for a detailed ideal of the future. Tell us, he said to them, how property relations ought to be organized according to your views. What should be the limits of private property, on the one hand, and social property on the other? They replied to him that at every given moment the property relations of society are determined by the state of its productive forces, and that therefore one can only point out the general direction of social development, but not work out beforehand any exactly formulated draft legislation. We can already say that the socialization of labor created by modern industry must lead to the nationalization of the means of production. But one cannot say to what extent this nationalization could be carried out, say, in the next 10 years, this would depend on what were the mutual relations between small and large-scale industry at that time, large landowning and peasant landed property, and so forth. So consequently you have no ideal, Heinzen concluded, a fine ideal which will be manufactured only later, by machines. Heinzen adopted the utopian standpoint. The utopian in working out his ideal always starts, as we know, from some abstract notion, for example, the notion of one man nature, or from some abstract principle, for example, the principle of such and such rights of personality, or the principle of individuality, etc., etc. Once S1 _ a principle has been adopted, it is not difficult, starting from it, to define with the most perfect exactness and to the last detail what ought to be. Naturally, we do not know at what time and in what circumstances, the property relations between men, for example. And it is comprehensible that the utopian should look with astonishment at those who tell him that there cannot be property relations which are good in themselves, without any regard for the circumstances of their time and place. It seems to him that such people have absolutely no ideals. If the reader has followed our exposition not without attention, he knows that in that event the utopian is often wrong. Marx and Engels had an ideal, and a very definite ideal, the subordination of necessity to freedom, of blind economic forces to the power of human reason. Starting with this ideal, they directed their practical activity accordingly, and it consisted, of course, not in serving the bourgeoisie but in developing the self-consciousness of those same producers who must, in time, become masters of their products. Marx and Engels had no reason to worry about transforming Germany into England or, as people say in Russia nowadays, serving the bourgeoisie. The bourgeoisie developed without their assistance, and it was impossible to arrest that development, i.e. there were no social forces capable of doing that. And it would have been needless to do so, because the old economic order was in the last analysis no better than the bourgeois order, and in the 40s had to such an extent grown out of date that it had become harmful for all. But the impossibility of arresting the development of capitalist production was not enough to deprive the thinking people of Germany of the possibility of serving the welfare of its people. The bourgeoisie has its inevitable fellow travelers, all those who really serve its purse on account of economic necessity. The more developed the consciousness of these unwilling servants, the easier their position, the stronger their resistance to the Kolyapayevs and Razovayevs of all lands and all peoples. Marx and Engels accordingly set themselves this particular task of developing that self-consciousness, in keeping with the spirit of dialectical materialism. From the very beginning they set themselves a completely and exclusively idealistic task. The criterion of the ideal is economic reality. That was what Marx and Engels said, and on this foundation they were suspected of some kind of economic servility, readiness to tread down into the mud those who were economically weak and to serve the interests of the economically strong. The source of such suspicion was a metaphysical conception of what Marx and Engels meant by the words economic reality. When the metaphysician hears that one who serves society must take his stand on reality, he imagines that he is being advised to make his peace with that reality. He is unaware that in every economic reality there exist contradictory elements, and that to make his peace with reality would mean making his peace with only one of its elements, namely that which dominates for the moment. The dialectical materialists pointed, and point, to another element of reality, hostile to the first, and one in which the future is maturing. We ask, if one takes one's stand on that element, if one takes it as the criterion of one's ideals, does this mean entering the service of the Kolyapayevs and Razovayevs? But if it is economic reality that must be the criterion of the ideal, then it is comprehensible that a moral criterion for the ideal is unsatisfactory, not because the moral feelings of men deserve indifference or contempt, but because these feelings are not enough to show us the right way of serving the interests of our neighbor. It is not enough for the doctor to sympathize with the situation of his patient, he has to reckon with the physical reality of the organism, to start from it in fighting it. If the doctor were to think of confining himself to moral indignation against the disease, he would deserve the most malicious ridicule. It was in this sense that Marx ridiculed the moralizing criticism and critical morality of his opponents. But his opponents thought that he was laughing at morality. Human morality and will have no value in the eyes of men who themselves have neither morality nor will, exclaimed Heinzen. One must, however, remark that if our Russian opponents of the economic materialists in general only repeat without knowing it the arguments of their German predecessors, nevertheless they do diversify their arguments to some extent in minor detail. Thus, for example, the German utopians did not engage in long dissertations about the law of economic development of Germany. With us, however, dissertations of that kind have assumed truly terrifying dimensions. The reader will remember that Mr. VV, even at the very beginning of the Boss, promised that he would reveal the law of economic development of Russia. True, Mr. VV began later on to be frightened of that law, but himself showed at the same time that he was afraid of it only temporarily, only until the time that the Russian intellectuals discovered a very good and kind law. Generally speaking, Mr. VV, too, willingly takes part in the endless discussions of whether Russia must or must not go through the phase of capitalism. As early as the 70s the teaching of Marx was dragged into these discussions. Was capitalism inevitable in Russia? How such discussions are carried on amongst us is shown by the latest and most up-to-date work of Mr. S. Krivenko. This author, replying to Mr. P. Struve, advises his opponent to think harder about the question of the necessity and good consequences of capitalism. If the capitalist regime represents a fatal and inevitable stage of development, through which any human society must pass, if it only remains to bow one's head before that historical necessity, should one have recourse to measures which can only delay the coming of the capitalist order and, on the contrary, should not one facilitate the transition to it and use all one's efforts to promote its most rapid advent, i.e. strive to develop capitalist industry and capitalization of handicrafts, the development of kulakdom, the destruction of the village commune, the expropriation of the people from the land and, generally speaking, the smoking out of the surplus peasantry from the villages into the factories. One Mr. Skrivenko really puts two questions here. I. Does capitalism represent a fatal and inevitable stage? 2. If so, what practical tasks follow from it? Let us begin with the first. Mr. Skrivenko formulates it correctly in the sense that one, and moreover the overwhelming, part of our intellectuals did precisely concern itself with the question in that form: does capitalism represent a fatal and inevitable stage through which every human society must pass? At one time they thought that Marx replied in the affirmative to this question, and were very upset thereby. When there was published the well-known letter of Marx, allegedly to Mr. Mikhailovsky, too, they saw with surprise that Marx did not recognize the inevitability of this stage, and then they decided with malignant joy, hasn't he just put to shame his Russian followers? But those who were rejoicing forgot the proverb that he laughs best who laughs last. From beginning to end of this dispute the opponents of the Russian followers of Marx were indulging in the most unnatural idle chatter. The fact is that, when they were discussing whether the historical theory of Marx was applicable to Russia, they forgot one trifle: they forgot to ascertain what that theory consists of. And truly magnificent was the plight into which, thanks to this, our subjectivists fell, with Mr. Mikhailovsky at their head. Mr. Mikhailovsky read, if he has read, the preface to the Critique of Political Economy, in which the philosophical historical theory of Marx is set forth, and decided it was nothing more than Hegelianism. Without noticing the elephant where the elephant really was, Mr. Mikhailovsky began looking round, and it seemed to him that he had at last found the elephant he was looking for in the chapter about capitalist accumulation, where Marx is writing about the historical progress of Western capitalism, and not at all of the whole history of humanity. Every process is unquestionably inevitable where it exists. Thus, for example, the burning of a match is inevitable for it. Once it has caught fire, the match inevitably goes out, once the process of burning has come to an end. Capital speaks of the course of capitalist development which was inevitable for those countries where that development has taken place. Imagining that in the chapter of Capital just mentioned he has before him an entire historical philosophy, Mr. Mikhailovsky decided that, in the opinion of Marx, capitalist production is inevitable for all countries and for all peoples. Then he began to whine about the embarrassing position of those Russian people who, etc., and Joker, having paid the necessary tribute to his subjective necessity to whine, he importantly declared, addressing himself to Mr. Zhukovsky, you see, we too know how to criticize Marx, we too do not blindly follow what the master has said. Naturally all this did not advance the question of inevitability 1 inch, but after reading the whining of Mr. Mikhailovsky, Marx had the intention of going to his assistance. He sketched out in the form of a letter to the editor of Otechestvenny Zapiski his remarks on the article by Mr. Mikhailovsky. When, after the death of Marx, this draft appeared in our press, Russian people who, etc., had at least the opportunity of finding a correct solution to the question of inevitability. What could Marx say about the article of Mr. Mikhailovsky? A man had fallen into misfortune, by taking the philosophical historical theory of Marx to be that which it was not in the least. It was clear that Marx had first of all to rescue from misfortune a hopeful young Russian writer. In addition, the young Russian writer was complaining that Marx was sentencing Russia to capitalism. He had to show the Russian writer that dialectical materialism doesn't sentence any countries to anything at all, that it doesn't point out a way which is general and inevitable for all nations at all times, that the further development of every given society always depends on the relationship of social forces within it, and that therefore any serious person must, without guessing or whimpering about some fantastic inevitability, first of all study those relations. Only such a study can show what is inevitable and what is not inevitable for the given society. And that's just what Marx did. First of all he revealed the misunderstanding of Mr. Mikhailovsky. The chapter on primitive accumulation does not pretend to do more than trace the path by which, in Western Europe, the capitalist order of economy emerged from the womb of the feudal order of economy. It therefore describes the historic movement which, by divorcing the producers from their means of production, converts them into wage earners, proletarians in the modern sense of the word, while it converts into capitalists those who hold the means of production in possession. In that history, all revolutions are epoch-making which serve as levers for the advancement of the capitalist class in course of formation. But the basis of this whole development is the expropriation of the cultivators. At the end of the chapter, the historic tendency of production is summed up thus, that capitalist property cannot do other than transform itself into social property. At this point I have not furnished any proof, for the good reason that this statement is itself nothing else than the short summary of long developments previously given in the chapters on capitalist production, Marx and Engels, Selected Correspondence, English ed., pp 353-4. In order better to clear up the circumstance that Mr. Mikhailovsky had taken to be an historical theory what was not and could not be such a theory, Marx pointed to the example of ancient Rome. A very convincing example. For in reality, if it is inevitable for all peoples to go through capitalism, what is to be done with Rome, what is to be done with Sparta, what is to be done with the state of the Incas, what is to be done with the many other peoples who disappeared from the historical scene without fulfilling this imaginary obligation? The fate of these peoples did not remain unknown to Marx, consequently he could not have spoken of the universal inevitability of the capitalist process. My critic, says Marx, feels himself obliged to metamorphose my historical sketch of the genesis of capitalism in Western Europe into an historico-philosophic theory of the general march imposed by fate upon every people, whatever the historic circumstances in which it finds itself. But I beg his pardon, he is both honoring and shaming me too much. We should think so. Such an interpretation was transforming Marx into one of those people with a formula whom he had already ridiculed in his polemics against Proudhon. Mr. Mikhailovsky attributed to Marx a formula of progress, and Marx replied, "No, thank you very much, I don't need these goods." We have already seen how the utopians regarded the laws of historical development. Let the reader remember what we said about Saint Simon. The conformity to law of historical movement assumed in their eyes a mystical appearance, the path along which mankind proceeds was in their imagination marked out beforehand, as it were, and no historical events could change the direction of that path. An interesting psychological aberration. Human nature is for the utopians the point of departure of their investigation. But the laws of development of that nature, immediately acquiring in their eyes a mysterious character, are transferred somewhere outside man and outside the actual relationship of men, into some superhistorical sphere. Dialectical materialism, here also, transfers the question to quite another ground, thereby giving it quite another appearance. The dialectical materialists reduce everything to economics. We have already explained how this is to be understood. But what are economics? They are the sum total of the actual relationships of the men who compose the given society, in their process of production. These relationships do not represent a motionless metaphysical essence. They are eternally changing under the influence of the development of the productive forces, and under the influence of the historical environment surrounding the given society. Once the actual relations of men in the process of production are given, there fatally follow from these relations certain consequences. In this sense social motion conforms to law, and no one ascertained that conformity to law better than Marx. But as the economic motion of every society has a peculiar form in consequence of the peculiarity of the conditions in which it takes place, there can be no formula of progress covering the past and foretelling the future of the economic motion of all societies. The formula of progress is that abstract truth which, in the words of the author of the sketches of the Gogol period of Russian literature, was so beloved of the metaphysicians. But, as he remarks himself, there is no abstract truth, truth is always concrete, everything depends on the circumstances of time and place. And if everything depends on these circumstances, it is the latter that must be studied by people who, etc. In order that I might be qualified to estimate the economic development in Russia today, I learned Russian and then for many years studied the official publications and others bearing on this subject. The Russian pupils of Marx are faithful to him in this case also. Of course one of them may have greater and another less extensive economic knowledge, but what matters here is not the amount of the knowledge of individual persons, but the point of view itself. The Russian pupils of Marx are not guided by a subjective ideal or by some formula of progress, but turn to the economic reality of their country. To what conclusion, then, did Marx come regarding Russia? If Russia continues to pursue the path she has followed since 1861, she will lose the finest chance ever offered by history to a nation, in order to undergo all the fatal vicissitudes of the capitalist regime. A little further on, Marx adds that in recent years Russia has been taking a lot of trouble in the sense of proceeding along the path mentioned. Since the letter was written, i.e. since 1877, we will add for our part, Russia has been moving along that path still further and ever more quickly. What then follows from Marx's letter? 3 conclusions. 1. He shamed by his letter not his Russian pupils, but the subjectivist gentlemen who, not having the least conception of his scientific point of view, were attempting to refashion Marx himself after their own likeness and image, and to transform him into a metaphysician and utopian. 2. The subjectivist gentlemen were not shamed by the letter for the simple reason that, true to their ideal, they didn't understand the letter either. 3. If the subjectivist gentlemen want to argue with us on the question of how and where Russia is moving, they must at every given moment start from an analysis of economic reality. The study of that reality in the 70s brought Marx to the conditional conclusion: if Russia continues to pursue the path she has followed since the emancipation of the peasantry, she will become a perfect capitalist nation. And after that, once taken to the bosom of the capitalist regime, she will experience its pitiless laws like other profane peoples. That is all. 1. That is all. But a Russian desiring to work for the welfare of his native land cannot be satisfied with such a conditional conclusion. The question will inevitably arise in his mind: will Russia continue to proceed along this path? Do data by any chance exist which allow one to hope that she will leave this path? In order to reply to this question, one must once again turn to a study of the actual position of the country, an analysis of its present-day internal life. The Russian pupils of Marx, on the basis of such an analysis, assert that she will continue. There are no data allowing one to hope that Russia will soon leave the path of capitalist development upon which it entered after Z86Z. That is all. Ideals and reality. The subjectivist gentlemen think that the pupils are mistaken. They will have to prove it with the help of data supplied by the same Russian actuality. The pupils say, Russia will continue to proceed along the path of capitalist development, not because there exists some external force, some mysterious law pushing her along that path, but because there is no effective internal force capable of pushing her from that path. If the subjectivist gentlemen think that there is such a force, let them say what it consists of, and let them prove its presence. We shall be very glad to hear them out. Up to now we have not heard anything definite from them on this account. What do you mean, there is no force? And what about our ideals? Exclaim our dear opponents. Oh gentlemen, gentlemen! Really you are touchingly simple. The very question is, how to realize, even for the sake of argument, your ideals, though they represent something fairly muddled. Put in this way the question, naturally, sounds very prosaic, but so long as it is unanswered, your ideals will have only an ideal significance. Imagine that a young hero has been brought into a prison of stone, put behind iron bars, surrounded by a watchful guard. The young hero only smiles. He takes a bit of charcoal he has put away beforehand, draws a little boat on the wall, takes his seat in the boat and, farewell prison, farewell watchful guards, the young hero is once again wandering through the wide world. A beautiful story. But it is only a story. In reality, a little boat drawn on the wall has never carried anyone away anywhere. Already since the time of the abolition of serfdom, Russia has patently entered the path of capitalist development. The subjectivist gentlemen see this perfectly well, and themselves assert that our old economic relations are breaking up with amazing and constantly increasing speed. But that's nothing, they say to one another, we shall embark Russia in the little boat of our ideals, and she will float away from this path beyond distant lands, into far-off realms. The subjectivist gentlemen are good storytellers, but that is all. That is all, and that's terribly little, and never yet have stories changed the historical movement of a people, for the same prosaic reason that not a single nightingale has ever been well fed on fables. 1. The subjectivist gentlemen have adopted a strange classification of Russian people who, into 2 categories. Those who believe in the possibility of floating away on the little boat of the subjective ideal are recognized as good people, true well-wishers of the people. But those who say that that faith is absolutely unfounded have attributed to them a kind of unnatural malignancy, the determination to make the Russian muzhik die of hunger. Never yet in any melodrama have there ever been such villains as must be, in the opinion of the subjectivist gentlemen, the consistent Russian economic materialists. This amazing opinion is just as well founded as was the opinion of Heinzen, which the readers already know, when he attributed to Marx the intention of leaving the German people hungern und verhungern. Mr. Mikhailovsky asks himself, why is it that just now gentlemen have appeared who are capable with a tranquil conscience to condemn millions of people to starvation and poverty? Mr. S. N. Krivenko thinks that once a consistent person has decided that capitalism is inevitable in Russia, it remains for him only to strive to develop capitalization of handicrafts, the development of kulakdom, the destruction of the village commune, the expropriation of the people from the land, and, generally speaking, the smoking out of the surplus peasantry from the villages. Mr. S. N. Krivenko thinks so only because he himself is incapable of consistent thinking. Heinzen did at least recognize in Marx a prejudice in favor of toilers who bore the factory stamp. The subjectivist gentlemen evidently do not recognize even this little weakness in the Russian pupils of Marx. They, forsooth, consistently hate all the sons of man, without exception. They would like to starve them all to death, with the exception possibly of the representatives of the merchant estate. In reality, if Mr. Krivenko had admitted any good intentions in the pupils, as regard the factory workers, he would not have written the lines just quoted. To strive, generally speaking, for the smoking out of the surplus peasantry from the villages. The saints preserve us. Why strive? Surely the influx of new labor power into the factory population will lead to a lowering of wages. And even Mr. Krivenko knows that a lowering of wages cannot be beneficial and pleasant for the workers. Why should the consistent pupils, then, try to do harm to the workman and bring him unpleasantness? Obviously these people are consistent only in their hatred of mankind, they don't even love the factory worker. Or perhaps they do love him, but in their own peculiar way they love him and therefore they try to do him harm, spare the rod and spoil the child. One strange people. Remarkable consistency. To strive, for the development of kulakdom, the destruction of the village commune, the expropriation of the people from the land. What horrors! But why strive for all this? Surely the development of kulakdom and the expropriation of the people from the land may reflect themselves in the lowering of their purchasing power, and the lowering of their purchasing power will lead to a reduction of demand for factory goods, will reduce the demand for labor power, i.e. will lower wages. No, the consistent pupils don't love the working man, and is it only the working man? For surely the reduction in the purchasing power of the people will harmfully affect even the interests of the employers who constitute, the subjectivist gentlemen assure us, the object of the pupils' most tender care. No, you can say what you like, but these pupils are really astounding people. To strive for the capitalization of handicrafts, not to stick at either the buying up of peasant land, or the opening of shops and public houses, or at any other shady occupation. But why should consistent people do all this? Surely they are convinced of the inevitability of the capitalist process, Consequently, if the introduction of public houses were an essential part of that process, there would inevitably appear public houses, which, one must suppose, do not exist at present. It seems to Mr. Krivenko that shady activity must accelerate the capitalist process. But, we shall say again, if capitalism is inevitable, shoddiness will appear of its own accord. Why should the consistent pupils of Marx so strive for it? Here their theory grows silent before the demands of moral feeling. They see that shoddiness is inevitable, they adore it for that inevitability, and from all sides they hasten to its assistance, or else maybe that poor inevitable shoddiness will not get the upper hand soon enough, without our assistance. Is that it, Mr. Krivenko? If it is not, then all your arguments about the consistent pupils are worthless. And if it is, then your personal consistency and your own capacity of cognition are worthless. Take whatever you like, even though it be the capitalization of handicrafts. It represents a twofold process. There appear first of all people who accumulate in their hands the means of production, and secondly people who make use of these means of production for a certain payment. Let us suppose that shoddiness is the distinguishing feature of persons of the first category. Surely those who work for them for hire may, it might seem, escape that phase of moral development. And if so, what will there be shady in my activity if I devote it to these same persons, if I develop their self-consciousness and defend their material interests? Mr. Krivenko will say perhaps that such activity will delay the development of capitalism. Not in the least. The example of England, France, and Germany will show him that in those countries such activity has not only not delayed the development of capitalism but, on the contrary, has accelerated it, and by the way has thereby brought nearer the practical solution of some of their accursed problems. Or let us take the destruction of the village commune. This also is a twofold process. The peasant holdings are being concentrated in the hands of the kulaks, and an ever-growing number of previously independent peasants are being transformed into proletarians. All this, naturally, is accompanied by a clash of interests, by struggle. The Russian pupil appears on the scene, attracted by the noise. He lifts up his voice in a brief but deeply felt hymn to the category of necessity and opens a public house. That's how the most consistent among them will act. The more moderate man will confine himself to opening a little shop. That's it, isn't it, Mr. Krivenko? But why shouldn't the pupil take the side of the village poor? But if he wants to take their side, he will have to try and interfere with their expropriation from the land. All right, let's admit it, that's what he must try for. But that will delay the development of capitalism. It won't delay it in the least. On the contrary, it will even accelerate it. The subjectivist gentlemen are always imagining that the village commune of itself is striving to pass into some higher form. They are mistaken. The only real striving of the village commune is the striving to break up, and the better the condition of the peasantry, the sooner would the commune break up. Moreover, that break-up can take place in conditions which are either more or less advantageous for the people. The pupils must strive to see to it that the break-up takes place in conditions most advantageous for the people. But why not prevent the break-up itself? And why didn't you prevent the famine of 1891? You couldn't. We believe you, and we should consider our cause lost if all we had left were to make your morality responsible for such events which were independent of your will, instead of refuting your views with the help of logical arguments. But why then do you pay us back in a different measure? Why, in arguments with us, do you represent the poverty of the people as though we were responsible for it? Because where logic cannot help you, sometimes words can, particularly pitiful words. You could not prevent the famine of 1891? Who then will go bail that you will be able to prevent the break-up of the village commune, the deprivation of the peasantry of their land? Let us take the middle path, so dear to eclectics. Let's imagine that in some cases you will succeed in preventing all this. Well, but are those cases where your efforts prove unsuccessful, where in spite of them the commune nevertheless breaks up, where the peasants nevertheless prove landless. How will you act with these victims of the fateful process? Karen carried across the Styx only those souls who were able to pay him for his work. Will you begin to take into your little boat, for transporting into the realm of the subjective ideal? 274. Only genuine members of the village commune? Will you begin using your oars to beat off the village proletarians? Probably you yourselves will agree, gentlemen, that this would be very shady. And once you agree with this, you will have to act in their regard in just the same way as, in our opinion, any decent man will have to act, i.e. not to set up public houses to sell them dope, but to increase their strength of resistance to the public house, to the publican and to every other dope which history serves up, or will serve up, to them. Or perhaps it is we now who are beginning to tell fairy tales. Perhaps the village commune is not brilsing up. Perhaps the expropriation of the people from the land is not in fact taking place. Perhaps we invented this with the sole aim of plunging the peasant into poverty, after he had hitherto been enjoying an enviably prosperous existence. Then open any investigation by your own partisans, and it will show you how matters have stood up to now, i.e. before even a single pupil has opened a public house or started a little shop. When you argue with us, you represent matters as though the people are already living in the realm of your subjective ideals, while we, through our inherent hatred of mankind, are dragging them down by the feet, into the prose of capitalism. But matters stand in exactly the opposite way. It is the capitalist prose that exists, and we are asking ourselves, how can this prose be fought? How can we put the people in a situation even somewhat approaching the ideal? You may find that we are giving the wrong answer to the question, but why distort our intentions? Really, you know, that is shady. Really, such criticism is unworthy even of provincials. But how then can one fight the capitalist prose which, we repeat, already exists independently of our and your efforts? You have one reply: to consolidate the village commune, to strengthen the connection of the peasant with the land. And we reply that that is an answer worthy only of utopians. Why? Because it is an abstract answer. According to your opinion, the village commune is good always and everywhere, while in our opinion, there is no abstract truth. Truth is always concrete. Everything depends on the circumstances of time and place. There was a time when the village commune could be advantageous for the whole people. There are probably even now places where it is of advantage to the agriculturists. It is not we who will begin a revolt against such a commune. But in a number of cases the village commune has been transformed into a means of exploiting the peasant. Against such a commune we revolt, just as against everything that is harmful for the people. Remember the peasant whom G. I. Uspensky makes pay for nothing. How should one act with him, in your opinion? Transport him into the realm of the ideal, you reply. Very good, transport him with God's help. But while he has not yet been transported, while he has not yet taken his seat on the little boat of the ideal, while the little boat has not yet sailed up to him and as yet we don't know when it will do so, wouldn't it be better for him to be free from paying for nothing? Wouldn't it be better for him to stop being a member of a village commune which only ensures that he will have absolutely unproductive expenses, and perhaps in addition only a periodical flogging at the rural police office? We think it would be better, and you charge us for this with intending to starve the people to death. Is that just? Isn't there something shady about it? Or perhaps you really are incapable of understanding us? Can that really be so? Chadaev said once that the Russian doesn't even know the syllogism of the West. Can that really be just your case? We will admit that Mr. Skrivenko quite sincerely does not understand this. We admit it also in relation to Mr. Karayev and Mr. Yuzhakov. But Mr. Mikhailovsky always seemed to us a man of a much more acute mind. What have you invented, gentlemen, to improve the lot of the millions of peasants who have in fact lost their land? When it is a question of people who pay for nothing, you are able only to give one piece of advice: although he does pay for nothing, nevertheless he mustn't destroy his connection with the village commune, because once it has been destroyed, It can never be restored. Of course, this will involve temporary inconvenience for those who pay for nothing, but what the mujik suffers is no disaster. And that's just how it turns out that our subjectivist gentlemen are ready to bring the most vital interests of the people as a sacrifice to their ideals. And that is just how it turns out that their preaching in reality is becoming more and more hurtful for the people. To be an enthusiast had become her social vocation, says Tolstoy about Anna Pavlovna Skurer. One to hate capitalism has become the social vocation of our subjectivists. What good could the enthusiasm of an old maid do Russia? None whatsoever. What good does the subjective hatred of capitalism do the Russian producers? Also none whatsoever. But the enthusiasm of Anna Pavlovna was at least harmless. The utopian hatred of capitalism is beginning to do positive harm to the Russian producer, because it makes our intellectuals extremely unsqueamish about the means of consolidating the village commune. Scarcely does anyone mention such consolidation when immediately a darkness falls in which all cats seem grey, and the subjectivist gentlemen are ready warmly to embrace the Moskovskie Vedomosti. To and all this subjective darkening of the intellect goes precisely to aid that public house which the pupils were supposed to be ready to cultivate. It's shameful to say it, but sinful to hide, that the utopian enemies of capitalism prove in reality to be the accomplices of capitalism in its most coarse, shameful, and harmful form. German utopians in 1840 up to now. We have been speaking of utopians who have tried, or nowadays try, to invent some argument or other against Marx. Let us see now how those utopians behave, or behaved, who were inclined to quote from him. Heinzen, whom the Russian subjectivists now reproduce with such astonishing accuracy in their arguments with the Russian pupils, was a utopian of a democratic bourgeois tendency. But in Germany in the 40s there were many utopians of an opposite tendency. The social and economic position of Germany was then in broad outline as follows. On the one hand, the bourgeoisie was rapidly developing, and insistently demanding every kind of assistance and support from the German governments. The well-known Zollverein, customs union, was entirely the result of its work, and agitation in favor of it was carried on not only with the help of petitions, but also by means of more or less scientific research. Let us recall the name of Friedrich List. On the other hand, the destruction of the old economic foundations had left the German people defenseless in relation to capitalism. The peasants and handicraftsmen were already sufficiently involved in the process of capitalist advance to experience on themselves all its disadvantageous sides, which make themselves felt with particular force in transitional periods. But the working mass was at that time still little capable of resistance. It could not as yet withstand the representatives of capital to any noticeable extent. Even in the 60s Marx said that Germany was suffering simultaneously both from the development of capitalism and from the insufficiency of its development. In the 40s her sufferings from the insufficiency of development of capitalism were even greater. Capitalism had destroyed the old foundations of peasant life. The handicraft industry, which had previously flourished in Germany, now had to withstand the competition of machine production, which was much too strong for it. The handicraftsmen grew poorer, falling every year more and more into helpless dependence on the merchants. And at the same time the peasants had to discharge a long series of such services, in relation to the landlords and the state, as might perhaps have been bearable in previous days, but in the 40s became all the more oppressive because they less and less corresponded to the actual conditions of peasant life. The poverty of the peasantry reached astounding dimensions. The kulak became the complete master of the village. The peasant grain was frequently bought by him while it was still not yet reaped. Begging had become a kind of seasonal occupation. Investigators at that time pointed out village communities in which, out of several thousand families, only a few hundred were not engaged in begging. In other places a thing almost incredible, but placed on record at the time by the German press, the peasants fed on carrion. Leaving their villages, they could not find sufficient employment in the industrial centers, and the press pointed out the growing unemployment and the increasing emigration which it was producing. Here is how one of the most advanced organs of the time describes the position of the working mass: 100,000 spinners in the Ravensburg district, and in other places of the German fatherland, can no longer live by their own labor, and can no longer find an outlet for their manufacture. It was a question chiefly of handicraftsmen. They seek work and bread, without finding one or the other, because it is difficult if not impossible for them to find employment outside spinning. There exists a vast competition among the workers for the most miserable wage. 1. The morality of the people was undoubtedly declining. The destruction of old economic relations was paralleled by the shattering of old moral notions. The newspapers and journals of that time were filled with complaints of drunkenness among the workers, of sexual dissoluteness in their midst, of luxury and extravagance which developed among them, side by side with the decrease in their wages. There were no signs as yet in the German workmen of a new morality, that morality which began rapidly to develop later, on the basis of the new movement of emancipation aroused by the very development of capitalism. The mass movement for emancipation was not even beginning at that time. The dull discontent of the mass made itself felt from time to time only in hopeless strikes and aimless revolts, in the senseless destruction of machines. But already the sparks of consciousness were beginning to fall into the heads of the German workmen. Books which had represented an unnecessary luxury under the old order became an article of necessity in the Wundergesellschaftsspiegel, Volume I, p. 78. A letter from Westphalia. New conditions. A passion for reading began to take possession of the workers. Such was the state of affairs with which the right-thinking portion of the German intellectuals, der Gebildeten as they said then, had to reckon. What was to be done? How could the people be helped? By eliminating capitalism, replied the intellectuals. The works of Marx and Engels which appeared at that time were joyfully accepted by part of the German intellectuals as constituting a number of new scientific arguments in favor of the necessity of eliminating capitalism. While the liberal politicians have with new strength begun to sound Liszt's trumpet of the protective tariff, trying to assure us that they are worrying about an expansion of industry mainly in the interests of the working class, while their opponents, the enthusiasts of free trade, have been trying to prove that England has become the flourishing and classical country of trade and industry not at all in consequence of protection. The excellent book of Engels on the position of the working class in England has made a most timely appearance, and has destroyed the last illusions. All have recognized that this book constitutes one of the most remarkable works of modern times. By a number of irrefutable proofs it has shown into what an abyss that society hurries to fall, which makes its motive principle personal greed, the free competition of private employers, for whom money is their god. And so capitalism must be eliminated, or else Germany will fall into that abyss at the bottom of which England is already lying. This has been proved by Engels. And who will eliminate capitalism? The intellectuals, die Gebildeten. The peculiarity of Germany, in the words of one of these Gebildeten, was precisely that it was the German intellectuals who were called upon to eliminate capitalism in her, while in the West, in den Westlichen Ländern, it is more the workmen who are fighting it. 2. But how will the German intellectuals eliminate capitalism? By organizing production, Organisation der Arbeit. And what must the intellectuals do to organize production? The Allgemeines Volksblatt, which was published at Cologne in 1845, proposed the following measures: 1. Promotion of popular education, organization of popular lectures, concerts, etc. 2. Organization of big workshops in which workmen, artisans, and handicraftsmen could work for themselves, not for an employer or a merchant. The Allgemeines Volksblatt hoped that in time these artisans and handicraftsmen would themselves, on their own initiative, be grouped in an association. 3. Establishment of stores for the sale of the goods manufactured by the artisans and handicraftsmen, and also by national workshops. These measures would save Germany from the evils of capitalism. And it was all the more easy to adopt them, added the sheet we have quoted, because here and there people have already begun to establish permanent stores, so-called industrial bazaars, in which artisans can put out their goods for sale, and immediately receive a certain advance on account of them. Then followed an exposition of the advantages which would follow from all this, both for the producer and for the consumer. The elimination of capitalism seems easiest of all where it is still poorly developed. Therefore the German utopians frequently and willingly underline the circumstance that Germany was not yet England. Heinzen was even ready flatly to deny the existence of a factory proletariat in Germany. But since, for the utopians, the chief thing was to prove to society the necessity of organizing production, they passed at times, without difficulty and without noticing it, over to the standpoint of people who asserted that German capitalism could no longer develop any further, in consequence of its inherent contradictions, that the internal market had already been saturated, that the purchasing power of the population was falling, that the conquest of external markets was improbable, and that therefore the number of workers engaged in manufacturing industry must inevitably and constantly diminish. This was the point of view adopted by the journal Der Gesellschaftsspiegel, which we have quoted several times, and which was one of the chief organs of the German utopians of that day, after the appearance of the interesting pamphlet of L. Buell, Anschauungen über die Dot nach der arbeitenden Klassen und die über die Aufgabe Verein zum Wohl des Elben, 1 Berlin 1845. Buell asked himself, were the unions for promoting the welfare of the working class in a position to cope with their task? In order to reply to this question, he put forward another, namely, whence arose at the present time the poverty of the working class. The poor man and the proletarian are not at all one and the same thing, says Buell. The poor man won't or can't work, the proletarian seeks work, he is capable of doing it, but it does not exist, and he falls into poverty. Such a phenomenon was quite unknown in previous times, although there always were the poor and there were always the oppressed, for example, the serfs. Where did the proletarian come from? He was created by competition. Competition, which broke the old bonds that fettered production, brought forth an unprecedented industrial prosperity. But it also forces employers to lower the price of their goods. Therefore they try to reduce wages or the number of working hands. The latter object is achieved by the perfecting of machinery, which throws many workers onto the streets. Moreover, artisans cannot stand up to the competition of machine production, and are also transformed into proletarians. Wages fall more and more. Buell points to the example of the cotton print industry, which was flourishing in Germany as late as the 20s. Wages were then very high. A good workman could earn from 18 to 20 thalers a week. But machines appeared, and with them female and child labor, and wages fell terribly. The principle of free competition acts thus always and everywhere, wherever it achieves predominance. It leads to overproduction, and overproduction to unemployment. And the more perfect becomes large-scale industry, the more unemployment grows, and the smaller becomes the number of workmen engaged in industrial undertakings. That this is really so is shown by the fact that the disasters mentioned occur only in industrial countries. Agricultural countries don't know them. But the state of affairs created by free competition is extremely dangerous for society, for die Gesellschaft, and therefore society cannot remain indifferent to it. What then must society do? Here Buell turns to the question which holds first place, so to speak, in his work: is any union at all able to eradicate the poverty of the working class? The local Berlin Union for Assisting the Working Class has set itself the object not so much of eliminating existing poverty, as of preventing the appearance of poverty in the future. It is to this union that Buell now turns. How will you prevent the appearance of poverty in the future, he asks. What will you do for this purpose? The poverty of the modern worker arises from the lack of demand for his labor. The worker needs not charity but work. But where will the union get work from? In order that the demand for labor should increase, it is necessary that the demand for the products of labor should increase. But this demand is diminishing, thanks to the diminution of the earnings of the working mass. Or perhaps the union will discover new markets. Buell does not think that possible either. He comes to the conclusion that the task which the Berlin Union has set itself is only a well-intentioned illusion. Buell advises the Berlin Union to meditate more deeply on the causes of the poverty of the working class, before beginning the struggle against it. He considers palliatives to be of no importance. Labor exchanges, savings banks and pension funds, and the like, can of course improve the position of a few individuals, but they will not tear out the root of the evil. Nor will associations tear it out. Associations also will not escape the harsh necessity, dura necessitas, of competition. Where Buell himself discerned the means of eliminating the evil, it is difficult to ascertain exactly from his pamphlet. It seems as though he hints that the interference of the state is necessary to remedy the evil. Adding however that the result of such interference would be doubtful. However that may be, his pamphlet made a deep impression on the German intellectuals at that time, and not at all in the sense of disillusioning them. On the contrary, they saw in it a new proof of the necessity of organizing labor. Here is what the journal Der Gesellschaftsspiegel wrote off Buell's pamphlet. The well-known Berlin writer L. Buell has published a work entitled Angedeutungen etc. He thinks, and we share his opinion that the miseries of the working class follow from the excess of productive forces, that excess is the consequence of free competition and of the latest discoveries and inventions in physics and mechanics, that a return to guilds and corporations would be just as harmful as impeding discoveries and inventions, that therefore in existing social conditions, the italics are those of the writer of the review, there are no effective means of helping the workman. Assuming that present-day egotistical private enterprise relations remain unchanged, one must agree with Buell that no union will be in a position to abolish the existing poverty. But such an assumption is not at all necessary. On the contrary, there could arise and already do arise unions the aim of which is to eliminate by peaceful means the above-mentioned egotistical basis of our society. All that is necessary is that the government should not render the activity of such unions more difficult. It is clear that the reviewer had not understood, or had not wished to understand, Buell's idea, but this is not important for us. We turn to Germany only in order, with the help of the lessons provided by her history, better to understand certain intellectual tendencies in present-day Russia. And in this sense the movement of the German intellectuals of the 40s comprises much that is instructive for us. In the first place, the line of argument of Buell reminds us of the line of argument of Mr. Enon. Both one and the other begin by pointing to the development of the productive forces as the reason for the decline in the demand for labor, and consequently for the relative reduction of the number of workers. Both one and the other speak of the saturation of the internal market, and of the necessity arising therefrom of a further diminution in the demand for labor power. Buell did not admit, apparently, the possibility that the Germans might conquer foreign markets. Mr. Enon resolutely refuses to recognize this possibility as regards the Russian manufacturers. Finally, both one and the other leave this question of foreign markets entirely without investigation. Neither brings forward a single serious argument in favor of his opinion. Buell makes no obvious conclusion from his investigation, except that one must meditate more deeply on the position of the working class before helping it. Mr. Enon comes to the conclusion that our society is faced with, true, a difficult but not an insoluble task, that of organizing our national production. But if we supplement the views of Buell by the considerations set forth in connection with them by the reviewer of the Gesellschaftsspiegel whom we have quoted, the result is precisely the conclusion of Mr. Enon. Mr. Enon equals Buell plus the reviewer. And this formula leads us to the following reflections. Mr. Enon in our country is called a Marxist, and even the only true Marxist. But can it be said that the sum of the views of Buell and his reviewer on the position of Germany in the 40s was equivalent to the views of Marx on the same position? In other words, was Buell, supplemented by his reviewer, a Marxist and withal the only true Marxist, the Marxist par excellence? Of course not. From the fact that Buell pointed out the contradiction into which capitalist society falls, thanks to the development of the productive forces, it does not yet follow that he adopted the point of view of Marx. He examined these contradictions from a very abstract point of view, and already thanks to this alone his investigation had not, in its spirit, anything in common with the views of Marx. After hearing Buell, one might have thought that German capitalism, today or tomorrow, would be suffocated under the weight of its own development, that it had nowhere any longer to go, that handicrafts had been finally capitalized, and that the conclusion number of German workers would rapidly decline. Such views Marx never expressed. On the contrary, when he had occasion to speak of the immediate future of German capitalism, at the end of the 40s and particularly at the beginning of the 50s, he said something quite different. Only people who did not in the least understand his views could have considered the German Enons to be true Marxists. 1. The German Enons argue just as abstractly as our present Buells and Wahlgrafs. To argue abstractly means to make mistakes, even in those cases when you start from an absolutely correct principle. Do you know, reader, what were the antiphysics of D'Alembert? D'Alembert said that, on the basis of the most unquestionable physical laws, he would prove the inevitability of phenomena which were quite impossible in reality. One must only, in following the operation of every given law, forget for the time being that there exist other laws altering its operation. The result would certainly be quite nonsensical. To prove this, D'Alembert gave several really brilliant examples, and even intended to write a complete antiphysics in his leisure moments. The Messrs. Wahlgrafs and Enons are already writing an anti-economics, not as a joke but quite seriously. Their method is as follows. They take a certain indisputable economic law, and correctly indicate its tendency, then they forget that the realization of this law is in life an entire historical process, and represent matters as though the tendency of the law in question had already been completely put into effect by the time they began writing their work. If at the same time the Wahlgraf, Buell, or Enon in question accumulates a pile of even ill-digested statistical material, and sets about relevantly and irrelevantly quoting Marx, his sketch acquires the appearance of a scientific and convincing piece of research, in the spirit of the author of Capital. But this is an optical illusion, no more. That, for example, Wahlgraf left out a great deal in analyzing the economic life of the Germany of his day is shown by an indubitable fact: his prophecy about the decomposition of the social organism of that country completely failed to materialize. And that Mr. Enon quite in vain makes use of the name of Marx, just as Mr. Wyszakowski in vain used to have recourse to the integral calculus, even the most worthy S.N. Krivenko will understand without difficulty. In spite of the opinion of those gentlemen who reproach Marx with one-sidedness, that writer never examined the economic progress of a particular country apart from its connection with those social forces which, growing up on its basis, themselves influenced its further development. This is not yet quite clear for you, Mr. S.N. Krivenko, but patience. Once a certain economic condition is known, certain social forces become known, and their action will necessarily affect the further development of that condition. Is patience deserting you, Mr. Krivenko? Here is a practical example for you. We know the economy of England in the epoch of primitive capitalist accumulation. Thereby we know the social forces which, by the way, sat in the English Parliament of that day. The action of those social forces was the necessary condition for the further development of the known economic situation, while the direction of their action was conditioned by the characteristics of that situation. Once we know the economic situation of modern England, we know thereby her modern social forces, the action of which will tell in her future economic development. When Marx was engaged in what some please to call his guesswork, he took into account these social forces, and did not imagine that their action could be stopped at will by this or that group of persons, strong only in their excellent intentions. Together with the thoroughness of the historical action will also grow the volume of the mass whose action it is. The German utopians of the 40s argued otherwise. When they set themselves certain tasks, they had in mind only the inconveniences of the economic situation of their country, forgetting to investigate the social forces which had grown up from that situation. The economic situation of our people is melancholy, argued the above-mentioned reviewer, Consequently, we are faced with the difficult but not insoluble problem of organizing production. But will not that organization be prevented by those same social forces which have grown up on the basis of the melancholy economic situation? The well-meaning reviewer did not ask himself this question. The utopian never reckons sufficiently with the social forces of his age, for the simple reason that, to use the expression of Marx, he always places himself above society. And for the same reason, again to use the expression of Marx, all the calculations of the utopian prove to be made without reckoning with his host, and all his criticism is no more than complete absence of criticism, incapacity critically to glance at the reality around him. The organization of production in a particular country could arise only as a result of the operation of those social forces which existed in that country. What is necessary for the organization of production? The conscious attitude of the producers to the process of production, taken in all its complexity and totality. Where there is no such conscious attitude as yet, only those people can put forward the idea of organizing production, as the immediate task of society, who remain incorrigible utopians all their lives, even though they should repeat the name of Marx 5 milliard times with the greatest respect. What does Mr. Enon say about the consciousness of the producers in his notorious book? Absolutely nothing. He pins his hope to the consciousness of society. If after this he can and must be recognized as a true Marxist, we see no reason why one should not recognize Mr. Krivenko as being the only true Hegelian of our age, the Hegelian par excellence. But it is time to conclude. What results have we achieved by our use of the comparative historical method? If we are not mistaken, they are the following: 1. The conviction of Heinzen and his adherents that Marx was condemned by his own views to inaction in Germany proved to be nonsense. Equally nonsense will also prove the conviction of Mr. Mikhailovsky that the persons who nowadays, in Russia, hold the views of Marx cannot bring any benefit to the Russian people, but on the contrary must injure it. 2. The views of the Buhls and Volgrafs on the economic situation of Germany at that time proved to be narrow, one-sided, and mistaken because of their abstract character. There is ground for fear that the further economic history of Russia will display the same defects in the views of Mr. Enon. 3. The people who in Germany of the 40s made their immediate task the organization of production were utopians. Similar utopians are the people who talk about organizing production in present-day Russia. 4. History has swept away the illusions of the German utopians of the 40s. There is every justification for thinking that the same fate will overtake the illusions of our Russian utopians. Capitalism laughed at the first; with pain in our heart, we foresee that it will laugh at the second as well. But did these illusions really bring no benefit to the German people? In the economic sense, absolutely none, or, if you require a more exact expression, almost none. All these bazaars for selling handicraft goods, and all these attempts to create producers' associations, scarcely eased the position of even 100 German producers. But they promoted the awakening of the self-consciousness of those producers, and thereby did them a great deal of good. The same benefit, but also directly, not by roundabout means, was conferred by the educational activity of the German intellectuals, their schools, people's reading rooms, etc. The consequences of capitalist development which were harmful for the German people could be, at every particular moment, weakened or eliminated only to the extent to which the self-consciousness of the German producers developed. Marx understood this better than the utopians, and therefore his activity proved more beneficial for the German people. The same, undoubtedly, will be the case in Russia too. No later than in the October number of Russkoye Bogaystvo for 1894, Mr. S. N. Krivenko worries as we saw about the organization of Russian production. Mr. Krivenko will eliminate nothing and make no one happy by these worries. His worries are clumsy, awkward, barren, but if they, in spite of all these negative qualities, awaken the self-consciousness of even one producer, they will prove beneficial, and then it will turn out that Mr. Krivenko has lived on this earth not only in order to make mistakes in logic, or to give wrong translations of extracts from articles which he found unsympathetic and which were written in a foreign language. It will be possible in our country, too, to fight against the harmful consequences of our capitalism only to the extent that there develops the self-consciousness of the producer. And from these words of ours the subjectivist gentleman can see that we are not at all crude materialists. If we are narrow, it is only in one sense, that we set before ourselves, first and foremost, a perfectly idealistic aim. And now until we meet again, gentlemen opponents, we taste beforehand all that greatest of pleasures which your objections will bring us. Only, gentlemen, do keep an eye on Mr. Krivenko. Even though he doesn't write badly, and at any rate does so with feeling, yet to put two and two together that has not been vouchsafed him. Once again Mr. Mikhailovsky, once more the triad. In the October number of Russkoye Bogatstvo, Mr. Mikhailovsky, replying to Mr. P. Struve, again has made some observations on the philosophy of Hegel and on economic materialism. According to him, the materialist conception of history and economic materialism are not one and the same thing. The economic materialists draw everything from economics. Well, but if I seek the root or foundation not only of the legal and political institutions, of the philosophical and other views of society, but also of its economic structure, in the racial or tribal peculiarities of its members, in the proportions of the longitudinal and transverse diameters of their skulls, in the character of their facial angle, in the size and inclination of their jaws, in the size of their thorax, the strength of their muscles, etc., or, on the other hand, in purely geographical factors, in the island position of England, in the steppe character of part of Asia, in the mountainous character of Switzerland, in the freezing of rivers in the north, etc. Will not this be the materialist conception of history? It is clear that economic materialism, as an historical theory, is only a particular case of the materialist conception of history. One Montesquieu was inclined to explain the historical fate of peoples by purely geographical factors. To the extent that he consistently upheld these factors, he was undoubtedly a materialist. Modern dialectical materialism does not ignore, as we have seen, the influence of geographical environment on the development of society. It only ascertains better in what way geographical factors influence social man. It shows that the geographical environment ensures to men a greater or lesser possibility of developing their productive forces, and thereby pushes them, more energetically or less, along the path of historical progress. Montesquieu argued thus: a certain geographical environment determines certain physical and psychical qualities of men, and these qualities bring in their train this or that structure of society. Dialectical materialism reveals that such an argument is unsatisfactory, and that the influence of geographical environment shows itself first of all, and in the strongest degree, in the character of social relations, which in their turn influence the views of men, their customs, and even their physical development infinitely more strongly than, for example, climate. Modern geographical science, let us again recall the book of Plekanov and its foreword by Elisee Redus, fully agrees in this respect with dialectical materialism. This materialism is, of course, a particular case of the materialist view of history. But it explains it more fully, more universally, than could those other particular cases. Dialectical materialism is the highest development of the materialist conception of history. Holbach said that the historical fate of peoples is sometimes determined for a whole century ahead by the motion of an atom which has begun to play tricks in the brain of social man. This was also a materialist view of history. But it gave no help in the sense of explaining historical phenomena. Modern dialectical materialism is incomparably more fruitful in this respect. It is of course a particular case of the materialist view of history, but precisely that particular case which alone corresponds to the modum condition of science. The impotence of Holbach's materialism showed itself in the return of its supporters to idealism. Opinions govern the world. Dialectical materialism now drives idealism from its last positions. Mr. Mikhailovsky imagines that only that man would be a consistent materialist who began to explain all phenomena with the help of molecular mechanics. Modern dialectical materialism cannot discover the mechanical explanation of history. In this, if you like, consists its weakness. But is modern biology able to give a mechanical explanation of the origin and development of species? It is not. That is its weakness. The genius of whom Laplace dreamed would have been, of course, above such weakness. But we simply don't know when that genius will appear, and we satisfy ourselves with such explanations of phenomena as best correspond to the science of our age. Such is our particular case. Dialectical materialism says that it is not the consciousness of men which determines their being, but on the contrary their being which determines their consciousness, that it is not in the philosophy but in the economy of a particular society that one must seek the key to understanding its particular condition. Mr. Mikhailovsky makes several remarks on this subject. One of them reads as follows. In the negative halves of the basic formula of the materialist sociologists there is contained a protest or a reaction not against philosophy in general, but evidently against that of Hegel. It is to the latter that belongs the explanation of being from consciousness. The founders of economic materialism are Hegelians and, in that capacity, insist so stubbornly not out of philosophy, not out of consciousness, that they cannot, and do not even attempt to, burst out of the circle of Hegelian thought. When we read these lines we thought that here our author, like Mr. Karayev, was feeling his way to the synthesis. Of course, we said to ourselves, the synthesis of Mr. Mikhailovsky will be a little higher than the synthesis of Mr. Karayev. Mr. Mikhailovsky will not confine himself to repeating that thought of the deacon in G. I. Uspensky's tale The Incurable, that the spirit is a thing apart and that, as matter has various spices for its benefit, so equally has the spirit. Still, even Mr. Mikhailov, Ky will not refrain from synthesis. Hegel is the thesis, economic materialism is the antithesis, and the eclecticism of the modern Russian subjectivists is the synthesis. How could one resist such a triad? And then we began to remember what was the real relationship between the historical theory of Marx and the philosophy of Hegel. First of all we note that in Hegel historical movement is not at all explained by the views of men or by their one ibid, pages 51-2. Appendix 293. Philosophy. It was the French materialists of the 18th century who explained history by the views, the opinions of men. Hegel ridiculed such an explanation. Of course, he said, reason rules in history but then it also rules the movement of the heavenly bodies, and are the heavenly bodies conscious of their movement? The historical development of mankind is reasonable in the sense that it is in conformity to law, but the conformity to law of historical development does not yet prove at all that its ultimate cause must be sought in the views of men or in their opinions. Quite on the contrary, that conformity to law shows that men make their history unconsciously. We don't remember, we continued, what the historical views of Hegel look like according to Lewis, but that we are not distorting them, anyone will agree who has read the famous philosophy of history. Consequently, in affirming that it is not the philosophy of men which determines their social existence, the supporters of economic materialism are not controverting Hegel at all, and consequently in this respect they represent no antithesis to him. And this means that Mr. Mikhailovsky's synthesis will not be successful, even should our author not confine himself to repeating the idea of the deacon. In the opinion of Mr. Mikhailovsky, to affirm that philosophy, i.e. the views of men, does not explain their history, was possible only in Germany in the 40s, when a revolt against the Hegelian system was not yet noticeable. We now see that such an opinion is founded, at best, only on Lewis. But how poorly Lewis acquaints Mr. Mikhailovsky with the course of development of philosophical thought in Germany is demonstrated, apart from the foregoing, by the following circumstance also. Our author quotes with delight the well-known letter of Belinsky, in which the latter makes his bow to the philosophical nightcap of Hegel. In this letter Belinsky says, among other things, the fate of the subject, the individual, the personality is more important than the fate of the whole world and of the health of the Chinese emperor, i.e. of the Hegelian universality. On the subject of this letter Mr. Mikhailovsky makes many remarks, but he does not remark that Belinsky has dragged in the Hegelian universality quite out of place. Mr. Mikhailovsky evidently thinks that the Hegelian universality is just the same as the spirit or the absolute idea. But universality does not constitute in Hegel even the main distinguishing feature of the absolute idea. Universality occupies in his work no more honorable place than, for example, individuality or singleness. And in consequence of this it is incomprehensible why precisely universality is called the Chinese emperor, and deserves unlike its other sisters an attentive and mocking bow. This may seem a detail, unworthy of attention at the present time, but it is not so. Hegel's universality, badly understood, still prevents Mr. Mikhailovsky, for example, understanding the history of German philosophy prevents him to such an extent that even Lewis does not rescue him from misfortune. In the opinion of Mr. Mikhailovsky, worship of universality led Hegel to complete negation of the rights of the individual. There is no system of philosophy, he says, which treats the individual with such withering contempt and cold cruelty as the system of Hegel, p. 55. This can be true only according to Lewis. Why did Hegel consider the history of the East to be the first, lowest stage in the development of mankind? Because in the East the individual was not developed, and had not up till then been developed. Why did Hegel speak with enthusiasm of ancient Greece, in the history of which modern man feels himself at last at home? Because in Greece individual personality was developed, beautiful individuality shown individualitat. Why did Hegel speak with such admiration of Socrates? Why did he, almost first among the historians of philosophy, pay a just tribute even to the sophists? Was it really because he despised the individual? Mr. Mikhailovsky has heard a bell, but doesn't know where it is ringing. Hegel not only did not despise the individual, but created a whole cult of heroes, which was inherited in its entirety thereafter by Bruno Bauer. For Hegel heroes were the instruments of the universal spirit, and in that sense they themselves were not free. Bruno Bauer revolted against the spirit, and thereby set free his heroes. For him the heroes of critical thought were the real demiurges of history, as opposed to the mass, which, although it does irritate its heroes almost to tears, by its slow --witness and its sluggishness, still does finish up in the end by marching along the path marked out by the hero's self-consciousness. The contrasting of heroes and mass, mob, passed from Bruno Bauer to his Russian illegitimate children, and we now have the pleasure of contemplating it in the articles of Mr. Mikhailovsky. Mr. Mikhailovsky does not remember his philosophical relations, that is not praiseworthy. And so we have suddenly received the elements of a new synthesis. The Hegelian cult of heroes, serving the universal spirit, is the thesis. The Bauer cult of heroes of critical thought, guided only by their self-consciousness, is the antithesis. Finally, the theory of Marx, which reconciles both extremes, eliminating the universal spirit and explaining the origin of the hero's self-consciousness by the development of environment, is the synthesis. Our opponents, so partial to synthesis, must remember that the theory of Marx was not at all the first direct reaction against Hegel, that first reaction, superficial on account of its one-sidedness, was constituted in Germany by the views of Feuerbach and particularly of Bruno Bauer, with whom our subjectivists should long ago have acknowledged their kinship. Not a few other incongruities have also been piled up by Mr. Mikhailovsky about Hegel and about Marx in his article against Mr. P. Struve. One space does not permit us to enumerate them here. We will confine ourselves to offering our readers the following interesting problem. We know Mr. Mikhailovsky, we know his complete ignorance of Hegel, we know his complete incomprehension of Marx, we know his irresistible striving to discuss Hegel, Marx, and their mutual relations. The problem is, how many more mistakes will Mr. Mikhailovsky make thanks to his striving? But it is hardly likely that anyone will succeed in solving this problem. It is an equation with too many unknowns. there is only one means of replacing unknown magnitudes in it by definite magnitudes, it is to read the articles of Mr. Mikhailovsky carefully and notice his mistakes. True, that is a far from joyful or easy task, there will be very many mistakes, if only Mr. Mikhailovsky does not get rid of his bad habit of discussing philosophy without consulting beforehand people who know more about it than he does. We shall not deal here with the attacks made by Mr. Mikhailovsky on Mr. P. Struve. To the extent that it is a question of these attacks, Mr. Mikhailovsky now belongs to the author of critical remarks on the question of the economic development of Russia, and we do not wish to aspire to the property of another. However, Mr. P. Struve will perhaps forgive us if we permit ourselves to make two small observations. Mr. Mikhailovsky is insulted because Mr. P. Struve struck at him with a question mark. He is so insulted that, not confining himself to pointing out faults of style in the language of Mr. Struve, he accuses him of being a non-Russian, and even recalls the story of two Germans who corrected each other's bad Russian by still greater faults in Russian. Why did Mr. Struve, however, raise his hand, armed with a question mark, against Mr. Mikhailovsky? It was because of his words. The modern economic order in Europe began to come into existence at a time when the science which manages the sphere of phenomena was not yet in existence, etc. The question mark accompanies the word manages. Mr. Mikhailovsky says, in German that may not perhaps sound well, how biting, in German, but in Russian, I assure you, Mr. Struve, it arouses no question in anyone, and requires no question mark. The writer of these lines bears a purely Russian name, and possesses just as much of the Russian soul as Mr. Mikhailovsky. The most sarcastic critic will not venture to call him a German, and nevertheless the word manages arouses a question in him. He asks himself, if one can say that science manages a certain sphere of phenomena, could not one after this promote the technical arts to be chiefs of particular units? Could not one say, for example, the art of assaying commands alloys? In our opinion, this would be awkward, it would give the arts too military an appearance, in just the same way as the word manages gives science the appearance of a bureaucrat. Consequently, Mr. Mikhailovsky is wrong. Mr. Mikhailovsky in his article raised an amusing outcry about the words of Mr. Struve. No, let us recognize our lack of culture and go into training by capitalism. Mr. Mikhailovsky wants to represent affairs as though these words meant, let us hand over the producer as a victim to the exploiter. It will be easy for Mr. P. Struve to demonstrate the vanity of Mr. Mikhailovsky's efforts, and it will probably be seen now by anyone who has carefully read the critical remarks. But Mr. Struve nevertheless did express himself very carelessly, one whereby he probably led into temptation many simpletons and rejoiced the heart of some acrobats. Science forward, we shall say to Mr. Struve, and we shall remind the acrobatic gentry how Belinsky, at the very end of his life, when he had long ago said goodbye to universality, expressed the idea in one of his letters that the cultural future of Russia will only ensure the existence of the bourgeoisie. In Belinsky this was also a very clumsy threat. But what was his clumsiness aroused by? Generous fascination by the West. It is the same fascination that brought about, we are convinced, the awkwardness of Mr. Struve. It is permissible to make a noise on the subject of that clumsiness only for those who have no reply, for example, to his economic arguments. Mr. Krivenko also has declared war on Mr. P. Struve. He has his own cause of offense. He wrongly translated an extract from a German article by Mr. P. Struve, and the latter has exposed him. Mr. Krivenko justifies himself, and tries to show that the translation is almost correct, but his self-justifications are not successful, and he still remains guilty of distorting the words of his opponent. But you can't ask too much of Mr. Krivenko, in view of his undoubted resemblance to a certain bird, of whom it has been said, 1. Siren, that heavenly bird. Its voice in singing is loudly heard. When the Lord's praise it sings. To forget its own self it begins. Georgy Plekanov 1907. Fundamental Problems of Marxism. Source: Georgy Plekanov, Selected Philosophical Works, Volume 3, Progress Publishers, Moscow, 1976, pages 117 to 83. Transcribed, for the Marxist Internet Archive by Paul Fleurs. According to the Soviet editors, this work was written in November and December 1907 for the collection of articles which was being prepared for the 25th anniversary of Marx's death. For a number of reasons this collection never came out, but the article was published in pamphlet form in 1908. Marxism is an integral world outlook. Expressed in a nutshell, it is contemporary materialism, at present the highest stage in the development of that view upon the world whose foundations were laid down in ancient Greece by Democritus, one and in part by the Ionian thinkers who preceded that philosopher. What was known as Hylozoism was nothing but a naive materialism. It is to Karl Marx and his friend Friedrich Engels that the main credit for the development of present-day materialism must no doubt go. The historical and economic aspects of this world outlook, that is, what is known as historical materialism, and the closely related sum of views on the tasks, method, and categories of political economy, and on the economic development of society, especially capitalist society, are in their fundamentals almost entirely the work of Marx and Engels. That which was introduced into these fields by their precursors should be regarded merely as the preparatory work of amassing material, often copious and valuable, but not as yet systematized or illuminated by a single fundamental idea, and therefore not appraised or utilized in its real significance. What Marx and Engels' followers in Europe and America have done in these fields is merely a more or less successful elaboration of specific problems, sometimes, it is true, of the utmost importance. That is why the term Marxism is often used to signify only these two aspects of the present-day materialist world outlook, not only among the general public, who have not yet achieved a deep understanding of philosophical theories, but even among people, both in Russia and the entire civilized world, who consider themselves faithful followers of Marx and Engels. In such cases these two aspects are looked upon as something independent of philosophical materialism, and at times as something almost opposed to it. And since these two aspects cannot but hang in mid-air when they are torn out of the general context of cognate views constituting their theoretical foundation, those who perform that tearing out operation naturally feel an urge to substantiate Marxism anew by joining it, again quite arbitrarily and most frequently under the influence of philosophical moods prevalent at the time among ideologists of the bourgeoisie, with some philosopher or another, with Kant, Mach, Avenarius, or Ostwald. And of late with Joseph Dietzgen. 3. True, the philosophical views of J. Dietzgen have arisen quite independently of bourgeois influences and are in considerable measure related to the philosophical views of Marx and Engels. The latter views, however, possess an incomparably more consistent and rich content, and for that reason alone cannot be supplemented by Dietzgen's teachings but can only be popularized by them. No attempts have yet been made to supplement Marx with Thomas Aquinas. It is however quite feasible that, despite the Pope's recent encyclical against the modernists, the Catholic world will at some time produce from its midst a thinker capable of performing this feat in the sphere of theory. 4. Attempts to show that Marxism must be supplemented by one philosopher or another are usually backed up with reference to the fact that Marx and Engels did not anywhere set forth their philosophical views. This reasoning is hardly convincing, however, apart from the consideration that, even if these views were indeed not set forth anywhere, that could provide no logical reason to have them replaced by the views of any random thinker who, in the main, holds an entirely different point of view. It should be remembered that we have sufficient literary material at our disposal to form a correct idea of the philosophical views of Marx and Engels. 5. In their final shape, these views were fairly fully set forth, although in a polemical form, in the first part of Engels' book Herrnjugend durch Umwälzung der Wissenschaft, of which there are several Russian translations. Then there is a splendid booklet by the same author, Ludwig Feuerbach und der Ausgang der klassischen deutschen Philosophie, which I have translated into Russian and supplied with a preface and explanatory notes. It has been published by Mr. Lvovich, in which the views constituting the philosophical foundation of Marxism are expounded in a positive form. 6. A brief but vivid account of the same views, related to agnosticism, was given by Engels in his preface to the English translation of the pamphlet The Development of Scientific Socialism, translated into German, and published under the title of Über den historischen Materialismus in Neuzeit, NOS 1 and 2, 1892-93. As for Marx, I will mention as important for an understanding of the philosophical aspect of his teachings, in the first place, the characterization of materialist dialectic, as distinct from Hegel's idealist dialectic, given in the afterword to the second German edition of Volume 1 of Capital, and, secondly, the numerous remarks made en passant in the same volume. Also significant in certain respects are some of the pages in La Mesure de la Philosophie, which has been translated into Russian. Finally, the process of the development of Marx and Engels' philosophical views is revealed with sufficient clarity in their early writings, republished by F. Mehring under the title of Aus dem literarischen Nachlass von Karl Marx, etc., Stuttgart, 1902. In his dissertation Differenz der Demokratischen und Epikureischen Naturphilosophie, as well as in several articles republished by Mehring in Volume 1 of the publication just mentioned, the young Marx appears before us as an idealist per sang of the Hegelian school. However, in the articles which have now been included in the same volume and which first appeared in the Deutsch-Französische Jahrbucher, 7 Marx, like Engels, who also collaborated in the Jahrbucher, was a firm adherent of Feuerbachian humanism. 8 Die Heilige Family, Order Kritik der Kritischen Kritik, which appeared in 1845 and has been republished in Volume 2 of the Mehring publication, shows us our two authors, that is, both Marx and Engels, as having made several important steps in the further development of Feuerbach's philosophy. The direction they gave to this elaboration can be seen from the 11 Theses on Feuerbach written by Marx in the spring of 1845, and published by Engels as an appendix to the aforementioned pamphlet Ludwig Feuerbach. In short, there is no lack of material here, the only thing needed is the ability to make use of it, that is, the need to have the proper training for its understanding. Present-day readers, however, do not have the training required for that understanding, and consequently do not know how to make use of it. Why is that so? For a variety of reasons. One of the principal reasons is that nowadays there is, in the first place, little knowledge of Hegelian philosophy, without which it is difficult to learn Marx's method, and, in the second place, little knowledge of the history of materialism, the absence of which does not permit present-day readers to form a clear idea of the doctrine of Feuerbach, who was Marx's immediate precursor in the field of philosophy, and in considerable measure worked out the philosophical foundation of what can be called the world outlook of Marx and Engels. Nowadays Feuerbach's humanism is usually described as something very vague and indefinite. Phalang, who has done so much to spread, both among the general public and in the learned world, an absolutely false view of the essence of materialism and of its history, refused to recognize Feuerbach's humanism as a materialist teaching. Phalang's example is being followed, in this respect, by almost all who have written on Feuerbach in Russia and other countries. P. A. Berlin too seems to have been affected by this influence, since he depicts Feuerbach's humanism as a kind of materialism that is not quite pure. 9. I must admit that I do not know for certain how this question is regarded by Franz Mehring, whose knowledge of philosophy is the best, and probably unique, among German social democrats. But it is perfectly clear to me that it was the materialist that Marx and Engels saw in Feuerbach. True, Engels speaks of Feuerbach's inconsistency, but that does not in the least prevent him from recognizing the fundamental propositions of his philosophy as purely materialist. 10. But then these propositions cannot be viewed otherwise by anybody who has gone to the trouble of making a study of them. 2. I am well aware that in saying all this I risk surprising very many of my readers. I am not afraid to do so. The ancient thinker was right in saying that astonishment is the mother of philosophy. For the reader not to remain at the stage, so to say, of astonishment, I shall first of all recommend that he ask himself what Feuerbach meant when, while giving a terse but vivid outline of his philosophical curriculum vitae, he wrote, "God was my first thought, reason the second, and man the third and last thought." I contend that this question is conclusively answered in the following meaningful words of Feuerbach himself. In the controversy between materialism and spiritualism, the human head is under discussion. Once we have learnt what kind of matter the brain is made up of, we shall soon arrive at a clear view upon all other matter as well, matter in general. 11. Elsewhere he says that his anthropology, that is, his humanism, merely means that man takes for God that which is his own essence, his own spirit. 12. He goes on to say that Descartes did not eschew this anthropological point of view. 13. How is all this to be understood? It means that Feuerbach made man the point of departure of his philosophical reasoning only because it was from that point of departure that he hoped the sooner to achieve his aim, to bring forth a correct view upon matter in general and its relation to the spirit. Consequently, what we have here is a methodological device, whose value was conditioned by circumstances of time and place, that is, by the thinking habits of the learned, or simply educated, Germans of the time. 14. And not by any specificity of world outlook. 15. The above quotation from Feuerbach regarding the human head shows that when he wrote these words, the problem of the kind of matter the brain is made up of was solved by him in a purely materialistic sense. This solution was also accepted by Marx and Engels. It provided the foundation of their own philosophy, as can be seen with the utmost clarity from Engels' works, so often quoted here, Ludwig Feuerbach and Anti-Düring. That is why we must make a closer study of this solution. In doing so, we shall at the same time be studying the philosophical aspect of Marxism. In an article entitled Vorläufig Thesen zur Reform der Philosophie, which came out in 1842 and, judging by the facts, had a strong influence on Marx, Feuerbach said that the real relation of thinking to being is only as follows: being is the subject, thinking, the predicate. Thinking is conditioned by being, and not being by thinking. Being is conditioned by itself, has its foundation in itself. 16. This view on the relation of being to thinking, which Marx and Engels made the foundation of the materialistic explanation of history, is a most important outcome of the criticism of Hegel's idealism already completed in its main features by Feuerbach, a criticism whose conclusions can be set forth in a few words. Feuerbach considered that Hegel's philosophy had removed the contradiction between being and thinking, a contradiction that had expressed itself in particular relief in Kant. However, as Feuerbach thought, it removed that contradiction, while continuing to remain within the latter, that is, within one of its elements, namely, thinking. With Hegel, thinking is being, thinking is the subject, being, the predicate. 17. It follows that Hegel, and idealism in general, eliminated the contradiction only by removing one of its component elements, that is, being, matter, nature. However, removing one of the component elements in a contradiction does not at all mean doing away with that contradiction. Hegel's doctrine that reality is postulated by the idea is merely a translation into rationalistic terms of the theological doctrine that nature was created by God, and reality, matter, by an abstract, non-material being. 18. This does not apply only to Hegel's absolute idealism. Kant's transcendental idealism, according to which the external world receives its laws from reason instead of reason receiving them from the external world, is closely akin to the theological concept that the world's laws were dictated to it by divine reason. 19. Idealism does not establish the unity of being and thinking, nor can it do so, it tears that unity asunder. Idealistic philosophy's point of departure, the I as the fundamental philosophical principle, is totally erroneous. It is not the I that must be the starting point of genuine philosophy, but the I and the you. It is such a point of departure that makes it possible to arrive at a proper understanding of the relation between thinking and being, between the subject and the object. I am I to myself, and at the same time I am you to others. The I is the subject, and at the same time the object. It must at the same time be noted that I am not the abstract being idealistic philosophy operates with. I am an actual being, my body belongs to my essence, moreover, my body, as a whole, is my genuine essence. It is not an abstract being that thinks, but that actual being, that body. Thus, contrary to what the idealists assert, an actual and material being proves to be the subject, and thinking, the predicate. Herein lies the only possible solution of the contradiction between being and thinking, a contradiction that idealism sought so vainly to resolve. None of the elements in the contradiction is removed, both are preserved, revealing their real unity. That which to me, or subjectively, is a purely spiritual, non-material, and non-sensuous act is in itself an objective, material and sensuous act. 20. Note that in saying this, Feuerbach stands close to Spinoza, whose philosophy he was already setting forth with great sympathy at the time his own breakaway from idealism was taking shape, that is, when he was writing his History of Modern Philosophy. 21. In 1843 he made the subtle observation, in his Grundsätze, that pantheism is a theological materialism, a negation of theology but as yet on a theological standpoint. This confusion of materialism and theology constituted Spinoza's inconsistency, which, however, did not prevent him from providing a correct, at least for his time, philosophical expression for the materialist trend of modern times. That was why Feuerbach called Spinoza the Moses of the modern freethinkers and materialists. 22. In 1847 Feuerbach asked, what then, under careful examination, is that which Spinoza calls substance, in terms of logics or metaphysics, and God in terms of theology? To this question he replied categorically, nothing else but nature. He saw Spinozism's main shortcoming in the fact that in it the sensible, anti-theological essence of nature assumes the aspect of an abstract, metaphysical being. Spinoza eliminated the dualism of God and nature, since he declared that the acts of nature were those of God. However, it was just because he regarded the acts of nature to be those of God, that the latter remained, with Spinoza, a being distinct from nature, but forming its foundation. He regarded God as the subject and nature as the predicate. A philosophy that has completely liberated itself from theological traditions must remove this important shortcoming in Spinoza's philosophy, which in its essence is sound. Away with this contradiction, Feuerbach exclaimed. Not Deus sub natura but aut Deus aut natura is the watchword of truth. 23. Thus, Feuerbach's humanism proved to be nothing else but Spinozism disencumbered of its theological pendant. And it was the standpoint of this kind of Spinozism, which Feuerbach had freed of its theological pendant, that Marx and Engels adopted when they broke with idealism. However, disencumbering Spinozism of its theological appendage meant revealing its true and materialist content. Consequently, the Spinozism of Marx and Engels was indeed materialism brought up to date. 24. Further, thinking is not the cause of being, but its effect, or rather its property. Feuerbach says, Vollständige Eigenschaft. I feel and think, not as a subject contract opposed to an object, but as a subject-object, as an actual and material being. For us the object is not merely the thing sensed, but also the basis, the indispensable condition of my sensation. The objective world is not only without me but also within me, inside my own skin. 25. Man is only a part of nature, a part of being, there is therefore no room for any contradiction between his thinking and his being. Space and time do not exist only as forms of thinking. They are also forms of being, forms of my contemplation. They are such, solely because I myself am a creature that lives in time and space, and because I sense and feel as such a creature. In general, the laws of being are at the same time laws of thinking. That is what Feuerbach said. 26. And the same thing, though in a different wording, was said by Engels in his polemic with Dühring. 27. This already shows what an important part of Feuerbach's philosophy became an integral part of the philosophy of Marx and Engels. If Marx began to elaborate his materialist explanation of history by criticizing Hegel's philosophy of law, he could do so only because Feuerbach had completed his criticism of Hegel's speculative philosophy. Even when criticizing Feuerbach in his theses, Marx often develops and augments the former's ideas. Here is an instance from the sphere of epistemology. Before thinking of an object, man, according to Feuerbach, experiences its action on himself, contemplates and senses it. It was this thought that Marx had in mind when he wrote, "The chief defect of all previous materialism, that of Feuerbach included, is that thing Gegenstand, reality, sensuousness are conceived only in the form of the object, or of contemplation Anschauung, but not as sensuous human activity, practice, not subjectively." 28. This shortcoming in materialism, Marx goes on to say, accounts for the circumstance that, in his Essence of Christianity, Feuerbach regards theoretical activity as the only genuine human activity. Expressed in other words, this means that, according to Feuerbach, our I cognizes the object by coming under its action. 29. Marx, however, objects by saying, our I cognizes the object, while at the same time acting upon that object. Marx's thought is a perfectly correct one, as Faust already said, am Anfang war die Tat. It may of course be objected, in defense of Feuerbach, that, in the process of our acting upon objects, we cognize their properties only in the measure in which they, for their part, act upon us. In both cases sensation precedes thinking, in both cases we first sense their properties, and only then think of them. But that is something that Marx did not deny. For him the gist of the matter was not the indisputable fact that sensation precedes thinking, but the fact that man is induced to think chiefly by the sensations he experiences in the process of his acting upon the outer world. Since this action on the outer world is prescribed to man by the struggle for existence, the theory of knowledge is closely linked up by Marx with his materialist view of the history of human civilization. It was not for nothing that the thinker who directed against Feuerbach the thesis we are here discussing wrote in Volume 1 of his Capital, by thus acting on the external world and changing it, he at the same time changes his own nature. 30. This proposition fully reveals its profound meaning only in the light of Marx's theory of knowledge. We shall see how well this theory is confirmed by the history of cultural development and, incidentally, even by the science of language. It must, however, be admitted that Marx's epistemology stems directly from that of Feuerbach, or, if you will, it is, properly speaking, the epistemology of Feuerbach, only rendered more profound by the masterly correction brought into it by Marx. I shall add, in passing, that this masterly correction was prompted by the spirit of the times. The striving to examine the interaction between object and subject precisely from the point of view in which the subject appears in an active role, derived from the public mood of the period in which the world outlook of Marx and Engels was taking shape. 31. The revolution of 1848 was in the offing. 3. The doctrine of the unity of subject and object, thinking and being, which was shared in equal measure by Feuerbach, and by Marx and Engels, was also held by the most outstanding materialists of the 17th and 18th centuries. Elsewhere 32. I have shown that La Mettrie and Diderot, each after his own fashion, arrived at a world outlook that was a brand of Spinozism, that is, a Spinozism without the theological appendage that distorted its true content. It would also be easy to show that, inasmuch as we are speaking of the unity of subject and object, Hobbes too stood very close to Spinoza. That, however, would be taking us too far afield, and, besides, there is no immediate need to do that. Probably of greater interest to the reader is the fact that today any naturalist who has delved even a little into the problem of the relation of thinking to being arrives at that doctrine of their unity which we have met in Feuerbach. When Huxley wrote the following words, surely no one who is cognizant of the facts of the case, nowadays, doubts that the roots of psychology lie in the physiology of the nervous system, and went on to say that the operations of the mind are functions of the brain. 33. He was expressing just what Feuerbach had said, only with these words he connected concepts that were far less clear. It was precisely because the concepts connected with these words were far less clear than with Feuerbach that he attempted to link up the view just quoted with Hume's philosophical skepticism. 34. In just the same way, Haeckel's 35 monism, which created such a stir, is nothing else but a purely materialist doctrine, in essence close to that of Feuerbach, of the unity of subject and object. Haeckel, however, is poorly versed in the history of materialism, which is why he considers it necessary to struggle against its one-sidedness. He should have gone to the trouble of making a study of its theory of knowledge in the form it took with Feuerbach and Marx, something that would have preserved him from the many lapses and one-sided assumptions that have made it easier for his opponents to wage a struggle against him on philosophical grounds. A very close approach to the most modern materialism, that of Feuerbach, Marx, and Engels, has been made by August Farel in various of his writings, for instance in the paper Gehirn und Seele, which he read to the 66th Congress of German Naturalists and Physicians held in Vienna, September 26, 1894. 36. In places Farel not only expresses ideas resembling Feuerbach's but, and this is amazing, marshals his arguments just as Feuerbach did his. According to Farel, each new day brings us convincing proofs that the psychology and the physiology of the brain are merely two ways of looking at one and the same thing. The reader will not have forgotten Feuerbach's identical view, which I have quoted above and which pertains to the same problem. This view can be supplemented here with the following statement: I am the psychological object to myself, Feuerbach says, but a physiological object to others. 37. In the final analysis, Farel's main idea boils down to the proposition that consciousness is the inner reflex of cerebral activity. 38. This view is already materialist. Objecting to the materialists, the idealists, and Kantians of all kinds and varieties claim that what we apprehend is only the mental aspect of the phenomena that Farel and Feuerbach deal with. This objection was excellently formulated by Schelling, who said that the spirit will always be an island which one cannot reach from the sphere of matter, otherwise than by a leap. Farel is well aware of this, but he provides convincing proof that science would be an impossibility if we made up our minds in earnest not to leave the bounds of that island. Every man, he says, would have only the psychology of his own subjectivism, hat nur die Psychologie seines Subjektivismus, and would positively be obliged to doubt the existence of the external world and of other people. 39. Such doubt is absurd, however. 40. Conclusions arrived at by analogy, natural scientific induction, a comparison of the evidence provided by our five senses, prove to us the existence of the external world, of other people, and the psychology of the latter. Likewise they prove to us that comparative psychology, animal psychology and, finally, our own psychology would be incomprehensible and full of contradictions if we considered it apart from the activities of our brain. First and foremost, it would seem a contradiction of the law of the conservation of energy. 41. Feuerbach not only reveals the contradictions that inevitably beset those who reject the materialist standpoint, but also shows how the idealists reach their island. I am I to myself, he says, and you to another. But I am such an I only as a sensible, that is, material, GP being. The abstract intellect isolates this being for oneself as substance, the atom, ego, God. That is why, to it, the connection between being for oneself and being for another is arbitrary. That which I think of as extrasensuous, ohne Sinnlichkeit, I think of as without and outside any connection. 42. This most significant consideration is accompanied by an analysis of that process of abstraction which led to the appearance of Hegelian logic as an ontological doctrine. 43. Had Feuerbach possessed the information provided by present-day ethnology, he would have been able to add that philosophical idealism descends, in the historical sense, from the animism of primitive peoples. This was already pointed out by Edward Tylor, 44, and certain historians of philosophy are beginning to take it, in part, into consideration, though for the time being more as a curiosity than a fact from the history of culture, and of tremendous theoretical and cognitive significance. 45. These ideas and arguments of Feuerbach's were not only well known to Marx and Engels and given careful thought by them, but indubitably and in considerable measure helped in the evolution of their world outlook. If Engels later had the greatest contempt for post-Feuerbachian German philosophy, it was because that philosophy, in his opinion, merely resuscitated the old philosophical errors already revealed by Feuerbach. That, indeed, was the case. Not one of the latest critics of materialism has brought forward a single argument that was not refuted either by Feuerbach himself or, before him, by the French materialists. 46. But to the critics of Marx, to E. Bernstein, C. Schmidt, B. Croce, and the like, the pauper's broth of eclecticism 47 of the most up-to-date German so-called philosophy seems a perfectly new dish. They have fed on it, and, seeing that Engels did not see fit to address himself to it, they imagined that he was evading any analysis of an argumentation he had long ago considered and found absolutely worthless. That is an old story, but one that is always new. Rats will never stop thinking that the cat is far stronger than the lion. In recognizing the striking similarity, and, in part, also the identity, in the views of Feuerbach and of Farel, we shall, however, note that while the latter is far better informed in natural science, Feuerbach had the advantage of a thorough knowledge of philosophy. That is why Farel makes mistakes we do not find in Feuerbach. Farel calls his theory the psychophysiological theory of identity. 48. To this no objection of any significance can be raised, because all terminology is conventional. However, since the theory of identity once formed the foundation of an absolutely definite idealist philosophy, Farel would have done well to have straightforwardly, boldly, and simply declared his theory to be materialist. He seems to have preserved certain prejudices against materialism, and therefore chose another name. That is why I think it necessary to note that identity in the Forlian sense has nothing in common with identity in the idealist sense. The critics of Marx do not know even this. In his polemic with me, C. Schmidt ascribed to the materialists precisely the idealist doctrine of identity. In actual fact, materialism recognizes the unity of subject and object, not their identity. This was well shown by the self-same Feuerbach. According to Feuerbach, the unity of subject and object, of thinking and being, makes sense only when man is taken as the basis of that unity. This has a special kind of humanist sound to it, and most students of Feuerbach have not found it necessary to give deeper thought to how man serves as the basis of the unity of the opposites just mentioned. In actual fact, this is how Feuerbach understood the matter. It is only when thinking is not a subject for itself, but the predicate of a real, that is, material, GP, being that thought is not something separated from being. 49. The question now is, where, in which philosophical systems, is thinking a subject for itself, that is to say, something independent of the bodily existence of a thinking individual? The answer is clear: in systems that are idealist. The idealists first convert thinking into a self-contained essence, independent of man, the subject for itself, and then assert that it is in that essence that the contradiction between being and thinking is resolved, for the very reason that separate and independent being is a property of that independent of matter essence. 50. Indeed, the contradiction is resolved in that essence. In that case, what is that essence? It is thinking, and this thinking exists, independently of anything else. Such a resolution of the contradiction is a purely formal one, which, as we have already pointed out, is achieved only by eliminating one of its elements, namely, being, as something independent of thinking. Being proves to be a simple property of thinking, so that when we say that a given object exists, we mean that it exists only in our thinking. That is how the matter was understood by Schelling, for example. To him, thinking was the absolute principle from which the real world, that is, nature and the finite spirit, followed of necessity. But how did it follow? What was meant by the existence of the real world? Nothing but existence in thinking. To Schelling, the universe was merely the self-contemplation of the absolute spirit. We see the same thing in Hegel. Feuerbach, however, was not satisfied with such a purely formal resolving of the contradiction between thinking and being. He pointed out that there can be no, thinking independent of man, that is, of an actual and material creature. Thinking is activity of the brain. To quote Feuerbach, but the brain is the organ of thinking only as long as it is connected with the human head and body. 51. We now see in what sense Feuerbach considers man the basis of the unity of being and thinking. Man is that basis in the sense that he is nothing but a material being that possesses the ability to think. If he is such a being, then it is clear that none of the elements of the contradiction is eliminated, neither being nor thinking, matter or spirit, subject or object. They are all combined in him as the subject-object. I exist, and I think, only as a subject-object, Feuerbach says. To be does not mean to exist in thought. In this respect, Feuerbach's philosophy is far clearer than that of J. Dietzgen. As Feuerbach put it, to prove that something exists means to prove that it is not something that exists only in thought. 52. This is perfectly true, but it means that the unity of thinking and being does not and cannot in any way mean their identity. This is one of the most important features distinguishing materialism from idealism. 4. When people say that, for a certain period, Marx and Engels were followers of Feuerbach, it is often inferred that, when that period ended, Marx and Engels' world outlook changed considerably, and became quite different from Feuerbach's. That is how the matter is viewed by Karl Diehl, who finds that Feuerbach's influence on Marx is usually highly exaggerated. 53. This is a gross mistake. When they ceased from being followers of Feuerbach, Marx and Engels did not at all cease from sharing a very considerable part of his philosophical views. The best proof of this is the theses which Marx wrote in criticism of Feuerbach. The theses in no way eliminate the fundamental propositions in Feuerbach's philosophy, but only correct them, and, what is most important, call for an application more consistent than Feuerbach's, in explaining the reality that surrounds man, and in particular his own activity. It is not thinking that determines being, but being that determines thinking. That is the fundamental thought in all of Feuerbach's philosophy. Marx and Engels made that thought the foundation of the materialist explanation of history. The materialism of Marx and Engels is a far more developed doctrine than Feuerbach's. The materialist views of Marx and Engels, however, developed in the direction indicated by the inner logic of Feuerbach's philosophy. That is why these views will not always be fully clear, especially in their philosophical aspect, to those who will not go to the trouble of finding out just which part of the Feuerbachian philosophy became incorporated in the world outlook of the founders of scientific socialism. And if the reader meets anyone who is much taken up with the problem of finding philosophical substantiation for historical materialism, he may well be sure that this wise mortal is very much deficient in the respect I have just mentioned. But let us return to the subject. Already in his third thesis on Feuerbach, Marx tackled the most difficult of all the problems he was to resolve in the sphere of social man's historical practice, with the aid of the correct concept of the unity of subject and object, which Feuerbach had developed. The thesis reads, "The materialist doctrine concerning the changing of circumstances and upbringing forgets that circumstances are changed by men, and that the educator must himself be educated." 54. Once this problem is solved, the secret of the materialist explanation of history has been uncovered. But Feuerbach was unable to solve it. In history, he, like the French 18th century materialists he had so much in common with, remained an idealist. 55. Here Marx and Engels had to start from scratch, making use of the theoretical material that had been accumulated by social science, chiefly by the French historians of the Restoration period. But even here, Feuerbach's philosophy provided them with some valuable pointers. Art, religion, philosophy, and science, Feuerbach says, are but the manifestation or revelation of genuine human essence. 56. Hence it follows that the human essence contains the explanation of all ideologies, that is, that the development of the latter is conditioned by the development of the human essence. What is that essence? Man's essence, Feuerbach replies, is only in community, in man's unity with man. 57. This is very vague, and here we see a borderline that Feuerbach did not cross. 58. However, it is beyond that borderline that the region of the materialist explanation of history, a region discovered by Marx and Engels, begins. That explanation indicates the causes which in the course of history determine the community, man's unity with man, that is, the mutual relations that men enter into. This borderline not only separates Marx from Feuerbach, but testifies to his closeness to the latter. The sixth thesis on Feuerbach says that human essence is the ensemble of the social relations. This is far more definite than what Feuerbach himself said, and the close genetic link between Marx's world outlook and Feuerbach's philosophy is here revealed with probably greater clarity than anywhere else. When Marx wrote this thesis, he already knew, not only the direction in which the solution of the problem should be sought, but the solution itself. In his critique of Hegel's philosophy of law, he showed that no mutual relations of people in society, neither legal relations nor political forms, could be comprehended whether by themselves or on the basis of a so-called general development of the human mind, but that on the contrary they originate in the material conditions of life, the totality of which Hegel, following the example of English and French thinkers of the 18th century, embraces within the term civil society, that the anatomy of this civil society, however, has to be sought in political economy. 59. It now remained only to explain the origin and development of the economy to obtain a full solution of a problem that materialism had been unable to cope with for centuries on end. That explanation was provided by Marx and Engels. It stands to reason that, when I speak of the full solution of that great problem, I am referring only to its general or algebraic solution, which materialism could not find in the course of centuries. It stands to reason that, when I speak of a full solution, I am referring, not to the arithmetic of social development, but to its algebra, not to the causes of individual phenomena, but to how the discovery of those causes should be approached. And that means that the materialist explanation of history was primarily of a methodological significance. Engels was fully aware of this when he wrote, "It is not the bare conclusions of which we are in such need, but rather study das Studium. The conclusions are nothing without the reasoning that has led up to them." 60. This, however, is sometimes not understood either by critics of Marx, whom, as they say, may God forgive, or by some of his followers, which is much worse. Michelangelo once said of himself, "My knowledge will engender a multitude of ignoramuses." These words have regrettably proved prophetic. Today Marx's knowledge is engendering ignoramuses. The fault lies, not with Marx, but with those who talk rubbish while invoking his name. For such rubbish to be avoided, an understanding of the methodological significance of historical materialism is necessary. V. In general, one of the greatest services rendered to materialism by Marx and Engels lies in their elaboration of a correct method. Feuerbach, who concentrated his efforts on the struggle against the speculative element in Hegel's philosophy, had little appreciation of its dialectical element, and made little use of it. True dialectic, he said, is no more monologue by a solitary thinker with himself, it is a dialogue between the ego and the Tuesday. 61. In the first place, however, Hegel's dialectic did not signify a monologue by a solitary thinker with himself, and, secondly, Feuerbach's remark gives a correct definition of the starting point of philosophy, but not of its method. This gap was filled by Marx and Engels, who understood that it would be mistaken, in waging a struggle against Hegel's speculative philosophy, to ignore his dialectic. Some critics have declared that, during the years immediately following his break with idealism, Marx was highly indifferent to dialectic too. Though this opinion may seem to have some semblance of plausibility, it is controverted by the aforementioned fact that, in the Deutsche Französische Jahrbucher, Engels was already speaking of the method as the soul of the new system of views. 62. In any case, the second part of La Mesure de la Philosophie leaves no room for doubt that, at the time of his polemic with Proudhon, Marx was very well aware of the significance of the dialectical method and knew how to make good use of it. Marx's victory in this controversy was won by a man able to think dialectically, over one who had never been able to understand the nature of dialectic, but was trying to apply its method to an analysis of capitalist society. This same second part of La Mesure de la Philosophie shows that dialectic, which with Hegel was of a purely idealist nature and had remained so with Proudhon, so far as he had assimilated it, was placed on a materialist foundation by Marx. 63. To Hegel Marx wrote subsequently, describing his own materialist dialectic, the life process of the human brain, that is, the process of thinking, which, under the name of the idea, he even transforms into an independent subject, is the demiurgos of the real world, and the real world is only the external, phenomenal form of the idea. With me, on the contrary, the ideal is nothing else than the material world reflected by the human mind, and translated into forms of thought. 64. This description implies full agreement with Feuerbach, firstly in the attitude towards Hegel's idea, and, secondly, in the relation of thinking to being. The Hegelian dialectic could be turned right side up only by one who was convinced of the soundness of the basic principle of Feuerbach's philosophy, viz., that it is not thinking that determines being, but being that determines thinking. Many people confuse dialectic with the doctrine of development. Dialectic is, in fact, such a doctrine. However, it differs substantially from the vulgar theory of evolution, which is completely based on the principle that neither nature nor history proceeds in leaps and that all changes in the world take place by degrees. Hegel had already shown that, understood in such a way, the doctrine of development was untenable and ridiculous. When people want to understand the rise or disappearance of anything he says in Volume 1 of his Wissenschaft der Logik, they usually imagine that they achieve comprehension through the medium of a conception of the gradual character of that rise or disappearance. However, changes in being take place, not only by a transition of one quantity into another, but also by a transition of qualitative differences into quantitative, and, on the contrary, by a transition that interrupts gradualness, and substitutes one phenomenon for another. 65. And every time gradualness is interrupted, a leap takes place. Hegel goes on to show by a number of examples how often leaps take place both in nature and in history, and he exposes the ridiculous logical error underlying the vulgar theory of evolution. Underlying the doctrine of gradualness, he remarks, is the conception that what is arising already exists in reality, and remains unobserved only because of its small dimensions. In like manner, people, when they speak of gradual disappearance, imagine that the non-existence of the phenomenon in question, or the phenomenon that is to take its place, is an accomplished fact, although it is as yet imperceptible. But this can only suppress any notion of arising and destruction. To explain appearance or disappearance by the gradualness of the change means reducing the whole matter to absurd tautology and to imagining in an already complete state that is, as already arisen or already gone, gp that which is in the course of appearing or disappearing. 66. This dialectical view of Hegel's as to the inevitability of leaps in the process of development was adopted in full by Marx and Engels. It was developed in detail by Engels in his polemic with Dühring, and here he turned it right side up, that is to say, on a materialist foundation. Thus he indicated that the transition from one form of energy to another cannot take place otherwise than by means of a leap. 67. Thus he sought, in modern chemistry, a confirmation of the dialectical theorem of the transformation of quantity into quality. Generally speaking, he found that the rights of dialectical thinking are confirmed by the dialectical properties of being. Here, too, being conditions thinking. Without undertaking a more detailed characterization of materialist dialectic, its relation to what, by a parallel with elementary mathematics, may be called elementary logic, see my preface to my translation of Ludwig Feuerbach. I shall remind the reader that, during the last 2 decades, the theory that sees only gradual changes in the process of development has begun to lose ground even in biology, where it used to be recognized almost universally. In this respect, the work of Armand Gautier and that of Hugo de Vries seem to show promise of epoch-making importance. Suffice it to say that de Vries' theory of mutations is a doctrine that the development of species takes place by leaps. See his two-volume Die Mutations Theory, Leipzig, 1901-03, his paper Die Mutationen and Die Mutationsperioden bei der Entstehung der Arten, Leipzig, 1901, and the lectures he delivered at the University of California, which appeared in the German translation under the title of Arten und Varietäten und ihre Entstehung durch die Mutation, Berlin, 1906. In the opinion of this outstanding naturalist, the weak point in Darwin's theory of the origin of species is that this origin can be explained by gradual changes. 68. Also of interest, and most apt, is de Vries' remark that the dominance of the theory of gradual changes in the doctrine of the origin of species has had an unfavorable influence on the experimental study of relevant problems. 69. I may add that, in present-day natural science and especially among the neo-Lamarckians, there has been a fairly rapid spread of the theory of the so-called animaism of matter, that is, that matter in general, and especially any organized matter, possesses a certain degree of sensibility. This theory, which many regard as being diametrically opposed to materialism, see, for instance, Der heutige Stand der Darwinschen by R. H. Franz, Leipzig, 1907, is in fact, when properly understood, only a translation, into the language of present-day natural science, of Feuerbach's materialist doctrine of the unity of being and thinking, of object and subject. 70. It may be confidently stated that Marx and Engels, who had assimilated this doctrine, would have been keenly interested in this trend in natural science, true, far too little elaborated as yet. Herzen was right in saying that Hegel's philosophy, which many considered conservative in the main, was a genuine algebra of revolution. 71. With Hegel, however, this algebra remained wholly unapplied to the burning problems of practical life. Of necessity, the speculative element brought a spirit of conservatism into the philosophy of this great absolute idealist. It is quite different with Marx's materialist philosophy, in which revolutionary algebra manifests itself with all the irresistible force of its dialectical method. In its mystified form, Marx says dialectic became the fashion in Germany, because it seemed to transfigure and to glorify the existing state of things. In its rational form it is a scandal and abomination to bourgeoisdom and its doctrinaire professors, because it includes in its comprehension and affirmative recognition of the existing state of things, at the same time also, the recognition of the negation of that state, of its inevitable breaking up, because it regards every historically developed social form as in fluid movement, and therefore takes into account its transient nature not less than its momentary existence, because it lets nothing impose upon it, and is in its essence critical and revolutionary. 72. If we regard materialist dialectic from the viewpoint of the history of Russian literature, we may say that this dialectic was the first to supply a method necessary and competent to solve the problem of the rationality of all that exists, a problem that so greatly troubled our brilliant thinker Belinsky. 73. It was only Marx's dialectical method, as applied to the study of Russian life, that has shown us how much reality and how much semblance of reality there was in it. 6. When we set out to explain history from the materialist standpoint, our first difficulty is, as we have seen, the question of the actual causes of the development of social relations. We already know that the anatomy of civil society is determined by its economy. But what is the latter itself determined by? Marx's answer is as follows. In the social production of their existence, men inevitably enter into definite relations, which are independent of their will, namely, relations of production appropriate to a given stage in the development of their material forces of production. The totality of these relations of production constitutes the economic structure of society, the real foundation, on which arises a legal and political superstructure. 74. Marx's reply thus reduces the whole question of the development of the economy to that of the causes determining the development of the productive forces at the disposal of society. In this, its final form, it is solved first and foremost by the reference to the nature of the geographic environment. In his philosophy of history, Hegel already speaks of the important role of the geographic foundation of world history. But since, in his view, the idea is the ultimate cause of all development, and since it was only en passant and in instances of secondary importance, against his will as it were, that he had recourse to a materialist explanation of phenomena, the thoroughly sound view he expressed regarding the historic significance of geographic environment could not lead him to all the fruitful conclusions that follow therefrom. It was only by the materialist Marx that these conclusions were drawn in their fullness. 75. The properties of the geographic environment determine the character both of the natural products that serve to satisfy man's wants, and of those objects he himself produces with the same purpose. Where there were no metals, aboriginal tribes could not, unaided, emerge from what we call the Stone Age. In exactly the same way, for primitive fishers and hunters to go over to cattle breeding and agriculture, the appropriate conditions of geographic environment were needed, that is, in this instance, suitable fauna and flora. Lewis Henry Morgan has shown that the absence, in the New World, of animals capable of being domesticated, and the specific differences between the flora of the two hemispheres, brought about the considerable difference in the course of their inhabitants' social development. 76 of the Redskins of North America Waits says, they have no domesticated animals. This is highly important, for in this circumstance lies the principal reason that forced them to remain at a low stage of development. 77 Schweinfurth reports that in Africa, when a given locality is overpopulated, part of the inhabitants emigrate and thereupon change their mode of life in accordance with the new geographic environment. Tribes hitherto agricultural become hunters, while tribes that have lived from their flocks will turn to agriculture. 78 He also points out that the inhabitants of an area rich in iron, which seems to occupy a considerable part of Central Africa, naturally began to smelt iron. 79. Nor is that all. Already at the lower stages of development, tribes enter into mutual intercourse and exchange some of their products. This expands the boundaries of the geographic environment, influencing the development of the productive forces of each of these tribes and accelerating the course of that development. It is clear, however, that the greater or lesser ease with which such intercourse arises and is maintained also depends on the properties of the geographic environment. Hegel said that seas and rivers bring men closer together, whereas mountains keep them apart. Incidentally, seas bring men closer together when the development of the productive forces has reached a relatively high level. At lower levels, as Ratzel rightly points out, the sea is a great hindrance to intercourse between the tribes it separates. 80 However that may be, it is certain that the more varied the properties of the geographic environment, the more they favor the development of the productive forces. Marx writes, "It is not the mere fertility of the soil, but the differentiation of the soil, the variety of its natural products, the changes of the seasons, which form the physical basis for the social division of labor, and which, by changes in the natural surroundings, spur man on to the multiplication of his wants, his capabilities, his means and modes of labor." 81. Using almost the same terms as Marx, Ratzel says, "The main thing is not that there is the greatest ease in procuring food, but that certain inclinations, habits, and finally wants are aroused in man." 82. Thus, the properties of the geographical environment determine the development of the productive forces, which, in its turn, determines the development of the economic relations, and therefore of all other social relations. Marx explains this in the following words. These social relations into which the producers enter with one another, the conditions under which they exchange their activities and participate in the whole act of production, will naturally vary according to the character of the means of production. With the invention of a new instrument of warfare, firearms, the whole internal organization of the army necessarily changed. the relationships within which individuals can constitute an army and act as an army were transformed, and the relations of different armies to one another also changed. 83. To make this explanation still more graphic, I shall cite an instance. The Maasai of East Africa give their captives no quarter, the reason being, as Ratzel points out, that this pastoral people have no technical possibility of making use of slave labor. But the neighboring Wakamba, who are agriculturists, are able to make use of that labor, and therefore spare their captives' lives and turn them into slaves. The appearance of slavery therefore presupposes the achievement of a definite degree in the development of the social forces, a degree that permits the exploitation of slave labor. 84. But slavery is a production relation whose appearance indicates the beginning of a division into classes in a society which has hitherto known no other divisions but those of sex and age. When slavery reaches full development, it puts its stamp on the entire economy of society, and, through the economy, on all other social relations, in the first place of the political structure. However much the states of antiquity differed in political structure, their chief distinctive feature was that every one of them was a political organization expressing and protecting the interests of freemen alone. We now know that the development of the productive forces, which in the final analysis determines the development of all social relations, is determined by the properties of the geographic environment. But as soon as they have arisen, the social relations themselves exercise a marked influence on the development of the productive forces. Thus that which is initially an effect becomes in its turn a cause. Between the development of the productive forces and the social structure there arises an interaction which assumes the most varied forms in various epochs. It should also be remembered that while the internal relations existing in a given society are determined by a given state of the productive forces, it is on the latter that, in the final analysis, that society's external relations depend. To every stage in the development of the productive forces there corresponds a definite character of armaments, the art of war, and, finally, of international law, or, to be more precise, of intersocial, that is, inter alia, of intertribal law. Hunting tribes cannot form large political organizations precisely because the low level of their productive forces compels them to scatter in small social groups, in search of means of subsistence. But the more these social groups are scattered, the more inevitable it is that even such disputes that, in a civilized society, could easily be settled in a magistrate's court, are settled by means of more or less sanguinary combats. Eyre says that when several Australian tribes join forces for certain purposes in a particular place, such contacts are never lengthy, even before a shortage of food or the need to hunt game has obliged the Australians to part company. Hostile clashes flare up among them, which very soon lead, as is well known, to pitched battles. 85. It is obvious that such clashes may arise from a wide variety of causes. It is, however, noteworthy that most travelers ascribe them to economic causes. When Stanley asked several natives of equatorial Africa how their wars against neighboring tribes arose, the answer was, "Some of our young men go into the woods to hunt game and they are surprised by our neighbors, then we go to them, and they come to fight us until one party is tired, or one is beaten." 86. In much the same way Burton says, all African wars, are for one of two objects, cattle lifting or kidnapping. 87. Ratzel considers it probable that in New Zealand wars among the natives were frequently caused simply by the desire to enjoy human flesh. 88. The natives' inclination towards cannibalism is itself to be explained by the paucity of the New Zealand fauna. All know to what great extent the outcome of a war depends on the weapons used by each of the belligerents. But those weapons are determined by the state of their productive forces, by their economy, and by their social relations, which have arisen on the basis of that economy. 89. To say that certain peoples or tribes have been subjugated by other peoples does not yet mean explaining why the social consequences of that subjugation have been exactly what they are, and no other. The social consequences of the Roman conquest of Gaul were not at all the same as those of the conquest of that country by the Germans. The social consequences of the Norman conquest of England were very different from those that resulted from the Mongol conquest of Russia. In all these cases, the difference depended ultimately on the difference between the economic structure of the subjugated society on the one hand, and that of the conquering society on the other. The more the productive forces of a given tribe or people are developed, the greater are at least its opportunities to arm itself better to carry on the struggle for existence. There may, however, be many noteworthy exceptions to this general rule. At lower levels of the development of the productive forces, the difference in the weapons of tribes that are at very different stages of economic development, for instance, nomadic shepherds and settled agriculturists, cannot be so great as it subsequently becomes. Besides, an advance in economic development, which exerts a considerable influence on the character of a given people, sometimes reduces its warlikeness to such a degree that it proves incapable of resisting an enemy economically more backward but more accustomed to warfare. That is why peaceable tribes of agriculturists are not infrequently conquered by warrior peoples. Ratzel remarks that the most solid state organizations are formed by semi-civilist peoples as a result of the unifying, by means of conquest, of both elements, the agricultural and the pastoral. 90. However correct this remark may be on the whole, it should, however, be remembered that even in such cases, China is a good example. Economically backward conquerors gradually find themselves completely subjected to the influence of a conquered but economically more advanced people. The geographic environment exerts a considerable influence, not only on primitive tribes, but also on so-called civilized peoples. As Marx wrote, it is the necessity of bringing a natural force under the control of society, of economizing, of appropriating or subduing it on a large scale by the work of man's hand, that first plays the decisive part in the history of industry. Examples are the irrigation works in Egypt, Lombardy, Holland, or in India and Persia, where irrigation by means of artificial canals, not only supplies the soil with the water indispensable to it, but also carries down to it, in the shape of sediment from the hills, mineral fertilizers. The secret of the flourishing state of industry in Spain and Sicily under the dominion of the Arabs lay in their irrigation works. 91. The doctrine of the influence of the geographic environment on mankind's historical development has often been reduced to a recognition of the direct influence of climate on social man. It has been supposed that under the influence of climate one race becomes freedom-loving, another becomes inclined to submit patiently to the rule of a more or less despotic monarch, and yet another race becomes superstitious and therefore dependent upon a clergy, etc. This view already predominated, for instance, with Buckle. 92. According to Marx, the geographic environment affects man through the medium of relations of production, which arise in a given area on the basis of definite productive forces, whose primary condition of development lies in the properties of that environment. Modern ethnology is more and more going over to this point of view, and consequently attributes ever less importance to race in the history of civilization. Race has nothing to do with cultural achievement, says Ratzel. 93. But as soon as a certain cultural level has been reached, it indubitably influences the bodily and mental qualities of the race. 94. The influence of geographic environment on social man is a variable magnitude. Conditioned by the properties of that environment, the development of the productive forces increases man's power over nature, and thereby places him in a new relation towards the geographic environment that surrounds him. Thus, the English of today react to that environment in a manner which is not quite the same as that in which the tribes that inhabited England in Julius Caesar's day reacted to it. This finally removes the objection that the character of the inhabitants of a given area can be substantially modified, although the geographic characteristics of that area remain unchanged. 8. The legal and political relations 95 engendered by a given economic structure exert a decisive influence on social man's entire mentality. Upon the different forms of property, upon the social conditions of existence, says Marx, rises an entire superstructure of distinct and peculiarly formed sentiments, illusions, modes of thought and views of life. 96. Being determines thinking. It may be said that each new step made by science in explaining the process of historical development is a fresh argument in favor of this fundamental thesis of contemporary materialism. Already in 1877, Ludwig Noir wrote, "It was joint activity directed towards the achievement of a common aim, it was the primordial labor of our ancestors, that produced language and the reasoning." 97. Developing this notable thought, L. Noir pointed out that language originally indicated the things of the objective world, not as possessing a certain form, but as having received that form, nicht als Gestalten, sondern als Gestaltet, not as active and exerting a definite action but as passive and subjected to that action. 98. He went on to explain this with the sound remark that all things enter man's field of vision, that is, become things to him, solely in the measure in which they are subjected to his action, and it is in conformity with this that they get their designations, that is, names. 99. In short, it is human activity that, in Noir's opinion, gives meaning to the initial roots of language. 100. It is noteworthy that Noir found the first embryo of his theory in Feuerbach's idea that man's essence lies in the community, in man's unity with man. He apparently knew nothing of Marx, for otherwise he would have seen that his view on the role of activity in the formation of language was closer to Marx, who, in his epistemology, laid stress on human activity, unlike Feuerbach, who spoke mostly of contemplation. In this connection, it is hardly necessary to remind the reader, with reference to Noir's theory, that the nature of man's activities in the process of production is determined by the state of the productive forces. That is obvious. It will be more useful to note that the decisive influence of being upon thinking is seen with particular clarity in primitive tribes, whose social and intellectual life is incomparably simpler than that of civilized peoples. Carl von den Steenen writes of the natives of central Brazil that we shall understand them only when we consider them as the outcome, Erzeugnis, of their life as hunters. Animals have been the chief source of their experience, he goes on to say, and it is mainly with the aid of that experience that they have interpreted nature and formed their world outlook. 101. The condition of their life as hunters have determined not only the world outlook of these tribes but also their moral concepts, their sentiments, and even, the writer goes on to say, their aesthetic tastes. We see exactly the same thing in pastoral tribes. Among those whom Ratzel terms exclusively herdsmen, the subject of at least 99% of all conversations is cattle, their origin, habits, merits, and defects. 102. For instance, the unfortunate Hereros, whom the civilized Germans recently pacified with such brutality, were such exclusively herdsmen. 103. If beasts are the primitive hunter's foremost source of experience, and if his whole world outlook was based on that experience, then it is not surprising that the mythology of hunting tribes, which at that stage takes the place of philosophy, theology, and science, draws all its content from the same source. The peculiarity of Bushman mythology, Andrew Lang writes, is the almost absolute predominance of animals. Except an old woman who appears now and then in these incoherent legends, their myths have scarcely one human figure to show. 104. According to Brough Smith, the Australian Aborigines, like the Bushmen, who have not yet emerged from the hunting stage, have as their gods mostly birds and beasts. 105. The religion of primitive tribes has not yet been adequately studied. However, what we already know fully confirms the correctness of the brief thesis of Feuerbach and Marx that it is not religion that makes man, but man who makes religion. As E. Tyler says, among nation after nation it is still clear how, man being the type of deity, human society and government became the model on which divine society and government were shaped. 106. This is unquestionably a materialist view on religion. It is known that Saint Simon held the opposite view, explaining the social and political system of the ancient Greeks through their religious beliefs. It is, however, far more important that science has already begun to discover the causal link between the technical level of primitive peoples and their world outlook. 107. In this respect valuable discoveries evidently await science. 108. In the sphere of the ideology of primitive society, art has been studied better than any other branch, an abundance of material has been collected, testifying in the most unambiguous and convincing manner to the soundness and, one might say, the inevitability of the materialist explanation of history. So copious is this material that I can here enumerate only the most important of the works dealing with the subject: Schweinfurth, Arts Africani, Leipzig, 1875, R. Andrea, Ethnographisch Parallelen, the article entitled Das Zeichnen bei den Nedervolkern, von den Steinen, unter den Nedervolkern Zentralbrasiliens, Berlin, 1894, G. Mallory, Picture Writing of the American Indians, 10th Annual Report of the Bureau of Ethnology, Washington, 1893, reports for other years contain valuable material on the influence of the mechanical arts, especially weaving, on ornamental design, horns, Urgeschicht der Bildenden Kunst in Europa, Wien, 1898, Ernst Gross, Die Anfang der Kunst, also Kunstwissenschaftliche Studie N, Tübingen, 1900, Jahrjohern, Der Ursprung der Kunst, Leipzig, 1904, Karl Bucher, Arbeit und Rhythmus, 3rd edition, 1902, Gabriel et Adrien de Mortillet, Le Préhistorique, Paris, 1900, pp 217-30, Horns, Der Diluviale Mensch in Europa, Braunschweig, 1903, Cephas. Müller. L'Europe préhistorique, Trad du Danois Pare Philippot, Paris, 1907, Richard Wallazczek, Anfang der Tonkunst, Leipzig, 1903. 109. The conclusions arrived at by modern science as regards the question of the beginnings of art will be shown by the following quotations from the authors enumerated above. Decorative design, says Horns, can develop only from industrial activity, which is its material precondition. Peoples without any industry, have no ornamental design either. 110. Von den Steinen thinks that drawing, Zeichnen, developed from designation of the object, Zeichen, used with the practical aim. Bucher has formed the conclusion that at the primitive stage of their development, work, music, and poetry were a fused whole, work being the chief element in this trinity, and music and poetry of secondary importance. In his opinion, the origin of poetry is to be sought in labor, and he goes on to remark that no language arranges in a rhythmical pattern words making up a sentence. It is therefore improbable that men arrived at measured, poetical speech through the use of their everyday language. The inner logic of that language operates against that. How, then, is one to explain the origin of measured, poetical speech? Bucher is of the opinion that the measured and rhythmical movements of the body transmitted the laws of their coordination to figurative, poetical speech. This is all the more probable if one recalls that, at the lower stages of development, rhythmical movements of the body are usually accompanied by singing. But what is the explanation of the coordination of bodily movements? It lies in the nature of the processes of production. Thus, the origin of poetry is to be sought in productive activities. 111. R. Wallazczek formulates his view on the origin of dramatic performances among primitive tribes in the following way. 112. The subjects of these dramatic performances were 1. The chase, war, paddling, among hunters, the life and habits of animals, animal pantomimes, masks. 113. 2. The life and habits of cattle, among pastoral peoples. 3. Work, among agriculturists, sowing, threshing, vine dressing. The entire tribe took part in the performance, all of them singing, in chorus. The words sung were meaningless, the content being provided by the performance itself, pantomime. Only actions of everyday life were represented, such as were absolutely essential in the struggle for existence. Wallazczek says that in many primitive tribes, during such performances, the chorus split into two opposite parts. Such, he adds, was the origin of Greek drama, which was also an animal pantomime at the outset. The goat was the animal that played the most important part in the economy of the Greeks, which accounts for the word tragedy being derived from tragos, the Greek for goat. It would be difficult to give a more striking illustration of the proposition that it is not being that is determined by thinking, but thinking that is determined by being. 9. But economic life develops under the influence of a growth in the productive forces. Therefore the mutual relations of people engaged in the process of production undergo changes, and, together with them, changes take place in human mentality. As Marx puts it, at a certain stage of development, the material productive forces of society come into conflict with the existing relations of production, or, this merely expresses the same thing in legal terms, with the property relations within the framework of which they have operated hitherto. From forms of development of the productive forces these relations turn into their fetters. Then begins an era of social revolution. The changes in the economic foundation lead sooner or later to the transformation of the whole immense superstructure. No social order is ever destroyed before all the productive forces for which it is sufficient have been developed, and new superior relations of production never replace older ones before the material conditions for their existence have matured within the framework of the old society. 114 Mankind thus inevitably sets itself only such tasks as it is able to solve, since closer examination will always show that the problem itself arises only when the material conditions for its solution are already present or at least in the course of formation. 115. Here we have before us a genuine algebra, and purely materialist at that, of social development. This algebra has room both for leaps, of the epoch of social revolutions, and for gradual changes. Gradual quantitative changes in the properties of a given order of things lead ultimately to a change in quality, that is, to the downfall of the old mode of production, or, as Marx expresses it here, of the old social order, and to its replacement by a new mode. As Marx remarks, in broad outline, the Asiatic, ancient, feudal and modern bourgeois modes of production may be designated as successive epochs, marking progress, in the economic development of society. 116 There is however reason to believe that later, when he had read Morgan's book on primitive society, he modified his view as to the relation of the mode of production in antiquity to that of the East. Indeed, the logic of the economic development of the feudal mode of production led to a social revolution that marked the triumph of capitalism. But the logic of the economic development of China or ancient Egypt, for example, did not at all lead to the appearance of the antique mode of production. In the former instance we are speaking of two phases of development, one of which follows the other, and is engendered by it. The second instance, on the other hand, represents rather two coexisting types of economic development. The society of antiquity took the place of the clan social organization, the latter also preceding the appearance of the Oriental social system. Each of these two types of economic structure was the outcome of the growth in the productive forces within the clan organization, a process that inevitably led to the latter's ultimate disintegration. If these two types differed considerably from each other, their chief distinctive features were evolved under the influence of the geographic environment, which in one case prescribed one kind of aggregate production relations to a society that had achieved a certain degree of growth in the productive forces, and in the other case, another kind, greatly differing from the first. The discovery of the clan type of social organization is evidently destined to play the same part in social science as was played in biology by the discovery of the cell. While Marx and Engels were unfamiliar with this type of organization, there could not but be considerable gaps in their theory of social development, as Engels himself subsequently acknowledged. But the discovery of the clan type of organization, which for the first time provided a key to an understanding of the lower stages of social development, was but a new and powerful argument in favor of the materialist explanation of history, not against that concept. It provided a closer insight into the way in which the first phases of social being take shape, and social being then determines social thinking. The discovery thereby gave amazing clarity to the truth that social thinking is determined by social being. I mention all this only in passing. The main thing deserving of attention is Marx's remark that the property relations existing when the productive forces reach a certain level encourage the further growth of those forces for a time, and then begin to hamper that growth. 117 This is a reminder of the fact that, though a certain state of the productive forces is the cause of the given production relations, and in particular of the property relations, the latter, once they have arisen as a consequence of the aforementioned cause, begin themselves to influence that cause. Thus there arises an interaction between the productive forces and the social economy. Since a whole superstructure of social relations, sentiments, and concepts grows on the economic basis, that superstructure first fostering and then hindering the economic development, there arises between the superstructure and the basis an interaction which provides the key to an understanding of all those phenomena which at first glance seem to contradict the fundamental thesis of historical materialism. Everything hitherto said by critics of Marx concerning the supposed one-sidedness of Marxism and its alleged disregard of all other factors of social development but the economic, has been prompted by a failure to understand the role assigned by Marx and Engels to the interaction between basis and superstructure. To realize, for instance, how little Marx and Engels ignored the significance of the political factor, it is sufficient to read those pages of the Communist Manifesto which make reference to the liberation movement of the bourgeoisie. There we are told, an oppressed class under the sway of the feudal nobility, an armed and self-governing association in the medieval commune, here independent urban republic, as in Italy and Germany, their taxable third estate of the monarchy, as in France, afterwards, in the period of manufacture proper, serving either the semi-feudal or the absolute monarchy as a counterpoise against the nobility, and, in fact, cornerstone of the great monarchies in general, the bourgeoisie has at last, since the establishment of modern industry and of the world market, conquered for itself, in the modern representative state, exclusive political sway. The executive of the modern state is but a committee for managing the common affairs of the whole bourgeoisie. 118. The importance of the political factor is so clearly revealed here that some critics consider it even unduly stressed. But the origin and the force of this factor, as well as the mode of its operation in each given period of the bourgeoisie's development, are themselves explained in the manifesto by the course of economic development, in consequence of which the variety of factors in no way disturbs the unity of the fundamental cause. Political relations indubitably influence the economic movement, but it is also indisputable that before they influence that movement they are created by it. The same must be said of the mentality of man as a social being, of that which Stammeiler 119 has somewhat one-sidedly called social concepts. The manifesto gives convincing proof that its authors were well aware of the importance of the ideological factor. However, in the same manifesto we see that, even if the ideological factor plays an important part in the development of society, it is itself previously created by that development. When the ancient world was in its last throes, the ancient religions were overcome by Christianity. When Christian ideas succumbed in the 18th century to rationalist ideas, feudal society fought its death battle with the then revolutionary bourgeoisie. 120. In this connection, however, the concluding chapter of the manifesto is even more convincing. Its authors tell us that the communists never cease to instill into the minds of the workers the clearest possible recognition of the hostile antagonism between the interests of the bourgeoisie and of the proletariat. It is easy to understand that one who attaches no importance to the ideological factor has no logical ground for trying to instill any such recognition whatsoever into the minds of any social group. X. I have quoted from the manifesto, in preference to other works by Marx and Engels, because it belongs to the early period of their activities when, as some of their critics assure us, they were especially one-sided in their understanding of the relation between the factors of social development. We see clearly, however, that in that period too they were distinguished, not by any one-sidedness, but only by a striving towards monism, an aversion for the eclecticism, so manifest in the remarks of their critics. Reference is not infrequently made to two of Engels' letters, both published in Sozialistischer Akademiker. One was written in 1890, the other in 1894. There was a time when Herr Bernstein made much of these letters which, he thought, contained plain testimony of the evolution that had taken place in the course of time in the views of Marx's friend and collaborator. He made 2 extracts from them, which he thought most convincing in this respect, and which I consider necessary to reproduce here, inasmuch as they prove the reverse of what Herr Bernstein was out to prove. Here is the first of these extracts. Thus there are innumerable intersecting forces, an infinite series of parallelograms of forces which give rise to one resultant, the historical event. This may in its turn again be regarded as the product of a power which operates as a whole unconsciously and without volition. For what each individual wills is obstructed by everyone else, and what emerges is something that no one intended. Letter of 1890-121. Here is the second extract: political, legal, philosophical, religious, literary, artistic, etc. development is based on economic development. But all these react upon one another and also upon the economic basis. Letter of 1894-122. Herr Bernstein finds that this sounds somewhat different than the preface to Zur Kritik der politischen Ökonomie, which speaks of the links between the economic basis and the superstructure that rises above it. But in what way does it sound different? Precisely what is said in the preface is repeated, viz., political and all other kinds of development rest on economic development. Herr Bernstein seems to have been misled by the following words, but all these react upon one another and also on the economic basis. Herr Bernstein himself seems to have understood the preface to Zur Kritik differently, that is, in the sense that the social and ideological superstructure that grows on the economic basis exerts no influence, in its turn, on that basis. We already know, however, that nothing can be more mistaken than such an understanding of Marx's thought. Those who have observed Herr Bernstein's critical exercises can only shrug their shoulders when they see a man who once undertook to popularize Marxism failing to go to the trouble, or, to be more accurate, proving incapable, of first getting an understanding of that doctrine. The second of the letters quoted by Herr Bernstein contains passages that are probably of greater importance for an understanding of the causal significance of the historical theory of Marx and Engels, than the lines I have quoted, which have been so poorly understood by Herr Bernstein. One of these passages reads as follows: "The economic situation therefore does not produce an automatic effect as people try here and there conveniently to imagine, but men make their history themselves. They do so however in a given environment, which conditions them, and on the basis of actual, already existing relations, among which, the economic relations, however much they may be influenced by other, political and ideological, relations, are still ultimately the decisive ones, forming the keynote which alone leads to understanding." 123. As we see, Herr Bernstein himself, in the days of his orthodox mood, was among the people here and there, who interpret the historical doctrine of Marx and Engels in the sense that in history the economic situation produces an automatic effect. These also include very many critics of Marx who have switched into reverse from Marxism to idealism. These profound thinkers reveal great self-satisfaction when they confront and reproach the one-sided Marx and Engels with the formula that history is made by men and not by the automatic movement of the economy. They offer Marx what he himself gave, and in their boundless simplicity of mind, do not even realize that the Marx they are criticizing has nothing except the name in common with the real Marx, since he is the creation of their own and really many-sided non-understanding of the subject. It is natural that critics of such caliber are utterly incapable of supplementing or amending anything in historical materialism. Consequently, I shall not deal with them any longer, and shall go over to the founders of that theory. It is of the utmost importance to note that when Engels, shortly before his death, denied the automatic understanding of the historical operation of the economy, he was only repeating, almost in the same words, and explaining what Marx had written as far back as 1845, in the third thesis on Feuerbach, quoted above. There Marx reproached the earlier materialists with having forgotten that if men are products of circumstances, it is men who change circumstances. 124 Consequently, the task of materialism in the sphere of history lay, as Marx understood it, precisely in explaining in what manner circumstances can be changed by those who are themselves created by them. This problem was solved by the reference to the relations of production that develop under the influence of conditions independent of the human will. Production relations are the relations among human beings in the social process of production. Saying that production relations have changed means saying that the mutual relations have changed among people engaged in that process. A change in these relations cannot take place automatically, that is, independently of human activity, because they are relations established among men in the process of their activities. But these relations may undergo changes, and indeed often do undergo changes, in a direction far from that in which people would like them to change. The character of the economic structure and the direction in which that character changes depend, not upon human will but on the state of the productive forces and on the specific changes in production relations which take place and become necessary to society as a result of the further development of those forces. Engels explains this in the following words. Men make their history themselves, but not as yet with a collective will according to a collective plan or even in a clearly defined given society. Their aspirations clash, and for that very reason all such societies are governed by necessity, whose complement and manifestation is accident. 125. Here human activity is itself defined as being not free, but necessary, that is, as being in conformity with the law, and therefore capable of becoming an object of scientific study. Thus, while always pointing out that circumstances are changed by men, historical materialism at the same time enables us, for the first time, to examine the process of this change from the standpoint of science. That is why we have every right to say that the materialist explanation of history provides the necessary prolegomena to any doctrine on human society claiming to be a science. This is so true that at present the study of any aspect of social life acquires scientific significance only in the measure in which it draws closer to a materialist explanation of that life. Despite the so vaunted revival of idealism in the social sciences, that explanation is becoming more and more common wherever researchers refrain from indulging in edifying meditation and verbiage on the ideal, but set themselves the scientific task of discovering the causal links between phenomena. Today even people who not only do not adhere to the materialist view on history, but have not the slightest idea of it, are proving materialists in their historical researches. It is here that their ignorance of this view, or their prejudice against it, which hinders an understanding of all its aspects, does indeed lead to one-sidedness and narrowness of concepts. 11. Here is a good illustration. 10 years ago Alfred Espinasse, 126, the French scholar, and incidentally a bitter enemy of the present-day socialists, published a highly interesting, at least in conception, sociological study entitled Les origines de la technologie. In this book, the author, proceeding from the purely materialist proposition that practice always precedes theory in the history of mankind, examines the influence of technology on the development of ideology, or to be more precise, on the development of religion and philosophy in ancient Greece. He arrives at the conclusion that, in each period of that development, the ancient Greeks' world outlook was determined by the state of their productive forces. This is, of course, a highly interesting and important conclusion, but anyone accustomed consciously to applying materialism to an explanation of historical events may, on reading Espinasse's study, find that the view expressed therein is one-sided. That is so for the simple reason that the French scholar has paid practically no attention to other factors in the development of ideology, such as, for example, the class struggle. Yet the latter factor is of really exceptional importance. In primitive society, which knows no division into classes, man's productive activities exert a direct influence on his world outlook and his aesthetic tastes. Decorative design draws its motifs from technology, and dancing, probably the most important of the arts in such a society, often merely imitates the process of production. That is particularly to be seen in hunting tribes, which stand at the lowest known level of economic development. 127 That is why I referred chiefly to them when I was discussing the dependence of primitive man's mentality on his activities in the economy he conducts. However, in a society that is divided into classes, the direct impact of those activities on ideology becomes far less discernible. That is understandable. If, for instance, one of the Australian Aboriginal women's dances reproduces the work of root gathering, it goes without saying that none of the graceful dances with which, for instance, the fine ladies of 18th century France amused themselves could depict those ladies' productive work, since they did not engage in such work, preferring in the main to devote themselves to the science of tender passion. To understand the Australian native women's dance, it is sufficient to know the part played in the life of the Australian tribe by the gathering of wild roots by the womenfolk. But to understand the minuet, for instance, it is absolutely insufficient to have a knowledge of the economy of 18th century France. Here we have to do with a dance expressive of the psychology of a non-productive class. A psychology of this kind accounts for the vast majority of the customs and conventions of so-called good society. Consequently, in this case the economic factor is second to the psychological. It should, however, not be forgotten that the appearance of non-productive classes in a society is a product of the latter's economic development. Hence, the economic factor preserves its predominant significance even when it is second to others. Moreover, it is then that this significance makes itself felt, for it is then that it determines the possibility and the limits of the influence of other factors. 128. Nor is that all. Even when it participates in the productive process in the capacity of leader, the upper class looks upon the lower class with a disdain they do not trouble to conceal. This, too, is reflected in the ideologies of the two classes. The French medieval fabliaux, and particularly the chansons de gestes, depict the peasant of the time in a most unattractive way. If we are to believe them, then les vilains sont delayed for me. In si trace laid nevit home. Chaucunza 15 pièces de grands. En aux ressemblant gens. Mais trop sont delayed manière. Beaucoup sont devant et derrière. 129. The peasants, of course, saw themselves in a different light. Indignant at the arrogance of the feudal seigneurs, they sang. Nous sommes de hommes, tout comme yeux. Et capable de souffrir, tout autant que yeux. 130. And they asked. When Adam delved and Eve span. Who was then the gentleman? In a word, each of these two classes looked upon things from its own point of view, which was determined by its position in society. The psychology of the contending sides was colored by the class struggle. Such, of course, was the case, not only in the Middle Ages and not only in France. The more acute the class struggle grew in a given country and at a given time, the stronger was its influence on the psychology of the conflicting classes. He who would study the history of ideologies in a society divided into classes must give close consideration to this influence, otherwise he will be all at sea. Try to give a bluntly economic explanation of the fact of the appearance of the David school of painting in 18th century France, nothing will come of your attempt except ridiculous and dull nonsense. But if you regard that school as an ideological reflection of the class struggle in French society on the eve of the Great Revolution, the matter will at once assume an entirely different aspect. Even such qualities in David's art which, it would seem, were so far removed from the social economy that they can in no way be linked up with it, will become fully comprehensible. The same has also to be said of the history of ideologies in ancient Greece, a history that most profoundly experienced the impact of the class struggle. That impact was insufficiently shown in Spina's interesting study, in consequence of which his important conclusions were marked by a certain bias. Such instances might be quoted today in no small number, and they would all show that the influence of Marx's materialism on many present-day experts would be of the utmost value in the sense that it would teach them also to take into account factors other than the technical and the economic. That sounds paradoxical, Yet it is an undeniable truth, which will no longer surprise us if we remember that, though he explains any social movement as the outcome of the economic development of society, Marx very often thus explains that movement only as the ultimate outcome, that is, he takes it for granted that a number of various other factors will operate in the interim. 12. Another trend, diametrically opposed to that which we have just seen in Espina's, is beginning to reveal itself in present-day science, a tendency to explain the history of ideas exclusively by the influence of the class struggle. This perfectly new and as yet inconspicuous trend has arisen under the direct influence of Marxist historical materialism. We see it in the writings of the Greek author Eleutheropoulos, 131, whose principal work Wirtschaft und Philosophie, Volume 1, Die Philosophie und die Lebensauffassung des Griechentums aufgrund der gesellschaftlichen Zustände, and Volume 2, Die Philosophie und die Lebensauffassung der Germanisch-Romanischen Völker was published in Berlin in 1900. Eleutheropoulos is convinced that the philosophy of any given period expresses the latter's specific world outlook and views on life, Lebens- and Weltanschauung. Properly speaking, there is nothing new about this. Hegel already said that every philosophy is merely the ideological expression of its time. With Hegel, however, the features of the various epochs, and, consequently, of the corresponding phases in the development of philosophy, were determined by the movement of absolute idea, whereas with Eleutheropoulos any given epoch is characterized primarily by its economic condition. The economy of any particular people determines its life and world understanding, which is expressed, among other things, in its philosophy. With a change in the economic basis of society, the ideological superstructure changes too. Inasmuch as economic development leads to the division of society into classes, and to a struggle between the latter, the life and world understanding peculiar to a particular period is not uniform in character. It varies in the different classes and undergoes modification in accordance with their position, their needs and aspirations, and the course of their mutual struggle. Such is the viewpoint from which Eleutheropoulos regards the entire history of philosophy. It is self-evident that this point of view deserves the closest attention and the utmost approval. For quite a considerable period there has been discernible in philosophical literature a dissatisfaction with the usual view on the history of philosophy as merely affiliation of philosophical systems. In a pamphlet published in the late 1880s and dealing with ways of studying the history of philosophy, the well-known French writer Plekanov declared that, taken by itself, filiation of this kind can explain very little. 132 The appearance of Eleutheropoulos' work might have been welcomed as a new step in the study of the history of philosophy, and as a victory of historical materialism in its application to an ideology far removed from economics. Alas, Eleutheropoulos has not displayed much skill in making use of the dialectical method of that materialism. He has oversimplified the problems confronting him, and for that reason alone has failed to bring forward any solutions other than the very one-sided and therefore most unsatisfactory. Let us cite his appraisal of Xenophanes. According to Eleutheropoulos, Xenophanes expressed, in the realm of philosophy, the aspirations of the Greek proletariat. He was the Rousseau of his time. 133 He wanted social reform in the meaning of the equality and unity of all citizens, and his doctrine of the unity of being was merely the theoretical foundation of his plans for reform. 134 It was from this theoretical foundation of Xenophanes' reformational aspirations that all the details of his philosophy developed, beginning with his view on God, and ending with his doctrine of the illusoriness of representations received through our senses. 135 The philosophy of Heraclitus, the dark philosopher, was engendered by the reaction of the aristocracy against the revolutionary aspirations of the Greek proletariat. According to that philosophy, universal equality is impossible, for nature herself has made men unequal. Each man should be content with his lot. It is not the overthrow of the existing order that should be aspired towards in the state, but the elimination of the arbitrary use of power, which is possible both under the rule of a few and under the rule of the masses. Power should belong to law, which is an expression of divine law. Unity is not precluded by divine law, but unity that is in accord with the latter is a unity of opposites. The implementation of Xenophane's plans would be a breach of the divine law. Developing and substantiating this idea, Heraclitus created his dialectical doctrine of becoming, Werden. 136. That is what Eleutheropoulos says. Lack of space prevents me from quoting more samples of his analysis of the causes determining the development of philosophy. There is hardly any need to do so. The reader, I hope, will see for himself that this analysis must be found unsatisfactory. The process of the development of ideologies is, in general, incomparably more complex than Eleutheropoulos imagines. 137. When you read his oversimplified notions on the influence of the class struggle on the history of philosophy, you begin to regret that he seems quite ignorant of the aforementioned book by Espinas. The one-sidedness inherent in the latter work, if superimposed on his own one-sidedness, might perhaps have corrected a good deal in his analysis. Nevertheless, Eleutheropoulos' unsuccessful attempt testifies anew to the proposition, unexpected to many, that a more thorough assimilation of Marx's historical materialism would be useful to many contemporary investigators, precisely because it will save them from one-sidedness. Eleutheropoulos is acquainted with that materialism, but poorly so. That is borne out by the correction he has thought fit to introduce into it. He remarks that the economic relations of a given people determine only the necessity of its development. The latter itself is a matter of individuality, so that this people's life and world understanding is determined in its content, firstly, by its character and the character of the country it inhabits, secondly, by its needs, and thirdly, by the personal qualities of those who come forward from its midst as reformers. It is only in this sense, according to Eleutheropoulos, that we can speak of the relation of philosophy towards the economy. Philosophy fulfills the demands of its time, and does so in conformity with the personality of the philosopher. 138. Eleutheropoulos probably thinks that this view on the relation of philosophy to the economy differs from the materialist view of Marx and Engels. He deems it necessary to give a new name to his interpretation of history, calling it the Greek theory of becoming, Griechisch Theorie des Werdens. 139. This is simply ridiculous, and all one can say in this connection is that the Greek theory of becoming, which in fact is nothing but rather poorly digested and clumsily expounded historical materialism, nevertheless promises far more than is actually given by Eleutheropoulos when he proceeds from describing his method to applying it, for then he departs completely from Marx. As for the personality of the philosopher and, in general, of any person who leaves an impress on the history of mankind, those who imagine that the theory of Marx and Engels has no room for it are in gross error. It has left room for that, but at the same time it has been able to avoid the impermissible contractopposing of the activities of any personality to the course of events, which is determined by economic necessity. Anybody who resorts to such contractopposing thereby proves that he has understood very little of the materialist explanation of history. The fundamental thesis of historical materialism, as I have repeated more than once, is that history is made by men. That being so, it is manifest that it is made also by great men. It only remains to establish what the activities of such men are determined by. Here is what Engels writes in this connection, in one of the two letters quoted above. That such and such a man and precisely that man arises at a particular time in a particular country is, of course, pure chance. But if one eliminates him there is a demand for a substitute, and this substitute will be found, good or bad, but in the long run he will be found. That Napoleon, just that particular Corsican, should have been the military dictator whom the French Republic, exhausted by its own warfare, had rendered necessary, was chance, but that, if Napoleon had been lacking, another would have filled the place, is proved by the fact that a man was always found as soon as he became necessary, Caesar, Augustus, Cromwell, etc. While Marx discovered the materialist conception of history, Thierry, Mignot, Guizot, and all the English historians up to 1850 are evidence that it was being striven for, and the discovery of the same conception by Morgan proves that the time was ripe for it and that it simply had to be discovered. So with all the other contingencies, and apparent contingencies, of history. The further the particular sphere which we are investigating is removed from the economic sphere and approaches that of pure abstract ideology, the more shall we find it exhibiting accidents in its development, the more will its curve run zigzag. But if you plot the average axis of the curve, you will find that this axis will run more and more nearly parallel to the axis of economic development the longer the period considered and the wider the field dealt with. 140. The personality of anyone who has one distinction in the spiritual or social sphere is among those instances of accident whose appearance does not prevent the average axis of mankind's intellectual development running parallel to that of its economic development. 141. Eleutheropoulos would have understood that better had he given more careful thought to Marx's historical theory and been less concerned with producing his own Greek theory. 142. It need hardly be added that we are still far from being always capable of discovering the causal link between the appearance of a given philosophical view and the economic situation of the period in question. The reason is that we are only beginning to work in this direction. Were we in a position already to answer all the questions, or at least most of the questions, that arise in this connection, that would mean that our work was already completed, or approaching completion. What is of decisive significance in this case is not the fact that we cannot yet cope with all the difficulties facing us in this field. There is not, neither can there be, such a method that can remove at one stroke all the difficulties appearing in a science. The important thing is that it is incomparably easier for the materialist explanation of history to cope with them than it is for the idealist or the eclectic explanations. That is borne out by the fact that scientific thought in the sphere of history has been most strongly attracted towards the materialist explanation of events, has, so to say, been persistently seeking for it, since the Restoration period. 143. To this day, it has not ceased from gravitating towards it and seeking it, despite the fine indignation that comes over any self-respecting ideologist of the bourgeoisie whenever he hears the word materialism. A third illustration of the present inevitability of attempts to find a materialist explanation of all aspects of human culture is provided by Franz Feuerherd's book Die Entstehungsstil aus der politischen Ökonomie, Part 1, Brunswick and Leipzig, 1902. In conformity with the dominant mode of production and the form of state thereby conditioned, says Feuerherd, the human intelligence moves in certain directions, and is excluded from others. Therefore the existence of any style in art, GP presupposes the existence of people who live in quite definite political conditions, are engaged in production under quite definite production relations, and have quite definite ideals. Given these conditions, men create the appropriate style with the same natural necessity and inevitability as the way linen bleaches, as bromide of silver turns black, and a rainbow appears in the clouds as soon as the sun, as the cause, brings about all these effects. 144. All this is true, of course, and the circumstance that this is acknowledged by an historian of art is of particular interest. When, however, Feuerherd goes on to ascribe the origins of the various Greek styles to economic conditions in ancient Greece, what he produces is something that is too schematic. I do not know whether the second part of his book has come out. I have not been interested in the matter, because it is clear to me how poorly he has learned the modern materialist method. In their schematism, his arguments are reminiscent of those of our native-bred but second-rate Fritsch and Roscoffs, 145, who, like Feuerherd, may be well advised, first and foremost, to make a study of modern materialism. Only Marxism can save all of them from falling into schematism. 13. In a controversy with me, the late Nikolai Mikhailovsky 146 once declared that Marx's historical theory would never gain much acceptance in the scholarly world. We have just seen, and will again see from what follows below, that this statement is not quite correct. But first we must remove certain other misconceptions which prevent a proper understanding of historical materialism. If we wanted to express in a nutshell the view held by Marx and Engels with regard to the relation between the now celebrated basis and the no less celebrated superstructure, we would get something like the following. 1. The state of the productive forces. 2. The economic relations these forces condition. 3. The socio-political system that has developed on the given economic basis. 4. The mentality of social man, which is determined in part directly by the economic conditions obtaining, and in part by the entire socio-political system that has arisen on that foundation. 5. The various ideologies that reflect the properties of that mentality. This formula is comprehensive enough to provide proper room for all forms of historical development, and at the same time it contains absolutely nothing of the eclecticism that is incapable of going beyond the interaction between the various social forces, and does not even suspect that the fact that these forces do interact has provided no solution of the problem of their origin. This formula is a monist one, and this monist formula is thoroughly imbued with materialism. In his philosophy of the spirit, Hegel said that the spirit is history's only motive principle. It is impossible to think otherwise, if one accepts the viewpoint of the idealism which claims that being is determined by thinking. Marx's materialism shows in what way the history of thinking is determined by the history of being. Hegel's idealism, however, did not prevent him from recognizing economic factors as a cause conditioned by the development of the spirit. In exactly the same way, materialism did not prevent Marx from recognizing the action, in history, of the spirit as a force whose direction is determined at any given time and in the final analysis by the course of economic development. That all ideologies have one common root, the psychology of the epoch in question, is not hard to understand. Anyone who makes even the slightest study of the facts will realize that. As an example, we might make reference to French Romanticism. Victor Hugo, Eugene Delacroix, and Hector Berlioz worked in three entirely different spheres of art. All three differed greatly from one another. Hugo, at least, did not like music, while Delacroix had little regard for Romanticist musicians. Yet it is with good reason that these three outstanding men have been called the Trinity of Romanticism. Their works are a reflection of one and the same psychology. It can be said that Delacroix's painting Dante and Virgil expresses the same temper as that which dictated his Hernani to Victor Hugo, and his Symphonie Fantastique to Berlioz. This was sensed by their contemporaries, that is, by those of them who in general were not indifferent to literature and art. A classicist in his tastes, Ingres called Berlioz the abominable musician, monster, bandit, and antichrist. 147 This is reminiscent of the flattering opinions voiced by the classicists regarding Delacroix, whose brush they compared to a drunken besom. Like Hugo, Berlioz was the object of fierce attacks. 148 It is common knowledge, too, that he achieved victory with incomparably more effort and far later than Hugo did. Why was that so, despite the fact that his music expressed the same psychology as did Romanticist poetry and drama? To answer this question, it would be necessary to understand many details in the comparative history of French music and literature, 149 details which may remain uninterpreted for long, if not for always. What is beyond doubt, however, is that the psychology of French Romanticism will be understood by us only if we come to regard it as the psychology of a definite class that lives in definite social and historical conditions. 150 The movement of the 30s in literature and art, Jean-Baptiste Tiercot says, was far from having the character of a people's revolution. 151 That is perfectly true. The movement referred to was bourgeois in its essence. But that is not all. The movement did not enjoy universal sympathy among the bourgeoisie itself. In Tiercot's opinion, it expressed the strivings of a small elite sufficiently far-sighted to be able to discern genius wherever it lay in hiding. 152 These words are a superficial, that is, idealist, expression of the fact that the French bourgeoisie of the time did not understand much of what its own ideologists then aspired towards and felt in the sphere of literature and art. Such dissonance between ideologists and the class whose aspirations and tastes they express is by no means rare in history, and explains the highly numerous specific features in the intellectual and artistic development of mankind. In the case we are discussing, this dissonance was the cause, among other things, of the contemptuous attitude of the refined elite towards the obtuse bourgeois, an attitude which still misleads naive people, and wholly prevents them from realizing the arch-bourgeois character of Romanticism. 153 But here, as everywhere, the origin and the character of this dissonance can be ultimately explained only by the economic position, the economic role, of the social class in whose midst it has appeared. Here, as everywhere, only being sheds light on the secrets of thinking. And that is why here, again as everywhere, it is only materialism that is capable of giving a scientific explanation of the course of ideas. 14. In their efforts to explain that course, the idealists have never proved able to watch from the standpoint of the course of things. Thus, Taine thinks that it is the properties of the artist's environment that account for a work of art. But what properties is he referring to? To the psychological, that is to say, the general psychology of the period in question, whose properties themselves require explanation. 154 When it explains the psychology of a particular society or a particular class, materialism addresses itself to the social structure created by the economic development, and so on. But Taine, who was an idealist, attempted to explain the origin of a social system through the medium of social psychology, thereby getting himself entangled in irresolvable contradictions. Idealists in all lands show little liking for Taine nowadays. The reason is obvious. By environment he understood the general psychology of the masses, the psychology of the man in the street at a particular time and in a particular class. To him, this psychology was the court of last instance to which the researcher could appeal. Consequently, he thought that a great man always thinks and feels at the behest of the man in the street, at dictation from mediocrities. Now this is wrong in point of fact, and, besides, offends bourgeois intellectuals, who are always prone, at least in some small measure, to count themselves in the category of great men. Taine was a man who, after saying A, was unable to carry on and say B, thus ruining his own case. The only escape from the contradictions he got entangled in is through historical materialism, which finds the right place for both the individual and the environment, for both the man in the street and the man of destiny. It is noteworthy that, in France, where, from the Middle Ages right down to 1871, the socio-political development and the struggle between social classes assumed a form most typical of Western Europe, it is easier than anywhere else to discover the causal nexus between that development and that struggle, on the one hand, and the history of ideologies on the other. Speaking of the reason why, during the Restoration in France, the ideas of the theocratic school of philosophy of history were so widespread, Robert Flint has had the following to say. The success of such a theory, indeed, would have been inexplicable, had not the way for it been prepared by the sensationalism of Condillac, and had it not been so obviously fitted to serve the interests of a party which represented the opinions of large classes of French society before and after the Restoration. 155. This is true, of course, and it is easy to realize which class it was whose interests found ideological expression in the theocratic school. Let us, however, delve further into French history and ask ourselves, is it not also possible to discover the social causes of the success achieved by sensationalism in pre-revolutionary France? Was not the intellectual movement that produced the theoreticians of sensationalism in its turn an expression of the aspirations of a particular social class? It is known that this was the case. This movement expressed the emancipatory aspirations of the French tiers état. 156 Were we to proceed in the same direction, we would see that, for instance, the philosophy of Descartes gave a clear reflection of the requirements of the economic development and the alignment of social forces of his time. 157 Finally, if we went back as far as the 14th century and turned our attention, for instance, to the romances of chivalry, which enjoyed such popularity at the French court and among the French aristocracy of the period, we would have no difficulty in discovering that these romances mirrored the life and the tastes of the état referred to. 158. In a word, the curve of the intellectual movement in this remarkable country, which but recently had every right to claim that it marched at the head of the nations, runs parallel to the curve of economic development, and that of the socio-political development conditioned by the latter. In view of this, the history of ideology in France is of particular interest to sociology. This is something that those who have criticized Marx in various tones and keys have not had the least idea of. They have never understood that, though criticism is of course a splendid thing, a certain prerequisite is needed when you undertake to criticize, that is, an understanding of what you are criticizing. Criticizing a given method of scientific investigation means determining in what measure it can help discover the causal links existing between phenomena. That is something that can be ascertained only through experience, that is, through the application of that method. Criticizing historical materialism means making a trial of the method of Marx and Engels in a study of the historical movement of mankind. Only then can the strong and the weak points of the method be ascertained. The proof of the pudding is in the eating, as Engels said when explaining his theory of cognition. 159. This applies in full to historical materialism as well. To criticize this dish, you must first have a taste of it. To taste the method of Marx and Engels, you must first be able to use it. To use it properly presupposes a far higher degree of scientific grounding and far more sustained intellectual effort than are revealed in pseudo-critical verbiage on the theme of the one-sidedness of Marxism. The critics of Marx declare, some with regret, some in reproach, and some with malice, that to this day no book has appeared, containing a theoretical substantiation of historical materialism. By a book they usually understand something like a brief manual on world history written from the materialist viewpoint. At present, however, no such guide can be written either by an individual scholar, however extensive his knowledge, or by a whole group of scholars. A sufficiency of material for that does not yet exist, nor will it exist for a long time. Such material can be accumulated only by means of a lengthy series of investigations carried out in the respective fields of science, with the aid of the Marxist method. In other words, those critics who demand a book would like to have matters started from the end, that is, they want a preliminary explanation, from the materialist viewpoint, of that very historical process which is to be explained. In actual fact, a book in defense of historical materialism is being written in the measure in which contemporary scholars, mostly, as I have said, without realizing that they are doing so, are forced by the present-day state of social science to furnish a materialist explanation of the phenomena they are studying. That such scholars are not so few in number is shown convincingly enough by the examples I have quoted above. It has been said by Laplace that about 50 years elapsed before Newton's great discovery was supplemented in any significant degree. So long a period was required for this great truth to be generally understood and for those obstacles to be overcome which were placed in its way by the vortex theory and also perhaps by the wounded pride of mathematicians of Newton's times. 160. The obstacles met by present-day materialism as an harmonious and consistent theory are incomparably greater than those that Newton's theory came up against, on its appearance. Against it are directly and decisively ranged the interests of the class now in power, to whose influence most scholars subordinate themselves of necessity. Materialist dialectic which regards every historically developed social form as in fluid movement, and, lets nothing impose upon it, 161 cannot have the sympathy of the conservative class that the Western bourgeoisie today is. It stands in such contradiction to that class frame of mind that ideologists of that class naturally tend to look upon it as something impermissible, improper, and unworthy of the attention both of respectable people in general, and of esteemed men of learning in particular. 162 It is not surprising that each of these pundits considers himself morally obliged to avert from himself any suspicion of sympathy with materialism. Often enough such pundits denounce materialism the more emphatically, the more insistently they adhere to a materialist viewpoint in their special research. 163 The result is a kind of semi-subconscious conventional lie, which, of course, can have only a most injurious effect on theoretical thinking. 15. The conventional lie of a society divided into classes becomes ever more enhanced, the more the existing order of things is shaken by the impact of the economic development and the class struggle caused thereby. Marx very truly said that the greater the development of the contradiction between the growing productive forces and the existing social order, the more does the ideology of the master class become imbued with hypocrisy. The more the falseness of this ideology is revealed by life, the more elevated and virtuous does the language of that class become. Sankt Max, Document de Socialismus, August 1904, pp 370-71. 164 The truth of this remark is being brought home with particular force today, when, for instance, the spread of loose morals in Germany, as revealed by the Harden-Moltke trial, 165 goes hand in hand with the renaissance of idealism in social science. In our country, even among theorists of the proletariat, people are to be found who do not understand the social cause of this renaissance, and have themselves succumbed to its influence, such as the Bogdanovs, the Bazarovs, and their like. 166. Incidentally, so immensely great are the advantages any researcher is provided with by the Marxist method that even those who have willingly submitted to the conventional lie of our time are beginning publicly to recognize them. Among such people, for instance, is the American Edwin Seligman, author of a book published in 1902 under the title of The Economic Interpretation of History. Seligman frankly admits that scholars have shied away from the theory of historical materialism because of the socialist conclusions drawn from it by Marx. However, he thinks that you can eat your cake and yet have it, one can be an economic materialist and yet remain hostile to socialism. As he puts it, the fact that Marx's economics may be defective has no bearing on the truth or falsity of his philosophy of history. 167 In actual fact, Marx's economic views were intimately bound up with his historical views. A proper understanding of capital absolutely implies the necessity of previous and careful thought on the celebrated preface to Zur Kritik der politischen Ökonomie. However, we are unable here either to set forth Marx's economic views or to demonstrate the incontrovertible fact that they form merely an indispensable component of the doctrine known as historical materialism. 168 I shall add only that Seligman is sufficiently a pundit also to be scared of materialism. This economic materialist thinks it is going to intolerable extremes to make religion itself depend on economic forces or to seek the explanation of Christianity itself in economic facts alone. 169 All this goes to show clearly how deep are the roots of those prejudices, and consequently of the obstacles, that Marxist theory has to fight against. Yet the very fact of the appearance of Seligman's book and even the very nature of the reservations he makes give some reason to hope that historical materialism, even in a truncated or purified form, will in the end achieve recognition by those ideologists of the bourgeoisie who have not given up the idea of bringing order into their historical views. 170. But the struggle against socialism, materialism, and other unpleasant extremes presupposes possession of a spiritual weapon. What is known as subjective political economy, and more or less adroitly falsified statistics at present constitute the spiritual weapon mainly used in the struggle against socialism. All possible brands of Kantianism form the main bulwark in the struggle against materialism. In the field of social science, Kantianism is utilized for this purpose as a dualist doctrine which tears asunder the tie between being and thinking. Since consideration of economic questions does not come within the province of this book, I shall confine myself to an appraisal of the philosophical spiritual weapon employed by bourgeois reaction in the ideological sphere. Concluding his booklet, Socialism, Utopian and Scientific, Engels remarks that when the mighty means of production created by the capitalist epoch have become the property of society, and when production is organized in conformity with social needs, men will at last become masters of their social relations, and hence lords over nature, and their own masters. Only then will they begin consciously to make their own history, only then will the social causes they bring into play produce, in ever greater measure, effects that are desirable to them. It is the ascent of man from the kingdom of necessity to the kingdom of freedom. 171. These words of Engels have evoked objections from those who, unable in general to stomach the idea of leaps, have been either unable or unwilling to understand any such leap from the kingdom of necessity into the kingdom of freedom. Such a leap seemed to them to contradict that view on freedom which Engels himself voiced in the first part of his Anti-Düring. Therefore, if we would see our way through the confusion in the minds of such people, we must recall exactly what Engels said in the book mentioned above. And here is what he said. Explaining Hegel's words that necessity is blind only in so far as it is not understood, Engels stated that freedom consists in exercising control over ourselves and over external nature, a control founded on knowledge of natural necessity. 172. This idea is set forth by Engels with a clarity quite sufficient for people familiar with the Hegelian doctrine referred to. The trouble is that present-day Kantians only criticize Hegel, but do not study him. Since they have no knowledge of Hegel, they have been unable to understand Engels. To the author of Anti-Düring they have made the objection that where there is submission to necessity, there is no freedom. This is quite consistent on the part of people whose philosophical views are imbued with a dualism that is incapable of uniting thinking with being. From the viewpoint of this dualism, the leap from necessity to freedom remains absolutely incomprehensible. But Marx's philosophy, like that of Feuerbach, proclaims the unity of being and thinking. Although, as we have already seen above, in the section on Feuerbach, Marxist philosophy understands that unity quite differently from the sense in which it is understood by absolute idealism. Marxist philosophy, does not at all disagree with Hegelian doctrine in the question we are concerned with, viz., the relation of freedom to necessity. The gist of the whole matter is, precisely what should be understood by necessity. Aristotle 173 already pointed out that the concept of necessity contains many shades of meaning. Medicine is necessary for a cure to be effected, breathing is necessary for life, a trip to Aegina is necessary for a debt to be collected. All these are, so to say, conditional necessities. We must breathe if we want to live, we must take medicine if we want to get rid of an illness, and so on. In the process of acting on the world about him, man has constantly to do with necessity of this kind. He must of necessity sow if he would reap, shoot an arrow if he would kill game, stock fuel if he would get a steam engine operating, and so on. From the viewpoint of the neo-Kantian criticism of Marx, it has to be admitted that there is an element of submission in this conditional necessity. Man would be freer if he were able to satisfy his wants without expending any labor at all. He always submits to nature, even when he forces her to serve him. This submission, however, is a condition of his becoming free. By submitting to nature, he thereby increases his power over her, that is, his freedom. It would be the same under the planned organization of social production. By submitting to certain demands of technical and economic necessity, men would put an end to that preposterous order of things under which they are dominated by the products of their own activities, that is to say, they would increase their freedom to a tremendous degree. Here, too, their submission would become a source of liberation to them. Nor is that all. Critics of Marx, who have become used to considering that a gulf separates thinking and being, know of only one shade of necessity. To use Aristotle's wording, they imagine necessity only as a force that prevents us from acting according to our desires, and compels us to do that which is contrary to them. Necessity of this kind is indeed the opposite of freedom, and cannot but be irksome in greater or lesser degree. But we must not forget that a force seen by man as external coercion which is in conflict with his wishes may, in other circumstances, be seen by him in an entirely different light. As an illustration, let us take the agrarian question in Russia today. To the intelligent landowner who is a constitutional democrat, the forcible alienation of the land 174 may seem more or less sad historical necessity, sad, that is to say, in reverse proportion to the size of the fair compensation given. But to the peasant who yearns for land, the reverse is true. The fair compensation will present itself as a more or less sad necessity, while forcible alienation is bound to be seen as an expression of his own unfettered will, and the most precious security of his freedom. In saying this, I am touching upon what is perhaps the most important point in the doctrine of freedom, a point not mentioned by Engels only, of course, for its being self-evident to one who has gone through the Hegelian school. In his philosophy of religion, Hegel says, Die Freiheit ist dies, nichts zu wollen als sich, 175, that is, freedom lies in willing nothing but oneself. 176. This observation sheds a strong light on the entire question of freedom, insofar as that question bears upon social psychology. The peasant who demands that the landowner's land should be transferred to him wants nothing but himself. The constitutional democratic landowner who agrees to give him land no longer wants himself but that which history compels him to want. The former is free, while the latter wisely submits to necessity. It would be the same, as with the peasant, for the proletariat, which converts the means of production into social property and organizes social production on a new foundation. It would wish nothing but itself, and would feel quite free. As for the capitalists, they would, of course, at best feel that they were in the position of the landowner who has accepted the constitutional democratic agrarian program. They could not but think that freedom is one thing, and historical necessity, another. As it seems to me, those critics who have objected to Engels' stand have failed to understand him also, incidentally, for the reason of their being able to imagine themselves in the position of the capitalist, but being totally unable to imagine themselves in the proletarian's shoes. I hold the opinion that this, too, has its social, and ultimately economic, cause. 16. Dualism, to which ideologists of the bourgeoisie are now so prone, has another charge to make against historical materialism. Through Stammeiler, it imputes that historical materialism fails to take social teleology into account. This second imputation, which incidentally is highly akin to the first, is equally groundless. Marx says, in the social production of their existence, men inevitably enter into definite relations. 177. Stammeiler makes reference to this formula as proof that, despite his theory, Marx was unable to avoid teleological considerations. Marx's words, in Stammeiler's opinion, mean that men consciously enter into the mutual relations without which production is impossible. Consequently, these relations are the outcome of expedient action. 178. It is easy to see in which part of this argument Stammeiler makes a logical error which leaves its impress on all his further critical remarks. Let us take an example. Savages who live by hunting are pursuing a quarry, an elephant, let us say. For this they gather together and organize their forces in a definite way. What is the aim of this, and the means? The aim is obviously to catch or to kill the elephant, and the means is to join forces to pursue the animal. By what is the aim prompted? By the wants of the human organism. Now by what are the means determined? By the conditions of the chase. Do the wants of the human body depend on man's will? No, they do not. In general, that is the department of physiology, not of sociology. What then can we at present demand of sociology, in this connection? We can demand an explanation of the reason why men, in seeking to satisfy their wants, for instance, the need for food, sometimes enter into certain kinds of mutual relations, and sometimes into quite other kinds. Sociology, in the person of Marx, explains this circumstance as the outcome of the state of their productive forces. Now the question is, does the state of these forces depend on human will, or on the aims pursued by men? To this, sociology, again in the person of Marx, replies that it does not. If there is no such dependence, then that signifies that these forces are brought into being by virtue of a definite necessity, one that is determined by given conditions external to man. What is the inference to be made? It is that if hunting is an expedient activity on the part of the savage, then this fact in no way detracts from the significance of Marx's observation that the production relations arising among savages who are hunters come into being by virtue of conditions that do not fully depend on that expedient activity. In other words, if the primitive hunter consciously strives to kill as much game as possible, it does not follow therefrom that the communism characteristic of that hunter's everyday life has evolved as the expedient outcome of his activities. No, this communism has arisen, or rather has been preserved of itself, seeing that it came into being long ago, as the unconscious, that is, necessary, result of an organization of labor in a way quite independent of the will of men. 179. It is this that the Kantian Stammeiler has failed to grasp. It is here that he has lost his bearings, and led astray our Struves, Bulgakovs and other temporary Marxists, whose names are known to the Lord alone. 180. Continuing his critical observations, Stammeiler says, that if social development were to take place exclusively in virtue of causal necessity, it would be patently senseless consciously to try to further it. The following is the alternative, in his opinion: either I consider a given phenomenon a necessity, that is, inevitable, in which case there is no need for me to help further it, or else my activity is essential for that phenomenon to take place, in which case it cannot be termed a necessity. Who would attempt to assist the necessary, that is, inevitable, rising of the sun? 181. This is an amazingly vivid revelation of dualism characteristic of people steeped in Kantianism. With them, thinking is always divorced from being. The rising of the sun is in no way connected with men's social relations, either as cause or as effect. As a natural phenomenon, it can therefore be contract opposed to men's conscious aspirations, which, too, have no causal tie with it. But it is quite different when we have to deal with social phenomena, with history. We already know that history is made by men, therefore, human aspirations cannot but be a factor of the movement of history. But men make history in one way and not in another, in consequence of a particular necessity which we have already dealt with above. Once this necessity is given, then given too, as its effect, are those human aspirations which are an inevitable factor of social development. Men's aspirations do not exclude necessity, but are themselves determined by it. It is therefore a grave logical error to contrapose them to necessity. When a social revolution is brought about by a class striving for its liberation, that class acts in a way that is more or less expedient in achieving the aim desired. In any case, its activities are the cause of that revolution. However, together with all the aspirations that have brought them about, these activities are themselves a consequence of a definite course of the economic development, and are therefore themselves determined by necessity. Sociology becomes a science only in the measure in which it succeeds in understanding the appearance of aims in social man, social teleology, as a necessary consequence of a social process ultimately determined by the course of economic development. Highly characteristic is the circumstance that consistent antagonists of the materialist explanation of history see themselves forced to prove the impossibility of sociology as a science. This means that the critical approach is now becoming an obstacle to the further scientific development of our times. In this connection, an interesting problem arises for those who are trying to find a scientific explanation of the history of philosophical theories. That problem is, to determine in what way this role of the critical approach is linked up with the struggle of the classes in present-day society. If I endeavor to participate in a movement whose triumph I consider an historical necessity, then that means that I look upon my own activities as an indispensable link in the chain of conditions whose sum will necessarily ensure the triumph of a movement that I hold dear. It means nothing more nor less than that. A dualist will fail to understand, but all this will be perfectly clear to anybody who has assimilated the theory of the unity of subject and object, and has understood how that unity reveals itself in social phenomena. Highly noteworthy is the fact that theoreticians of Protestantism in the United States of America seem unable to understand the contraposition of freedom and necessity that has been exciting the minds of so many ideologists of the European bourgeoisie. H. Bargy says that in America the most positive instructors in the field of energy, professeurs d'energie, are little prone to recognize freedom of the will. 182 He ascribes this to their preference, as men of action, for fatalist solutions. He is wrong, however, since fatalism has nothing to do with the matter. This is to be seen in his own remark about the moralist Jonathan Edwards. Edwards' point of view is that of any man of action. To anyone who has had an aim once in his lifetime, freedom is the faculty of putting all his soul in the service of that aim. 183 This is well put, and closely resembles Hegel's willing nothing but oneself. But when a man wills nothing but himself, he is in no way a fatalist. It is then that he is precisely a man of action. Kantianism is not a philosophy of struggle, or a philosophy of men of action. It is a philosophy of half-hearted people, a philosophy of compromise. The means of removing the existing social evil, Engels says, must be discovered in the existing material conditions of production, not invented by one social reformer or another. 184 Stammeiler is in agreement with this, but accuses Engels of unclear thinking, since in Stammler's opinion the gist of the matter lies in ascertaining the method with the aid of which this discovery must be made. 185 This objection, which merely reveals Stammler's vague thinking, is eliminated by simply mentioning the fact that though the nature of the method is in such cases determined by a great variety of factors, the latter can all be ultimately referred to the course of the economic development. The very fact of the appearance of Marx's theory was determined by the development of the capitalist mode of production, whereas the predominance of utopianism in pre-Marxist socialism is quite understandable in a society suffering not only from the development of the aforementioned mode of production, but also, and in greater degree, from the insufficiency of that development. It would be superfluous to dilate on the matter. The reader will perhaps not complain if, in concluding this article, I will draw his attention to the measure in which the tactical method of Marx and Engels is intimately bound up with the fundamental theses of their historical theory. This theory tells us, as we already know, that mankind always sets itself only such tasks that it can solve, for the problem itself arises only when the material conditions for its solution are already present or at least in the course of formation. 186 Where these conditions already exist, the state of things is not quite the same as it is where they are still in the course of formation. In the former instance the time for a leap has already arrived, in the latter instance the leap is, for the time being, a matter of the more or less distant future, an ultimate aim whose approach is prepared by a series of gradual changes in the mutual relations between social classes. What role should be played by innovators during the period in which a leap is still impossible? It evidently remains for them to contribute to the gradual changes, that is, they must, in other words, try to bring about reforms. In this way, both the ultimate aim and reforms find their place, and the very contraposition of reform and ultimate aim loses all meaning, is relegated to the sphere of utopian legends. Those who would make such a contraposition, whether they are German revisionists like Eduard Bernstein, or Italian revolutionary syndicalists 187 like those who took part in the latest syndicalist congress in Ferrara, will show themselves equally incapable of understanding the spirit and the method of modern scientific socialism. This is a good thing to remember at present, when reformism and syndicalism permit themselves to speak for Marx. And what healthy optimism breathes in the words that mankind always sets itself only such tasks that it can solve. They do not, of course, mean that any solution of mankind's great problems, as suggested by the first utopian one meets, is a good one. A utopian is one thing, mankind, or, more precisely, a social class representative of mankind's highest interests in a given period, is something else. As Marx has very well said, with the thoroughness of the historical action, the size of the mass whose action it is will therefore increase. 188 This is conclusive condemnation of a utopian attitude towards great historical problems. If Marx nevertheless thought that mankind never sets itself unachievable tasks, then his words are, from the viewpoint of theory, only a new way of expressing the idea of the unity of subject and object in its application to the process of historical development, From the viewpoint of practice, they express that calm and courageous faith in the achievement of the ultimate aim which once prompted our unforgettable Ng Chernyshevsky to exclaim fervently, "Come what may, we shall win."